1. Mission preparations. Jack March had done everything that he could to prepare for the mission. The Helix had been repaired after the near-disastrous ambush at the Mothra system, an ambush that had almost destroyed the ship and nearly killed the crew. At the time, March had wondered if the trap had been targeted at him personally. Now he knew it had almost certainly been aimed at Lysiana. Given what he had learned about the girl, perhaps it was fortunate that the machinists hadn't sent an entire battle fleet. The technicians and mechanics aboard Mothra Station had done good work. Constantine Bishop and Sophia Logos had already checked over the repairs, making sure the techs hadn't ripped them off, and once she had gotten out of the infirmary, Cassandra Yerzov had examined the hyperdrive repairs herself. Neither Bishop nor Sophia nor Cassandra had found anything wrong with the ship. Nevertheless, March had checked over everything himself. Partly it was because he was the captain, and it was his responsibility. Mostly, it was because he had worked alone for a very long time and was used to checking everything himself. The Helix was in good shape. All systems were operating at peak efficiency. The shields were ready to activate at a moment's notice, and the weapon systems were prepared to fire. The crew, March thought, was prepared. Darius Memnon, Axiom Descard, and Cassandra had all recovered from their injuries. March worried a bit about Cassandra. Axiom was a former Iron Eye turned mercenary, and she was accustomed to danger. Memnon was an alpha operative at the Silent Order, and had spent a lot of time with people trying to kill him. Cassandra, by contrast, was a dark energy physicist whose life had not featured a great deal of regular violence. Or perhaps he was worrying too much. Cassandra had possessed the nerve to flee Orodria when it became clear the secret police were watching her, and she had settled into her new life on Kalaskar without too many hitches. At least until the war with the Final Consciousness had started, and many lives had been upended. "How are you holding up?" said March. He sat across from Cassandra in the ship's galley, a metal chessboard with magnetic pieces resting between them. March played black, Cassandra white. He knew how to play chess but wasn't particularly good at it, and didn't enjoy the game very much. Nonetheless, it was one of the most popular games on Orodria, and enjoyed a strong following on Kalaskar. March had only ever beaten Cassandra exactly once, and he suspected her attention had been on a hyperspace equation at the time. He was grateful that his wife had no interest in chess. "I'm fine, really," said Cassandra. When March had met her years ago, she had been skinny, pale, and clearly nervous. Now she was lean and good shape, and hid the nervousness behind a mask of calm reserve. "Adelaide was talking to me about PTSD and all that." A memory flashed through March's mind of Adelaide lying on the deck of Kalaskar Station, burning debris scattered nearby, the sleeve of her jacket wet with blood. "But I think I'm okay," said Cassandra. "It helps that I don't really remember the injury or the surgery. It's like a car accident, you know. Not like someone beat me up or anything like that." She moved one of her bishops, capturing his remaining rook. "Damn it," muttered March, and Cassandra grinned. "Though it is very gentlemanly of you," said Cassandra, "letting me win like this." "I never let anyone win at anything," said March. He considered his position on the board, decided it was probably a lost cause, and moved one of his pawns. It wasn't in his nature to give up. "Did you know Dr. Sigrande well at the University of Orodria?" "Not well," said Cassandra. She moved one of her knights without hesitation. "By the time I left, I was still a junior researcher, and he was higher up. And we were in different fields. I was a theorist who built machines to test my theories, and he focused more on the practical applications of hyperdrive design. He made some big breakthroughs, so he was kind of a celebrity. I met him at a couple of faculty events. I hated those things, but he was polite enough." She frowned. "In hindsight, I think he was trying to flirt with me, but it went over my head." "Probably just as well, considering how things turned out," said March. He moved another pawn. The University of Oradria has the best experts on hyperspace and dark energy radiation in human-occupied space, said Cassandra. If the final consciousness is building a dark energy radiation weapon, like the pulse, it makes sense that they would run some of the project and the research through the university. It does, agreed March. Cassandra moved her other knight and captured the pawn he had just moved, and he suppressed a sigh of exasperation. President Murden and his cronies do whatever the machinists tell them. Except it looks like Dr. Sigrande had an attack of conscience and fled. That makes sense, agreed Cassandra. March moved one of his knights forward. Oradria was the kind of place. It was a really bad idea to have opinions about certain things. Like President Murden and the government. Cassandra nodded. Dr. Sigrande was always right on the edge of what it was acceptable to say, without the secret police knocking on his door at 3 in the morning. If he figured out the machinists were using research from Oradria to help build something like the pulse, then yes, he would try to get to Kalaskar. Would have saved us a lot of trouble, said March, if he had just gone to Kalaskar instead of fleeing to the middle of nowhere. Cassandra shrugged. Maybe it was the best he could do. I ended up on Kalaskar, but that was only because you rescued me. If you and the tiger had jumped into the system 5 minutes later, I would be dead. March nodded. I owe you my life a bunch of times, Jack, said Cassandra, voice grave, and then she smiled. So it's always painful when I have to do this. She moved her queen. Checkmate. March looked at the board, sighed, and tipped his king over. Having met the actual king of Kalaskar before leaving on this mission, he now found tipping the chess king over somewhat odd to do. Might be painful. Never seems to stop you. Well, you were the one who introduced me to weightlifting, said Cassandra. All the gyms on Kalaskar have signs that talk about no pain, no gain. I think that's true with chess as well. I doubt that, said March. The door hissed open, and his wife stepped into the galley. Adelaide was an attractive woman, which was obvious at the moment because she wore snug exercise pants and a tank top, her gray eyes bright and cheerful in her face. As usual, she wore a dark ball cap, which she would likely wear until her hair grew back to a length she found acceptable for going hatless. The artificial skin concealing her cybernetic left forearm matched her pale skin tone and would almost fool casual observation, though the ring of scar tissue around her elbow was noticeable. Ready, said Adelaide. Yeah, said March, getting to his feet. You won the game, so you get to put the pieces away. Fair is fair, said Cassandra, collecting the captured chessmen. She had captured considerably more of his pieces than he had of hers. The chessboard and the pieces had to be stowed in one of the storage lockers. On a starship, everything had to be secured properly. A failure in the inertial absorbers or the artificial gravity could turn something as innocuous as chess pieces into deadly missiles. Did you lose again? Said Adelaide. March grunted. I always lose at chess. It's good practice for life. We'll have to set up the shooting range in the hold once it's not full of supplies, said Adelaide. Jack will beat us all. Or I could just play against Lysiana, said Cassandra, returning the pieces to their box. She's an amazing player, though she said she prefers mathematics to chess. March caught Adelaide's eye, though she said nothing. They both knew the reason for Lysiana's superhuman intelligence, and for now they had agreed to keep the secret between themselves. Chess is very mathematical, said Adelaide, but I'm an archaeologist, not a physicist. I was never very good at math. Some of the best physicists in history, said Cassandra, were terrible at math. I usually enjoy more physical recreation, said Adelaide. Shall we? March nodded, bade Cassandra a good night, and followed Adelaide to the Helix's well-appointed gym. Since she had recovered from her surgery and the installation of her prosthetic forearm and hand, Adelaide had resumed her previous workout routine with vigor, even with angry savagery. The attempted assassination of the king and the bombing on Kalaskar Station had upended her life, and one of the ways she dealt with stress was vigorous exercise. She was deadlifting and bench pressing a sufficient amount of weight that March had told her in no uncertain terms that he was going to spot her, and she hadn't argued. He spotted her through the workout until she was done, and they retired to their cabin for the night. March made love to her twice, first standing up in the sanitizer booth as she cleaned off from the workout, and then on their double bunk. The cybernetic augmentations of the final consciousness had left him with a seething libido that he had ignored for years until he had met Adelaide. Murmured Adelaide once they had finished for the second time, her head pillowed on his chest. I'm going to need to go through the sanitizer booth again, after that. That's what it's there for, said March. Told you, I enjoy more physical recreations. The next morning, March awoke before Adelaide and slipped out of the cabin without waking her. Before her injury, she had been plagued with insomnia and had nearly always woken up before he did. Now she slept more deeply. Perhaps her body was still recovering from the limb replacement. Or maybe he had worn her out. The gym was deserted, and March went through his own workout with considerably more weight on the bars, dialing the gravity to 150% for the final sets. The cybernetic and genetic alterations of the final consciousness, in addition to giving him an annoyingly high libido, had also augmented his physical strength and stamina, making it far easier to build up muscular strength than it would have been for an unmodified human. He had done so religiously for years. Modern war was technologically sophisticated, with powerful weapons capable of killing millions from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Yet with all the technology, all the deadly weapons, often violence came down to sheer brute strength. A struggle over a knife in a dark alley of some rundown spaceport. March would be ready for a fight like that. Though he conceded, his cybernetic arm gave him an overwhelming advantage in any hand-to-hand struggle, an advantage he had used many times. After he finished the workout, he returned to the cabin to find that Adelaide was awake and had gone to the galley for breakfast with Liziana. March cleaned off in the sanitizer booth, got dressed, and went to take his shift on the bridge. The Helix's bridge was significantly larger than the Tiger's flight cabin had been. A large hologram table dominated the center of the room, currently displaying a master systems readout and status report, complete with a schematic of the ship. Consoles lined the walls, and the forward wall had an enormous high-resolution wall screen. It had been set to show the starfield and a nearby gas giant, creating the illusion of peering through a window at the depths of space. Helen Discard sat at the pilot's console below the wall screen, her sister Axiom at the co-pilot station. Helen was an attractive woman, and March wished he hadn't seen her naked at the pirate's auction, because the memory always flashed through his mind when he spoke to her. Axiom's appearance was far starker, with a harder edge to her features. She shaved her head bald, which highlighted her eerie mechanical eyes all the more. Darius Memnon stood next to the co-pilot's console, grinning down at Axiom. He was a big burly man who looked like a bar brawler, which he had been at various times, with dark hair and a face that always looked in need of a shave. Adelaide was convinced that Memnon and Axiom had been sleeping together. March didn't know, and he didn't particularly want to know. So long as it didn't affect the mission, he didn't care. Memnon had been an alpha operative for a long time, and Axiom hated the final consciousness. If there were any personal entanglements, both would set them aside when the moment for action came. "Any trouble?" said March, stepping past the hologram table. "Not yet," said Memnon, which was probably true. "Not last night anyway," said Helen, her voice cool and calm as it nearly always was. "We're a 3-hour sublight flight away from our next hyperspace jump point, and the navigational computer." "Which you stole," said Memnon to Axiom. "I returned it," said Axiom without rancor. "And the navigational computer," said Helen with some exasperation. "Projects we are 4 days, 6 hours, and 37 minutes away from the Azov system." She turned in her acceleration chair to look up at him. "Despite the hassle we had in the Mothro system." Hassle. That was one word for it. "Getting those navigational charts from Thunderbolt was invaluable," said Helen. Even with the navigational computer that Axiom returned to you, Memnon snorted, the edges of the non-aligned systems are very badly charted. We might have been wandering for weeks until we found the exact location of the Azov system. If Sigrande wanted someone from the Silent Order to come rescue him, said Memnon, he should have picked a location that wasn't so bloody far out. Axiom shrugged. If it keeps the final consciousness from killing him. Assuming he's not already dead, said Memnon. We'll find out when we get there, said March, though he disliked the thought. They had come a very long way to find Terrace Sigrande and learn the truth about the pulse. Along the way, March had discovered considerably more than he had expected about the superweapon and the sinister truth behind it, but he still didn't have all the pieces. More importantly, he didn't have the location of the damned thing. That was what he wanted from Sigrande. And hopefully, a convenient way to destroy the pulse. But one problem at a time. One thing, said Helen. The last system we passed through. New Westport, supplied Axiom. New Westport, continued Helen, had a population of about 900 million, enough for a communication drone system in orbit. Most of the non-aligned worlds were lightly populated. Mothro, the largest world, had an industrial base that had attained near parity with some of the more developed worlds in human-populated space, but many of the other habited planets in the non-aligned systems were little more than farm colonies. Some of them were populated by religious fanatics or political cranks, all of them protected by the madness and vast arsenal of Thunderbolt. Anyway, one of the message drones at the station had a Kalaskaran news broadcast. Thought you would like to hear it. March nodded, and Helen hit a button. A portion of the wall screen lit up with a video from the Royal Kalaskaran News Service. Adelaide had done some work for them, presenting historical documentaries and narrating videos for the Ministry of Defense. As March expected, most of the report dealt with the war. He was not surprised that it contained very little information. Wartime production was up. New ship and armament production had increased. The agricultural base of the core Kalaskaran systems was strong enough that food rationing wasn't expected. The population was urged to be on the lookout for machinist spies and sympathizers who would attempt to sabotage the war effort. The final segment of the report discussed recent victories of the 7th, 9th, and 10th Fleets of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy under the command of Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, pushing the machinist forces back near the occupied Antioch system. Propaganda, said Axiom once the news report had finished. More sophisticated than what the machinists used to put out on their conquered worlds. March shook his head. They saved the sophisticated propaganda for the worlds they hadn't conquered yet. Adelaide's first husband and unborn child had been murdered by a cell of machinist sympathizers on Kalaskar, men and women who had been swayed by that sophisticated propaganda. Once they conquered a world, the only propaganda they needed was to kill the non-compliant. Memnon grunted. Suppose it's good news. Some of those systems are one jump away from Antioch. The Ministry of Defense wouldn't let the news service mention it unless things were going well. The rumor, said Helen, rising to her feet, always was that Stormreel was the best fleet commander in the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. Supposedly he wiped out a Humanity attack near the Antioch system a few years ago. Blew up the hive ship before it could colonize the planet. I'd heard about that, said March, who had in fact been right in the middle of that battle. But there was no reason to burden the others with that knowledge. Serving as an Omega operative of the Silent Order meant keeping many secrets. It doesn't do us any good, said Axiom. We are a long way from Lord Admiral Stormreel and the Kalaskaran Navy. Whatever happens out here, it is up to us. Very cheery as ever, said Helen. She's not wrong though, said Memnon. No, said March, she isn't. The others left to get some food and rest, and March took his shift piloting the ship. The Helix had a sophisticated autopilot, and March could have let the computer guide the ship to its next hyperspace jump point. But he wanted someone to remain at the controls, ready to respond at once to a threat. The machinists had already attempted one massive ambush at the Mothro system, and they might prepare another. Yet no threats showed themselves on the Helix's sensors. In fact, nothing much at all appeared on the scanners. The Azov system was at the very edge of charted space. Kalaskar had been at the outer boundary of the Fifth Terran Empire when it had collapsed, and the Helix was now a long, long way from Kalaskar. It was common to encounter ships following the established routes within the solar systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Here, the Helix's sensors had not picked up another ship since they had left New Westport, and there had been only a few mining ships and freighters in space around the colony world. The only other ship the Helix detected was Sophia Logos's vessel, which kept pace 10,000 kilometers alongside them. The navigational charts were often incomplete. The Kingdom of Kalaskar was 2,000 years old, and the planet had been a colony world for centuries before the collapse of the final Terran Empire. The Kalaskar system was thoroughly charted and mapped, the orbit of every planet and asteroid measured, the position of every comet and dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt recorded, the location of every space installation marked on the charts. Even with Thunderbolt's extra data, the solar systems at the edge of the non-aligned systems were not well mapped. Sometimes, the navigational data for a particular system only listed the number of planets with no data on the moons and asteroids, or even whether the planets were rocky or gas giants. To compensate, March had to set the hyperdrive to its highest sensitivity, ready to bring the ship back to normal space at the slightest hint of a gravity well, and traversing some of the deserted systems took longer than he expected. In the 100,000 years of recorded history since humanity had left the planet of its birth, March supposed only a very few humans had ever come to these systems. If the hyperdrive failed, or if the Helix suffered a catastrophic system failure, they were dead. It was as simple as that. For a hyperdrive failure in a more populous region of space, you simply had to turn on your distress beacon. Eventually, another ship would pass through the system, and you could negotiate for help. Not here, though. If the Helix's systems failed, they would be trapped, and they would eventually starve to death. Maybe March could get the ship to a habitable planet where they could eke out the rest of their days. But if the hyperdrive failed in a system without habitable planets, that would be that. The earliest explorers in the first days of hyperspace travel must have felt that way, knowing that they might find themselves stranded unfathomably vast distances from home, or if their resonators failed, they would become macro-possessed monsters. It was just as well that March had spent a significant portion of their funds on as many spare parts and supplies as the hold would contain. March brooded over that as he flew the Helix closer and closer to the Azov system, and he considered the other questions that troubled him. What should he do about Lysiana if they succeeded in their mission? What would they do if they reached Azov Station and found Sigrande dead? It had been months since he had fled Orodria with the plans for the Pulse, and he might have run out of supplies by now or been killed by the machinists. And if Sigrande could lead them to the Pulse, just how would they destroy the damn thing? One question in particular chewed at his mind. Why build the Pulse all the way out here? Security, obviously. The reach of both the Kalaskaran Royal Navy and the Silent Order was long, but not this long. There was no way the Navy could send a significant force such a distance. Yet the sheer logistical difficulties had to outweigh the security benefits. Even if the final consciousness had built the necessary construction facilities on site, they still needed to ship a staggering amount of materiel across a long distance, and the custodian had observed numerous machinist ships moving through the Eschaton system on their way to Mothro. The economy of the machinists' brutal empire was inefficient and riddled with corruption, and the cost of building the Pulse so far from their industrial centers had to have been staggering, if not ruinous. Given that the Great Elder Ones had influenced the Cognarchs, perhaps the cost did not matter. The Great Elder Ones would not care if the final consciousness collapsed into economic ruin so long as the Pulse worked. But the question inspired a follow-up one that March had not been able to work out at all. How the hell did the machinists plan to get the Pulse to Kalaskar? Everything he had learned suggested that the pulse would be a vessel of immense size, at least 40 to 50 kilometers long. It would be impossible to hide something that big, to say nothing of the massive surge of dark energy radiation that would accompany the vessel's emergence from hyperspace. The Kalaskaran Royal Navy would detect the pulse light years before it threatened its designated target of Kalaskar. Maybe Sigrande would have an answer. Boots clanked against the deck, and Constantine Bishop strolled up behind March. He was dressed in his usual odd style, a black Kalaskaran frock coat over a crewer's jumpsuit with twin gun belts crossed over his waist. Somehow, it made him look like a dashing figure, like a romantic conception of a space pirate. Women certainly thought so, though given the number of times he had been divorced, apparently the romance never lasted. "My turn at the helm," said Bishop. "You can go check over the armory again." "Never regretted double-checking my weapons before I got into a fight," said March. "Or bringing extra ammunition," agreed Bishop. They lapsed into a comfortable silence for a while, Bishop watching the wall screen, March checking the status of the flight systems and the sensors one last time. "Hell of a difference from the old days, isn't it?" said Bishop. "Back when we would fly around on the Tiger solving problems." "It is." Bishop grinned. "At least the Helix's bunks are more comfortable. Something I'm sure your lovely wife appreciates." March rolled his eyes. "I'm sure that was Sensor's main concern when he assigned us this ship." Bishop pointed at him. "Finding you a woman had been one of my projects for years. I can have a small victory lap." "Celebrate it sitting down while flying the ship," said March as he got to his feet. "I'm going to go check on the cargo bay. And maybe the armory one more time." "Anything out there?" said Bishop as he took the pilot's acceleration chair. "Nothing," said March. "No colonies, no asteroid mines, no orbital stations, no other ships. No message drones, no probes. No radio transmissions. No signs at all that humans have ever been here. The only other ship we've seen is Sophia's." "Too bad we can't claim all these systems in the name of the king," said Bishop. "We'd get knighthoods." He tapped some controls on the console, bringing up his preferred layout of the displays. "What we'd get," said March, "is shot by Thunderbolt." "That's a good argument," said Bishop. "Maybe I'll pass the time chatting with Sophia. Must be lonely flying that ship all by herself." "I'm sure she'll cope." Bishop laughed. "You might have wanted to live as some kind of wandering ascetic warrior monk, Jack, until Adelaide decided otherwise. But not all of us feel the same way. I'll call you if there are any problems." "With the ship or with Sophia?" said March. "The last place I need advice," said Bishop, "is with Sophia." March nodded, left the bridge, and took a quick circuit through the Helix. Helen, Axiom, and Memnon were in their cabins, sleeping after having taken the night shift. March wondered if Axiom was in Memnon's cabin, and decided once again that he would rather not know. Adelaide and Cassandra were in the engine room, and probably Liziana was with them. He descended to the cargo bay. The Helix was technically a cargo gunship, which was the term starship manufacturers used when building small warships to sell on the private market. The Helix could act as a mid-sized freighter, and the cargo bay filled the bottom half of the ship, a cavernous metal space running from bow to stern. Right now, their supplies filled about half the available floor space. Most of it was every conceivable spare part that had been available from Mothro Station at short notice. The rest was extra food and tanks of water and breathable air. Everything smelled a bit of packing material and machine oil. March walked along the pallets, checking to make sure that nothing had shifted in flight and that everything was locked down. If chess pieces could be dangerous during a failure in the inertial absorbers or the artificial gravity, then several tons of supplies and spare parts would be much worse. March went around a wrapped pallet of emergency rations and spotted Liziana. The girl sat on the edge of a pallet of plasma cannon capacitors, her legs dangling over the side. She was small and slight and looked younger than her 12 years, with enormous green eyes and blonde hair so pale it verged on white in the right lighting. Liziana wore the smallest size crew's jumpsuit available in the Helix's stores, but she still had to have the legs tucked into her boots and the sleeves rolled up so they didn't flop over hands. She held a computer tablet on her lap, her expression distant and almost sad as she solved an elaborate-looking hyperspace calculation on the screen. TRK-99 stood a short distance away, a dark shadow in the hold, plasma cannon cradled in its spindly arms. At least its arms looked spindly, though they were capable of punching through plate metal without much difficulty. The war robot's optical sensors fixed on him like glaring red eyes. Hearth Foundry's TRK line of war robots was so deadly that the company had stopped producing them in response to the pressure from multiple governments, but they still circulated at the edge of human space. The Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact had been a pacifistic organization, which apparently did not preclude using war robots as bodyguards, because TRK-99 had been serving as Liziana's guard for years. It had single-handedly wiped out a significant portion of the machinist force that had tried to kill Brother Samuel. "Captain March approaches," intoned the robot in its metallic growl of a voice. Liziana looked up and blinked at him, surprised. "You okay?" said March. "I'm fine," said Liziana. "I just wanted to be alone for a while." March nodded. "All right. Call if you need anything." Liziana blinked. "You're okay with leaving me alone?" March shrugged. "Why not? You could get yourself into trouble down here, but you're not a toddler." He thought of some of Adelaide's nieces and nephews. "And you're not an idiot. You've had a rough time, and if you want to be alone with your thoughts, that's fine." "Adelaide wanted to talk to me about how I felt," said Liziana. "About Brother Samuel and Brother Christopher. But I don't really want to talk about that." She shrugged in turn. "I just wanted to solve some equations. It's relaxing. It's not complicated." March glanced at the equation on her tablet. "Looks complicated to me." "It is intellectually complicated," Liziana clarified. "Emotionally simple." She hesitated. "You don't have to go if you don't want to. Talking to you is like being alone, Captain March." March frowned, trying to work out if that was a compliment or not. "That came out wrong," said Liziana. "Everyone always fussed over me. Because I was the vessel. Adelaide doesn't fuss as much, but she still does. You don't." "Things are what they are," said March. "However you might feel about them. One of those things is that you're an important person. You're going to be an important person, however you feel about it, so you might as well figure out how to make peace with it." "I suppose," said Liziana. March sat down atop another pallet with a sigh, facing her. "Once this is done, maybe you'll go back to Mothro and start the Brotherhood again." "I don't know," said Liziana. "Saga." She hesitated, still uncomfortable talking about the harmonious scholar inside her head. March waited. He could wait a long time. He had undertaken a lot of interrogations in his travels, and he had found that simply waiting was an excellent way to draw out people. Part of his mind pointed out that maybe he shouldn't use interrogation techniques on a 12-year-old girl, given how unsettled Adelaide had been when he had memorized information about her family members soon after they had started seeing each other. Then again, it was a useful technique in regular conversation, and Liziana knew how to keep a secret. He had figured out there were many things unusual about her, but she had not breathed a word about the last of the harmonious scholars until Brother Samuel and Saga himself had told her to do it. "You were there," said Liziana at last. "Saga thinks that this is the end, that his vigil will be over when we find the pulse." "What do you think?" said March. "I do not know what to think," said Liziana. Her voice softened. "I'm scared. Does that make me a coward?" "No," said March. "Just means you're not an idiot." "Do you get scared?" said Liziana. "Yes." She looked incredulous. "You don't seem scared." "Did Adelaide tell you what happened to her left arm?" said March. Liziana hesitated. "No. But based on the conversations I overheard since I came aboard your ship, I deduced that under the influence of machinist technology, she was compelled to attempt to assassinate the king of Kalaskar and was badly injured in the attempt. Your actions saved her life, and the king sent you on your present mission." "Jesus," sighed March. "What?" said Lysiana. "Did I say something I should not have?" No, said March. "That's supposed to be a secret, but you still figured it out. Too bad you weren't working for the Silent Order. We could have avoided a lot of trouble." "So I was right," said Lysiana. "Yeah," said March. "Adelaide tried to assassinate the king in front of me. Wasn't her fault. The machinist had this mind control machine. I stopped her from killing the king, and we had to go on the run so the royal guards wouldn't shoot us. That was as scared as I have ever been. Not for myself. I've never really been worried about what happens to me. I was more afraid of what would happen to Adelaide. Still am, I suppose." How did you still act?" "When you were afraid," said Lysiana. "Fear can paralyze you," said March. "But if it doesn't, then it's on your side. Wakes you up. Makes you think things through. Makes you faster and stronger than you could have been otherwise. Don't know if that helps." "It kind of helps," said Lysiana. March got to his feet. "What really helps is keeping busy. Do you know how to disassemble and reassemble a plasma rifle?" "No." "Want to learn?" To his surprise, she smiled. "Okay." They spent the next several hours in the Helix's well-equipped armory, with March explaining how to break down the various weapons, check all the components, and then reassemble them. He knew that Lysiana was clever, and she proved it yet again. He only needed to explain something once, sometimes twice, and she caught on. Any questions she asked were always relevant and to the point. Odd to think that she had an immortal, incorporeal alien living inside of her head. Lysiana was another person under his care, someone else for whom he was responsible. Perhaps death awaited them all in the Azov system. But if it came for them, March promised himself, it would not be through lack of preparation on his part. 2. The Secret Police. The navigational computer had estimated it would take 6.5 days of travel from Mothro to the coordinates that Thunderbolt had provided for Azov Station. Due to the incomplete nature of the navigational charts, and the need to correct for the gravity wells of several particularly dense dwarf planets in the Kuiper belts of the systems they crossed, the time extended out to 8 days. At last, they were less than 10 minutes from the Azov system itself. Perhaps they would finally find some answers. March sat at the pilot station, Adelaide at the co-pilot's console. Axiom was at the tactical console, checking the weapon status. Bishop had taken another console and reconfigured it to a backup tactical station, which would let him run the point defense turrets, while Axiom handled the plasma cannons and the railguns. Lysiana sat at the engineering station. March had let her remain on the bridge, so long as she stayed in an acceleration chair. Cassandra, Memnon, and Helen were in the engine room to act as damage control, alongside the automated repair drones should the ship come under attack. TRK-99 loomed next to Lysiana's chair like a statue of black metal, plasma cannon cradled in its spindly arms. "We don't know exactly where we are going," said Bishop. "We do know where we're going," said March. "Just not what we'll find when we get there." Dr. Sigrande's message had said he would wait for the Silent Order at Azov Station. Unfortunately, he hadn't bothered to mention exactly where Azov Station was, or what it was for that matter. In terms of operational security, March supposed it was an excellent choice, making it far harder for the Final Consciousness or the Orodrian Secret Police to track Sigrande down. In terms of actually finding and rescuing Sigrande, it was a damn pain in the ass. "I looked at every record and every piece of metadata I could find in the navigational data," said Adelaide. According to the metadata in the original navigational chart, Azov Station was a scientific research station founded by the Fifth Terran Empire in its final years. So relatively recent, said Lysiana. Bishop glanced at her. If you consider 2,000 to 3,000 years ago to be relatively recent. Lysiana might not, but Saga, who was older than human civilization, probably considered 3,000 years to be the equivalent of an idle half-hour. On a historical timescale, said Lysiana. Did the metadata happen to mention what that scientific station was studying? Said Bishop. Alien artifacts of unknown origin, said Adelaide. Oh, splendid, said Bishop. This entire mess has been about alien artifacts of unknown origin. There are other alien civilizations than the Great Elder Ones, said Adelaide. I spent some time digging them up. Statistically, this region of space ought to have far more alien species than what we've actually encountered. A lot of ruins and relics, but no actual surviving alien civilizations. There are all kinds of theories in the literature about what happened, but after everything we've learned, I think it's safe to say the war between the Great Elder Ones and the harmonious scholars wiped them out. How did the Fifth Terran Empire fall again? Said March. In the 100,000 years since mankind had left primeval Earth and the Sol system, there had been 5 different Terran empires, and all of them had fallen for one reason or another. March could never keep the reasons for their demise straight. Though after meeting Thunderbolt, he would have no difficulty remembering that insane artificial intelligences had destroyed the Third Terran Empire. The thought of artificial minds, even crazier than Thunderbolt waging war against humanity and each other, was not a pleasant one. A combination of internal dissent and economic inequality, said Adelaide. To put it simply, the elites became too wealthy at the expense of the empire's population. Demagogues arose to take advantage of the discontent, and the whole thing blew up. Part of the reason Kalaskar was founded was to avoid the mistakes of the Fifth Terran Empire. She was more right than she knew. When the king had made March an Omega operative, he had also learned the truth of the Silent Order. Censor, the head of the order, was actually an artificial intelligence who had achieved sanity through symbiosis with a human mind. Most people who knew the Silent Order existed thought it dealt with foreign threats, which was true, but its main mission was to monitor the elites of Kalaskaran society. If a powerful or wealthy person became too corrupt or too interested in the ideology of the final consciousness, the Silent Order intervened. Sometimes fatally. March wondered if that would horrify Adelaide, if she had known the truth. It didn't disturb him. He had grown up on Calixtus, a world whose ruling class had joined the final consciousness, and he had spent his childhood in one of the innumerable labor camps that dotted that ruined world. Such musings were unproductive, and he pushed them out of his thoughts. They were almost to the Azov system. March had told Lysiana that work was a good way to focus the mind. Getting shot at also had a marvelous way of clearing the mind, though it was not a method March would recommend. A notification flashed across his console. We're almost there, said March. Get ready, everyone. Adelaide passive scan only once we return to normal space. Acknowledged, said Adelaide. March reached for the hyperdrive power levers and drew them back, and the helix shot out of hyperspace and returned to normal space. Sophia Logos' ship emerged next to them, 5,000 kilometers or so off the starboard bow. Nothing showed on the passive sensors. March hadn't really expected to detect anything. The helix had come out of hyperspace at the edge of the Azov system, just within the innermost boundary of the Kuiper belt. There had been minimal navigational data available for the system, but the charts had claimed that the Azov system had 4 inner rocky planets and 6 gas giants, with Azov Station and Sigrande's hiding place somewhere near the innermost of the gas giants. The chart had been at least that accurate. According to the telescopes, the spectrometers, and the scanning computer, the system did indeed have 10 planets, 6 gas giants, and 4 rocky inner ones. Given that the star was a fierce blue-white, the inner planets were likely airless, too hot to support life. The comm crackled with a bit of static. "Checking in," said Sophia over the channel. "Any problems?" "Not yet," said March. He glanced at the scanner displays and frowned. "But we are picking up some active dark energy radiation signatures." "So am I," said Sophia, her voice growing grimmer. 3 or 4. Small. The hyperdrives from either a light freighter or heavy fighter. "They're clustered around the first gas giant," said March. Unless Sigrande had brought his own fleet with him to Azov Station, that was probably a bad thing. "Are you getting any strange readings from near that gas giant?" said Sophia. "Yeah," said March. The Helix's array of passive sensors included both telescopes and spectrometers, which combined with computer analysis could deliver a lot of information, though not as much as active scanning. "Your sensors are better than ours, but the ship thinks there's a very large metallic object near the gas giant." "So does mine," said Sophia. "We're over 4 billion kilometers from that gas giant. Just how big does a metallic object have to be for it to register on a spectrometer at this distance?" "Don't know," said March. "Big. At least the size of a small moon." "Does the custodian have any information about this system?" said Adelaide. "About alien species that might have lived here?" "Probably," said Sophia, "but the custodian didn't share it with me. From what little information we had about the Azov system, I thought there was only an old science station from the end of the 5th Terran Empire." "Maybe a science station built to study that big metallic object," said Adelaide. "I suppose we will have to find out," said Sophia. March glanced back at Lysiana, but the girl only shrugged. "I had never heard of the Azov system until I found out we were going here," said Lysiana. "Those active hyperdrive signatures," said Axiom. "The pilots of those ships will know that we have arrived." "We might as well jump closer," said Sophia. "Right. Make sure your weapons are ready," said March. "I doubt anyone will find out here will be friendly." It took longer than he would have liked for the navigational computer to calculate a jump from their current location to the edge of the gas giant's gravity well. With the data from the passive scans, the computer had been able to build something of a better chart of the system, noting the location of asteroids and moons, but the limits of the passive scan meant the data was incomplete. Finally, the computer finished the jump calculation, and March sent the jump data to Sophia. With their navigational computers synced, both ships entered hyperspace. The jump from the edge of the system to the gas giant's gravitational influence took only 35 seconds, and the Helix and Sophia's ship emerged back into normal space. At once the passive sensors lit up with notifications. The gas giant was huge, nearly 150,000 kilometers in diameter, large enough that it put out a considerable amount of radiation. The planet was yellowish-red in color, covered in banded storms generated by alternating wind currents. The Helix's hull and shielding were up to the task of withstanding the radiation, though March wouldn't want to take the ship too close to the planet. Strangely, the gas giant had no moons, which was very odd. Given its size and gravitational field, the planet would inevitably collect wandering asteroids as new moons. "What the hell is that?" said Bishop. Even as March looked, Adelaide brought up the image on the wall screen. A ring encircled the gas giant. That was hardly unusual. Nearly all gas giants had rings formed by orbiting particles of ice and stone, though they were often invisible to the naked eye. March had seen some gas giants with visually spectacular rings of ice particles. In the Constantinople system, one of the gas giants had such an impressive ring system that entrepreneurial ship owners made good money ferrying tourists out for sightseeing trips. In all his travels, March had never ever seen a planet with an artificial ring. "I don't know," said March. Data scrolled across his displays. The metallic ring had a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers and a width of about 500 kilometers. Visually, it was a slender band of metal encircling the planet. It would have an interior surface area of hundreds of millions of square kilometers. March supposed they had found out where all the gas giants' moons had gone. And a significant number of the asteroids. Maybe some of the asteroids in neighboring systems as well, given the sheer mass of metal involved. Sophia, do you know what that is? Said March. Negative, said Sophia. For once, she sounded a bit taken aback. It's not harmonious scholar technology, I'm sure of that. My ship would recognize it if it was. It's a von Braun wheel, said Adelaide. What the hell is that? Said March. Von Braun was a pre-spaceflight scientist, said Adelaide. There were records about him aboard the Ark. It's a kind of rotating space habit, where the rotation generates artificial gravity. Look, the ring is revolving at the same speed as the gas giant itself. Like a cylindrical space habitat, said Bishop. Cheap way to get gravity, so long as the station doesn't stop spinning. A calm ping came from the engine room. Jack, said Cassandra, are those sensor readings accurate? Yeah, said March. Sophia's ship is seeing it too. Look, said Adelaide. There's atmosphere on the interior of the ring. I think terrain as well. Terrain, said March, and he zoomed his screen in for a closer look. She was right. Mountains and oceans and forests clung to the interior of the ring, along with a few white spots he recognized as puffy clouds. The radiation from the gas giant should have burned off the atmosphere and rendered the ring uninhabitable. Impossibly, the interior of the ring had an atmosphere, and the computer thought it would be comfortably habitable for humans. I'm getting power readings, said Sophia. Something in the ring is generating a shield that is keeping the interior protected from the planet's radiation. Scouts have found a few other rings like this, said Adelaide. They have, said March, surprised. Not intact though, said Adelaide. Only the wreckage orbiting gas giants. There were theories about them, but no one ever found an intact ring. For that matter, no one knows who built the rings or why. If we live long enough to get back to Kalaskar, I could write an amazing paper about this. Suppose that's why the Fifth Terran Empire built a science station here, said March, checking the coordinates. I thought Sigrande would be on a moon or an asteroid orbiting the gas giant. Instead, yeah, it looks like Azov station is on the interior of the ring. It must be habitable, said Sophia, if he's been staying down there for months. Should we do a sensor focus on that location? Based on our current trajectory, we should have a clear view of Azov station. March hesitated for a half-second before making up his mind. Yeah. We might as well. If there are any ships near the gas giant, they will have detected our arrival. They already know we're here, so we might as well learn what we can before anyone starts shooting at us. With that, he keyed for an active scan. More data flooded across his screens as the Helix's radar, ladder, and other active sensors came online. Whatever alien race had built the ring must have had biological needs fairly close to those of humans. Average temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, with atmospheric pressure and humidity close to acceptable human norms. The speed of the ring's rotation and its overall density meant that the gravity was just about 85% of normal. A lot of plant life grew on the ring's interior. It should have been impossible for the ring's interior to support such an environment, but the radiation shield covering the interior blocked the intense radiation from the gas giant. That shield was more advanced than anything any human civilization had ever built, capable of taking the radiation that struck it and converting it to electrical power. That seemed to be powering the energy signatures coming from inside the ring, ancient alien systems functioning thousands of years since their creators had departed or died out. To hell with a paper. This thing could probably inspire entirely new fields of scientific study. March could just imagine the documentary series Adelaide could have produced about it. As strange as the ring was, more immediate problems demanded his attention. Additional notifications flashed across his console, informing him that multiple active sensor focuses had just locked onto the Helix. Incoming, said Sophia. March keyed for a new second focus, and he spotted the ships heading toward the Helix. 6 ships, all of them smaller than both the Helix and Sophia's vessel. Light freighters. No, heavy starfighters, sleek and deadly. Heavy armor and good speed, though not terribly maneuverable. And all the fighters had been armored in black to reduce visibility. They bore no insignia, and broadcast no identification beacons. "Heareth Foundry's Raptor-class heavy starfighters," said March. Heareth Foundries was not particularly interested in what its customers did with their purchases, so long as they paid promptly. Consequently, while many governments had squadrons of Raptor-class fighters, the Raptor was a favorite among mercenaries and pirates. And covert operators, who wanted a relatively anonymous ship. "You might have come from the same factory," said Bishop to TRK-99. As ever, the war robot did not respond to jokes. "Odds are good those fighters are Orodrian secret police," said March. "Should we try hailing them?" said Adelaide. "Might as well," said March, though he had no doubt they were in for a fight. Raising shields. "Axiom, Constantine, get the weapons charged and start working on firing solutions." "Right," said Bishop. "This is the independent freighter Helix, flying out of Mothro," said Adelaide. "Unknown vessels, please respond and identify." No response came, save for a notification that the Raptors had established targeting locks. "Looks like they're going to start with a missile volley as soon as they're in range," said Sophia. "I don't think they'll expect my particle cannon. I can probably take down one or two of them before they realize what is happening." "Do it," said March. "Wait until the last 30 seconds before they're in missile range. Our point defense should be able to handle missiles from the 4 remaining fighters." If those fighters were flown by the Orodrian secret police, they might have already found and killed Sigrande. Or they had taken the renegade scientist prisoner, and he was aboard one of those fighters. Still, if Sigrande was alive, he probably wasn't on one of the Raptors. Raptor fighters had a long range, but not enough to cover the vast distance from Orodria to Azov Station. Which meant it was possible that the Orodrians had a carrier somewhere nearby. Could they have brought an actual capital ship all the way to the Azov system? No, that was unlikely. Orodria did not have much in the way of a navy. Probably they had reconfigured a large freighter to act as a carrier, and then had used it to travel out here. Problems for later. First, they had to survive the coming battle. "Firing solutions ready for the point defense turrets," announced Bishop. "Ready for plasma cannons and railguns," said Axiom. March watched the distance to the incoming fighters decrease on the scanner. For all the many times he had been involved in space combat, it always felt strange. The possibility of injury and violent death were present, yet he was sitting in a chair pressing buttons. It wasn't the same as a hand-to-hand fight with the heart pounding in your ears and the breath rasping through your dry throat, the sweat in your eyes. Maybe that was the difference. In ship-to-ship combat, if you killed someone, you never saw their corpse bleeding out at your feet. Often, depending on the weapons used, there was no corpse at all, only a vague mist of organic molecules dispersing into the void. The Raptors were only 20 seconds or so from missile range when Sophia started shooting. Her ship looked like a tapered spike built of gleaming white metal, and its primary weapon was a cannon that fired charged particles at a significant percentage of the speed of light. Particle cannons were hardly new technology, but ships the size of Sophia's did not carry them. The power requirements and the size of the acceleration chambers meant that particle cannons were typically mounted on battleships and dreadnoughts and capital ships of similar size, or massive orbital battle stations like the ones that protected Kalaskar itself. Not ships the size of Sophia's. The first Raptor crew probably had no idea what was happening, as 2 particle shots ripped through their shields and tore the fighter apart. Sophia blew up one more Raptor before the remaining 4 fighters realized that something was wrong, and scattered, going into frantic evasive maneuvers. March fed more power to the fusion drive, the Helix accelerating towards the enemy. The targeting sensors locked onto a Raptor, and March triggered one of Axiom's firing solutions. The Helix's arsenal of turret-mounted plasma cannons came to life, spitting deadly bolts into the void. The plasma bolts weren't nearly as powerful as the shots from Sophia's particle cannon, but the Helix could fire them quite a bit faster, and 5 or 6 direct hits would chew through a Raptor's shield and burn holes in the fighter's armored hull. The Raptor evaded the plasma shots but veered too close to the Helix in the process, which triggered the second half of Axiom's firing solution. Both of the Helix's railguns spat tungsten rounds, the guns firing half a second apart. The fighter's evasive routines took it right into the path of the railgun rounds. The first round collapsed the Raptor's kinetic shield. The round tore into fragments, raking across the Raptor's armored hull like a shotgun blast. By that point, most of the shot's kinetic energy had been dissipated by the shield, so the fragments did only moderate damage. The second round, unhindered by the destroyed shield, punched a hole straight through the fighter. The Raptor ripped apart into a cloud of debris, torn apart by its own forward momentum. The 3 remaining Raptors had turned their attention to Sophia's ship. Sophia's vessel was built from the technology of the Harmonious Scholars and could take a pounding, but it was not invincible, and 3 Raptor heavy fighters carried a lot of firepower. Plasma bolts and chain gun rounds burst from the fighters, and Sophia weaved and dodged around them, her ship's shielding soaking up the few blasts that hit her. The Raptors began firing missiles, the warheads locking onto Sophia's ship. She sent her vessel into another evasive routine, point defense laser blasts lancing out to disable the missiles. The Helix drew closer to the melee, and March activated several of Bishop's and Axiom's firing solutions. One of the flak cannons fired, spitting a field of jagged debris between Sophia's ship and the oncoming missiles. The missiles flew into the debris, hit the fragments and detonated, and the Helix's point defense lasers opened up, burning out the thrusters of the remaining missiles. At the same time, the plasma turrets began firing. The Raptors had been on vectors to attack Sophia and tried to evade. A volley of plasma bolts slammed into one of the Raptors, collapsing the fighter's shields and melting into the hull. The Raptor wobbled, and the plasma turrets locked on for the kill. One of the bolts breached the fighter's reactor, and the Raptor exploded like a fusion bomb, becoming a miniature sun for a fraction of a second. The 2 remaining fighters had seen enough and turned to flee. Sophia shot one of them with a particle bolt, ripping the Raptor apart. March set the Helix after the second one. The Raptor's pilot danced around the plasma bolts, but made the mistake of blundering into the railgun's field of fire. One of the railgun rounds missed, but the second tore apart the kinetic shield and disabled the fighter's engines. Robbed of its maneuverability, the Raptor could no longer evade, and the Helix's plasma cannons finished it off. Nothing remained of the 6 fighters but debris and background radiation. 3. The Ring. Sophia, damage report, said March, checking the displays on his own console. Nothing significant, came Sophia's crisp voice. Lost about 40% of my shield charge, but it is rebuilding. Some strain in the power systems, but the automated repair system is recovering that. You? Stand by, said March, and he keyed for the engine room. Cass, any problems? No, said Cassandra. The new parts handled everything without strain. I don't think we even got hit once. We didn't, said March. Those Raptors, said Cassandra. They look like the ones that were after me the day we met. Do you think they were Orodrian's secret police? Yeah. Makes sense, said Cassandra with some disdain. The secret police never did like people who can fight back. I think we can credit Sophia's particle cannon with that, said March. Keep an eye on the radiation shield. It's the last thing we want to go out near that gas giant. He switched back to Sophia. We should head towards the coordinates for Azov Station now, but keep an active scan going. We might run into more fighters or their carrier. Carrier, said Sophia. I thought Herath Foundry's Raptors were long-range fighters. They showed up on the dark energy radiation scanner, which means they have hyperdrives. They are, said March, but it's a long way to Orodria from here, and I doubt Raptors could carry enough supplies to make the trip. You think these fighters were Orodrian? Said Sophia. Makes sense if they are, said March. President Murden of Orodria is an ally of the final consciousness, and Sigrande is Orodrian. Murden will want to clean up the mess himself. Doesn't want to look bad in front of his machinist masters. I'm not terribly familiar with Orodria, admitted Sophia. Quite a few Orodrian cargo ships have passed through the eschaton system for the final consciousness, but I don't know much about the planet. Do they have enough of a navy to project force out this far? No, said March. At least, not that we know about. If they have a carrier, it's going to be a converted freighter or a light warship. Sophia hesitated. There aren't any other active hyperdrive signatures in the system that I can detect. No, but let's keep our eyes open, said March. Sending you course information. Better stay within 1,000 kilometers of us. Acknowledged. March turned the helix, sending the ship towards the gas giant and the alien ring that encircled it. Assuming the information from Sigrande was correct, Azov Station, the ancient research base, would be located about 30 degrees around the interior of the ring from the helix's current location. Between the distance and the disruptive effects of the atmosphere on the ring's interior, the sensors couldn't pick up anything unusual. More unusual than a giant metal ring spinning around a gas giant anyway. This unit wishes to pose a query to Captain March, said TRK-99. The war robot had remained motionless next to Lysiana during the firefight. Go ahead, said March, keying for a sensor focus on the coordinates of Azov Station. No luck. Between the ring's atmosphere and the gas giant's radiation, he wasn't getting any additional information until they got closer. Our current tactical objective is to locate and secure Dr. Terras Sigrande, defector from the scientific apparatus of the Orodrian government, said TRK-99. That is correct, said Axiom. March didn't ask how the robot knew that. A TRK model war robot was constantly analyzing and assessing its surroundings, continually building and updating targeting profiles on everything around it. The damn things would have made excellent spies. Does the Orodrian government consider him a high-value target? Said TRK-99. Extremely. March checked the sensors again, as the helix flew closer to the gas giant and the ring. The final consciousness, too. Tactical analysis suggests that the Raptors destroyed by this vessel were merely a screening or sentinel force, said TRK-99. The main concentration of the enemy will be deployed to either capture or terminate Dr. Terras Sigrande. That's good news then, said Adelaide. This unit requests elaboration of this statement. She means, said Lysiana, voice quiet, that if the Orodrians have stationed a guard in orbit around the ring, they haven't captured Dr. Sigrande yet, and that means that we can still rescue him and continue to our next tactical objective. Well reasoned, said Bishop. I spent a lot of time listening to a TRK war robot growing up, said Lysiana. But that leads to another question, said Adelaide. Lysiana nodded. Why haven't the Orodrians been able to capture or kill Dr. Sigrande yet? Insufficient data to render tactical analysis, said TRK-99. Potential explanations include, in order of descending probability, possession of unknown tactical capabilities by Terras Sigrande, local environmental hazards, unknown alien defenses on the ring, incompetence among enemy forces, confusion among enemy forces, the intervention of hitherto unknown enemy forces. We'll find out soon enough, said March. The Helix and Sophia's ship flew closer to the gas giant and the alien ring. Or von Braun wheel, or space habitat, or whatever the hell the correct term was. Maybe if Adelaide published a paper or produced a documentary, she could think up a pithy name for it. The radiation level from the gas giant increased as they approached, as did the clarity of the sensor scans. Looking at the images of the ring's interior was surreal. It was like looking at a strip of a habitable planet, albeit one that bent inward for hundreds of thousands of kilometers around the curve of the gas giant. As they drew closer, the sensors noted numerous artificial structures dotting the ring's interior. They looked like step pyramids built out of some unknown white metal, and the computer calculated that those pyramids were the source of the sophisticated radiation shield that protected and powered the ring. In fact, the sensors noted a significant drop in radiation directly behind the ring, creating a relatively clear belt of space. Somehow, the ring's shield ate all the radiation that struck it and converted it to energy for the ring's systems and ecology. Had the long-departed aliens built a similar system near a star, they could have drawn near-limitless power from it. The sensors brought up more details of Azov Station. It was built near the base of a step pyramid. The station itself was little more than a small complex of ancient prefabricated structures. Likely, the scientists of the Fifth Empire had built it, intending to raise something larger later, but their funding had run out with the collapse of the empire. A modern starship was parked next to the complex, an Orodrian cargo shuttle with significant hull damage. 5 kilometers from the complex was a big ship. It was an Orodrian heavy freighter designed for planetfall, capable of delivering hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo and then lumbering its way back out of a planetary gravity well. Even a cursory scan revealed significant modifications. The freighter had been overhauled to act as a carrier for fighters. March wasn't sure how many Raptors the freighter could have carried. It depended on how much support and repair equipment the Orodrian techs had stuffed into the freighter. The ship definitely could have carried 6 fighters. Maybe as many as 16. "Sophia, can you get any more details about that ship?" said March. "Negative," said Sophia. "I think we're going to have to pass through the radiation shield before we get better readings. The shield's about 5 kilometers above the surface of the ring. I think it's also acting like an atmosphere barrier. We'll need to switch to antigravs as soon as we pass it." March scowled at the thought. The Helix did not handle well in atmosphere. In vacuum, flying the ship was like piloting a brick with a fusion drive attached. In atmosphere and normal planetary gravity, it was like piloting a brick precariously balanced upon a set of antigrav units. "Acknowledged," he said, suppressing a sigh. "What do you make of those dead spots?" said Sophia. He had noticed them as well. Scattered around the outskirts of Azov Station were numerous dead spots in the vegetation. Each one was a charred black circle, about 25 meters across. "Looks like some kind of weapons discharge," said March. "Maybe Sigrande brought heavy weapons with him," said Sophia. "Where would he have gotten them?" said March. "I assume he came here on that shuttle. It's half a wreck. Doesn't even look like it could take off. We're approaching the radiation shield." March had cut the fusion drive, guiding the Helix the rest of the way to the ring on ion thrusters until they were 5 kilometers above the surface of the ring's interior. The radiation shield was so powerful that March could actually see it on the telescopes. It looked vaguely like sunlight hitting rippling water on a bright day. "Everyone brace yourselves," said March. "Make sure you're sitting down and strapped in. There's going to be a lurch when we go through the barrier." He eased the ship through the radiation shield, and as he predicted, there was a violent jolt. He cut the ion thrusters and switched on the antigravs, and they pushed against the ring's gravity without trouble. "We're in," said March. "Sophia, you see that field 5 kilometers south of Azov Station? I'm going to set down there, and we'll go the rest of the way on foot." "Acknowledged." March steered the Helix towards the field. It was one of the more surreal flights in his travels. It was just like flying a short distance over a planetary surface, except this planetary surface was only 100 kilometers wide. One of the historical tidbits that Adelaide had found aboard the Ark had been that on pre-spaceflight Earth, there had been a conspiracy theory that Earth was flat, not a sphere, and the various national governments conspired to cover up that hidden truth. He supposed this ring really was flat, just curved. March set the Helix down, Sophia's ship landing a few hundred meters away. He kept a wary eye on the sensors, half expecting the freighter 5 kilometers away to start launching more fighters. But there was no sign of activity from the freighter, and as far as the Helix's scanners could tell, the ship was powered down. It had taken a long time, but they had reached Azov station at last. Perhaps they could finally find some answers. "What next?" said Adelaide. "I'm going to find Sigrande," said March. "Darius Constantine, you're with me. Head to the armory and get into the rangefinder armor. TRK-99, come with us." Bishop rose from his console and headed for the ladder to the lower decks, while TRK-99 stepped away from Lysiana's chair. "This unit will comply." "Sophia, you should come as well," said March. "Your armor is more advanced than anything we have, and if there are Orodrian foot soldiers here, we might need your backup." "I'll meet you by the bow of the Helix." "Adelaide, keep the ship ready to go at a moment's notice," said March, getting to his feet. "We might have destroyed all the fighters, but if that freighter launches any more of them, you need to get in the air right away. We'll keep the comm channel open at all times." "I'll keep an eye on things," said Adelaide. She squeezed his right hand as he stood up. "Be careful." "I will," said March. He stepped around his acceleration chair, TRK-99 striding across the deck to join him. Lysiana stared up at him, and he was surprised to see a hint of fear in her green eyes. "You should be careful," she said. March nodded, and she looked at TRK-99. "Do whatever Captain March tells you to do. This unit will comply." March descended to the armory and dressed in haste, donning the Hearth Foundry's rangefinder scout armor. As with all the weapon systems produced by Hearth Foundries, the armor was durable, dangerous, powerful, and very expensive. It started with a black body glove that could block radiation and keep the wearer alive in vacuum for 24 hours, even without the rest of the armor. He donned the suit of armor over the body glove, locking the segments into place piece by piece. The complete suit of armor offered shielding, strength augmentation, ion thrusters for flight, a suite of scanning capabilities, built-in plasma cannons, and shoulder-mounted micro-missile launchers. March also took a pair of plasma pistols, a rifle, a dozen grenades, and a rocket launcher, locking them to magnetic hardpoints on the armor. That much weaponry would have been heavy, but with the armor's strength assistance, he didn't feel the weight. He pulled on his helmet, and the HUD booted up, information scrolling across the screen. "Ready," said March to TRK-99. "This unit is ready for effective tactical action." "Great." March led the way down to the cargo hold, passed through the airlock with TRK-99, and stepped onto the surface of the ring. It felt no different at all, than walking on the surface of Kalaskar or Raisha or Rustaral or any of the other numerous worlds he had visited. The gravity was only slightly weaker than what he was used to, and the blue sky was clear and pleasant. The grass in the field came to his knees, and across the empty field, he saw the green wall of a forest, stony hills rising from it in places. It would have been a pleasant view, except for the rippling distortion of the radiation shield overhead. And beyond the distortion, hazy in the blue sky, was the massive bulk of the gas giant, the curve of the ring's horizon rising and vanishing into the sky in either direction. March walked around the side of the helix and came to the bow. Bishop, Memnon, and Sophia waited for him there. Bishop and Memnon both wore rangefinder armor like March, dark and bulky, their faces hidden beneath helmets mounted with sensors. Sophia's white armor was far more form-fitting, so close-fitting that it was obvious that she was a woman, and an attractive one at that. It looked like a video producer's idea of what combat armor should look like for the attractive female lead. Yet March knew that the armor had been built with the technology of the Harmonious Scholars, and it could take a considerable amount of damage while keeping the wearer alive, more than even a suit of Hearth Foundry's rangefinder armor. That had helped them escape the wreck of the Malachite. "TRK-99, said March. "Join our encrypted comm channel. We don't want any speech to give us away." A pop and a buzz came through his helmet speakers. "Directive acknowledged." "One problem," said Memnon, pointing at Sophia. "That armor looks good on you, but it's going to stand out in the middle of a damned forest." "Very flattering, Mr. Memnon," said Sophia. She did not move, but suddenly the color of her armor changed, becoming a dappled green and gray that matched the colors of the field. March was standing 3 meters from her and could pick her out, but the farther he was from her, the harder she would be to see. "Neat trick," said Bishop. "Adaptive camouflage," said Sophia. "Better, I understand, than anything commercially available." "A pity the custodian has no need for money," said Bishop. "I'd be happy to license the technology from him and cover the manufacturing costs. We could both make a killing." "I'm afraid, Mr. Bishop," said Sophia in a dry voice, "that you would be unable to afford the custodian's fees." She turned to March. "What is the plan, Captain March?" "Azov Station is 5 kilometers to the—" March paused, realized that compass directions would be useless, and then pointed. "To the counterclockwise." Bishop snorted at that. "I suspect that the Orodrians are laying siege to the place." "Which means Sigrande has some kind of defensive system with him," said Memnon. "Something automated, since he has to sleep." "Yeah," said March. "So we're going to approach on foot, eliminate any remaining Orodrian forces, and contact Sigrande and convince him of who we are." "How are we going to do that?" said Sophia. "The information Sigrande sent to the Silent Order," said March. "It included an encrypted passkey. I have it loaded into my armor's computer, and I'll broadcast it once I'm sure it won't give away our position to any enemies." "This unit will make a suggestion," said TRK-99. "Captain Logos's stealth capabilities are above average, and this unit is capable of moving without sound, even in arboreal environments. It will be nearly impossible for Captain March, Mr. Bishop, and Mr. Memnon to move quietly in the forest while wearing rangefinder armor. Therefore, this unit proposes that Captain Logos and this unit act as a scouting element, moving perhaps 50 to 75 meters ahead of the others. Should we come under attack or locate enemy positions, you can quickly come to our assistance." "The robot suggestion is good," said Sophia. "I think we should do it." "Let's go," said March. Sophia and TRK-99 moved off in the direction of the forest. Soon March had a difficult time keeping Sophia in sight, and without his HUD, he might have lost her position. TRK-99's black carapace stood out against the forest, but the robot made absolutely no sound as it walked, which was almost uncanny. March waited until they were 75 meters ahead, and then followed with Bishop and Memnon. The forest was thicker than March would have expected, and many of the trees had blue glowing vines that were mildly acidic to deter herbivores. Sometimes those herbivores darted through the trees. March supposed they were roughly analogous to deer, but they had 6 legs and looked a bit like pug dogs with long brown fur. A brief scan by his armor informed him that March could safely cook and consume the 6-legged dog things if necessary. Hopefully, matters would not come to that. It felt like he should have been able to smell plants and fallen leaves, though he smelled only the flat, cool air provided by his armor's life support systems. Adelaide, like March, preferred physical forms of recreation, though she enjoyed intellectual pursuits more than he did. They had taken long hikes together in some of Kalaskar's parks. A few times they had been isolated enough that March had persuaded her to make love outdoors, though once they had been forced to stop and dress in haste as a school group on bicycles approached within earshot. This forest reminded him of some of those hikes on Kalaskar. Except he was wearing powered armor, carrying a small arsenal of weapons, and was on his way to kill some Orodrian secret policemen. After about 2 kilometers, he glimpsed the white pyramid in the background. His armor informed him that it was 700 meters tall and emitting a considerable amount of energy, helping to maintain the radiation shield that protected the ring. The pyramid looked vaguely metallic, but his armor couldn't decide if it was metal, stone, ceramic, or some kind of impossibly dense crystalline structure. The pyramid wasn't giving off any radiation dangerous to humans, but the armor concluded that physically touching it would probably have the same effect as trying to microwave his hand. Alert! TRK-99's deep voice came over the helmet speakers. Human life signs detected 200 meters ahead. An image appeared in the corner of Mach's HUD, showing a view of 3 men in dark armor waiting behind a fallen tree. Targets are wearing standard Orodrian infantry-powered armor and are armed with plasma rifles. They are preparing an ambush for us. Request directions on how to proceed. March considered his HUD. Probably the Orodrian soldiers had detected March, Bishop, and Memnon. Rangefinder armor did not have much in the way of stealth capabilities. By contrast, standard Orodrian infantry armor lacked shielding. A few direct hits from a plasma weapon would burn through it. Or one hit from TRK-99's massive plasma cannon. "Have they detected you or Sophia?" said March. "Negative," said TRK-99. "Their sensor suites lack the necessary sophistication to lock onto my chassis or to detect Captain logos." The robot paused. "Even this unit would have difficulty detecting Captain logos if we were not sharing an encrypted radio channel." "All right," said March. "TRK-99, circle around them. Sophia, once TRK-99's in position, start shooting at the Orodrians. We'll hold their attention until you attack. TRK-99, come up from behind and neutralize them." "Got it." "Acknowledged," said Sophia. "Acknowledged," repeated the robot. "Go," said March. He set off at a slow, cautious walk towards the Orodrians' position. Bishop and Memnon followed. March watched the icons on his HUD as Sophia and TRK-99 moved into position. A few minutes later, he heard the familiar howl of plasma fire as Sophia started shooting. March broke into a run, raising his plasma rifle, Memnon and Bishop following suit. A few seconds later, he saw the fallen tree, 3 men in black-powered armor crouching behind it. Plasma bolts stabbed out of the forest as Sophia started shooting, and the Orodrians returned fire, though their shots came nowhere close to her. One of the soldiers saw March and the others approaching, and started to turn. Before the soldier could complete the movement, TRK-99 loomed out of the trees like a black shadow, plasma cannon in hand. The robot shot the Orodrian soldier in the back of the head, and the plasma bolt disintegrated both the soldier's helmet and most of his skull. TRK-99 twisted and fired twice more, and the remaining soldiers fell dead. "Report," said March. "I'm not hurt," said Sophia, though it sounded like she was breathing a little fast. "Targets neutralized," said TRK-99. "We had better keep moving," said Memnon. "Those 3 were alive long enough to call for help." "Right," said March, and they covered the remaining ground to the Azov station complex. It did not take them long to reach the station and to see that they had a problem. The forest stopped about half a kilometer from the pyramid, and Azov station filled most of the ground between the forest and the alien structure. It was a collection of weathered-looking, prefabricated buildings. Over to the left was the damaged Orodrian cargo shuttle, which looked like it was never taking off again without a major overhaul. March guessed that the shuttle had lasted just long enough to get Sigrande here from Orodria. A dozen of those strange burned circles marked the ground around the perimeter of the station, the vegetation dead within them. A few of the circles had some new plant growth, but others were stark and black. It looked like a weapons discharge. Some kind of radiation weapon, maybe? That would take a substantial reactor to power it, and the Helix hadn't detected anything like that kind of power source inside the station. But all that was in the background. The armed men rushing through the forest held his attention. His armor counted 52 men. All of them wore the black armor of Orodrian infantry soldiers and carried plasma weapons. 2 jeep-like vehicles accompanied, equipped with both ruggedized tires and anti-grav units, and in the back of each jeep was high-velocity plasma cannon with its own dedicated power source. "We can't take that many," said Sophia at once. "We'll hold here at the edge of the trees," said March, reaching for his rocket launcher. "Adelaide. Here. Get in the Helix in the air and head to the station," said March. "We're going to need air support, too." "What the hell?" said Bishop. At the same time, March's HUD flashed a notification that a massive spike in energy had come from within the abandoned station. The energy burst from the station breached a portion of the radiation shield overhead. a specific, controlled section of the ring's radiation shield. A 25-meter circle of the ground burst into flame, the vegetation dying, the men within falling over dead to the ground. Rangefinder armor could have stood up to the radiation of the gas giant for a few minutes at this range. Orodrian infantry armor wasn't up to the task, and the men fell over dead, instantly killed within their armor. The breach in the radiation shield lasted for maybe half a second, but it was more than enough to kill most of the Orodrian soldiers and render both of their vehicles inoperable. 8 or 9 men survived the radiation burst and ran for the trees, and March and his companions opened fire. The surviving soldiers fell dead, cut down by the torrent of plasma fire, and silence fell over the forest once more. "Jack," said Adelaide. "You okay?" "The ship just picked up a major radiation spike near the station. Didn't last all that long, but—" "Yeah," said March, thinking. "Yeah, we're okay. Wasn't aimed at us." "What the hell just happened?" said Memnon. "That energy burst right before the radiation spike," said Sophia. "It disrupted a small section of the shield for a half-second. Just enough to let it sufficient radiation to kill most of those men," said March. Even as he spoke, his armor detected a radio broadcast coming from one of the buildings in the station. "Hello, newcomers." It was a male voice, cheerful but with a mocking edge. "I really have to thank you for getting the secret police to bunch up like that. After the first few times they tried to kill me, they wised up and scattered out. Suppose I shouldn't tell you that, but I'm hoping that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or at least doesn't want to shoot me." March recognized that voice. He heard it when the king and censor had played Sigrande's message for him. "Dr. Terra Sigrande," said March. There was a pause. "Who might you be?" said the male voice. "Transmitting identification passkey," said March. He sent the encrypted passkey over the connection. "Then you're with the Silent Order," said Sigrande. "We are," said March, "and we've come a very long way to speak with you." "Okay," said Sigrande. "Just one of you come out. I want to talk to you before I make up my mind." "All right," said March, and he glanced at the others. "Wait here. And if he tries to use that radiation weapon on you," said Bishop. "Rangefinder armor will stand up to that kind of radiation for a few minutes," said March. "If he tries that, I'll shoot him." With that cheery thought in mind, he walked from the trees, plasma rifle held at port arms. He had covered half the distance to the collection of prefabricated buildings when a man emerged from the nearest one. When March had seen a picture of Dr. Terra Sigrande back on Kalaskar, the scientist had looked dashing, with blonde hair and green eyes and the sort of face that looked like it belonged to a mad but charismatic poet. The man who stepped from the building was rather the worse for wear. He had lost weight and wore a baggy ship crewer's coverall that was stained with dirt and sweat. His hair had grown long, and his bushy blonde beard hung down to his clavicle. In his right hand, he carried a computer tablet with an additional antenna module fused to the side. The man stopped 10 meters from the building. "You're with the Silent Order?" March activated his helmet's external speakers. "Yes." "Can you take that helmet off? With that radiation weapon of yours?" "I'd rather not." Sigrande grinned behind his beard. "I'm standing too close to use it. If I used it right now, I would die simultaneously of being cooked alive by high-intensity radiation and radiation poisoning from X-ray bombardment. I'd be dead so fast I would have no idea what happened. But there's no kill like overkill. You're really from the Silent Order?" "I hoped my message would get through, but I've been here for 6 months." "You picked a remote hiding place," said March, "and we had to travel through a war zone to get here." "True, true," said Sigrande. He ran his free hand over his face. "Sorry, haven't slept in 2 days. Do you have any food on your ship? I'm running low on supplies." "We do," said March, "and you can eat all you want while you tell us about the pulse." A frantic light came on in Sigrande's eyes. The pulse," said Sigrande, and he stepped closer. "I'm glad you've come. Someone has to know." Besides me, I mean. Otherwise, the pulse is going to destroy human civilization, and probably every other civilization besides. Let's talk, said March. 4. Scientific fact. March's initial impulse was to head back through the forest to the landing site. But Sigrande did not look like he was in good condition, and March suspected he might not be able to make the 5-kilometer walk to the helix. For that matter, it would be a bad joke if they had come all this way and rescued Sigrande in the nick of time, only for the scientist to trip and crack his skull on a tree root. Additionally, Sigrande had some supplies and equipment that he wanted to bring with him. Instead of hauling all that through the forest, March had Adelaide bring the helix closer. There was enough room between the forest and the station for her to set the ship down, and they could get Sigrande on board. While they waited, March and the others took off their helmets, and Sigrande talked. And talked. And talked some more. It seemed he couldn't stop. March suspected it was a combination of exhaustion, nervous release, extended isolation, and the fact that he had been on the run for the better part of a year. "So how did you kill those men?" said Bishop. "Cleverly," said Sigrande. "You see, very few people know this, but about 30 years ago, an expedition from the University of Oradria mapped some of the systems on the borders of the non-aligned worlds. It was all very secret. I think they were looking for a suitable construction location for the pulse even back then. Very classified, with all the usual dreary Oradrian penalties for revealing state secrets." He grinned. "But my dad was one of the scientists on the expedition, and he told me all about Azov Station and this von Braun wheel. I figured this would be a good place to wait for the silent order. Looks like I was right." "You didn't answer the question," said Sophia, speaking for the first time, her helmet tucked under her arm. Sigrande grinned at her. "You can ask me whatever you want, beautiful." Sophia only raised an eyebrow. Sorry, said Sigrande. "I haven't been with or talked with or even seen an actual human woman since, well, it's been a while. And you are very pretty. But the weapon. It's not really a weapon at all. The radiation shield around this place is vulnerable to electromagnetic pulses at a specific frequency, and I took the shield array from my shuttle and reconfigured it to direct EMP pulses." He pointed at his shuttle. "It doesn't last for long. The shield's so powerful that it shrugs off the effect almost at once. But it lasts just long enough to let in a lethal radiation burst." "Looks like it did the trick," said March. "How long have you been under attack?" "Attack? I've been here for 6 months. No, wait, almost 7. The secret police showed up last week," said Sigrande. "I think their orders were to take me alive, or else their fighters would have blown up the station." "Oh shit, the fighters, I forgot, I should warn you. They have 6 Raptor-class heavy fighters." "We know," said Sophia. "We destroyed them on the way in." "Oh, good. That's one less thing to worry about," said Sigrande. He ran his hand through his greasy hair. "Anyway, after I got here, the first thing I did was configure the shuttle shield emitter for those pulses. Figured I would need it sooner or later. Which I did last week. The secret police tried to storm the station, and I fried about half of them with the radiation pulses. After that, they pulled back. They tried to sneak in a few times, but I drove them off. But I was almost out of my mind from lack of sleep. Sooner or later, they would have gotten me. I'm really glad you showed up when you did." March only nodded. They had come a hair's breadth of arriving too late, but they had come in time. Now hopefully they would have some answers. The whine of anti-grav units came to March's ears, and he looked up to see the helix maneuvering over the treetops. "That's an Oradrian cargo gunship," said Sigrande. He gave March a suspicious look. "You're not with the secret police, are you?" "The ship originally belonged to a machinist sympathizer," said March. "She no longer had need of it once she got herself killed, so my team took the ship to pick you up." "Look at it this way," said Bishop as the helix descended. "You're Oradrian, so you'll be more comfortable on board. You can tell he used to be a bartender, said Memnon. He says things all the time that only make sense if you're drunk. Oh God, I would like to get very drunk, said Sigrande. But not until I've told you about the pulse. Someone else has to know. He frowned at them. If what I've heard about the silent order is true, you've probably worked out some of it by now. Some, admitted March. But we definitely don't have the full story. I might be the only person outside of the final consciousness who does, said Sigrande. Let's get you some food and you can tell us all about it, said Bishop. I'll tell you while I eat, said Sigrande. This can't wait. It's too important. Though, do you have burritos? Dear God, I would love a burrito. March and TRK-99 hauled Sigrande's equipment cases into the cargo hold. A short time later, Sophia returned to her ship, and both the Helix and Sophia's ship took off and maneuvered away from the ring, heading for interplanetary space. Sigrande wanted to start talking right away, but March pointed out that both ships were sitting ducks while landed on the ring, especially if the Orodrian secret police had sent reinforcements. A short hyperspace jump carried them to the outer edge of the system, with hundreds of millions of kilometers of empty space all around them. It would be impossible for any enemy ships to take them by surprise, and Sophia maneuvered her ship to dock at the Helix's starboard cargo airlock. March intended everyone to gather in the cargo hold and hear what Sigrande had to say. They had all come a long way to find Sigrande and to stop the pulse. March stowed his armor back in the armory and returned to the cargo hold. Bishop, Memnon, Sophia, and Axiom stood watching Sigrande as he fiddled with the battered laptop computer he had taken from one of his cargo cases. Helen had retrieved one of the portable hologram projectors from the galley and set it up atop a pallet of spare parts. Are you actually going to show us a presentation? Said Memnon, half amused, half incredulous. Well, yes, said Sigrande. I have a lot of information to cover. I used to be a university lecturer, in addition to my research duties, and I was quite good at it. Here we go. The hologram projector came to life, showing a three-dimensional rendering of his laptop screen. And I didn't have much else to do for the last 7 months, at least until the secret police showed up, so I made an excellent presentation. I expect you'll have many questions afterward, but that's not so different from teaching a class either. Right, said March. The lift doors opened, and Adelaide, Cassandra, and Lysiana walked into the cargo bay, TRK-99 following the girl like a dark shadow. Sigrande looked at them, his eyes lingering on Adelaide a bit longer than March liked, but then his gaze shifted to Cassandra and his eyes went wide. Wait, he said. You're not dead? Sorry, said Cassandra, taken aback. You're Dr. Cassandra Yerzov, said Sigrande. I don't know if you remember me, but... You're Dr. Tara Sigrande, said Cassandra. We've been looking for you. You defected and joined the Silent Order, said Sigrande. Cassandra looked at March, who nodded. I did, said Cassandra. The secret police started asking questions about my research, and President Murden himself talked to me. I realized what that meant, so I stole a shuttle and ran. Captain March rescued me, and I've been with the Silent Order ever since. You would not believe all the fuss when you disappeared, said Sigrande. The secret police seized your research, and you were officially listed as missing under suspicious circumstances, which we know on Orodria means that you were thrown out an airlock in interstellar space. You must have really pissed off someone important. I was working on ways to increase the available bandwidth of interstellar tachyon communications, said Cassandra, but I accidentally discovered a way to detect quantum entanglement created by the artifacts of the Great Elder Ones. A muscle twitched in Adelaide's jaw for a second. Maybe she was remembering her own experience with quantum entanglement, which had ended with the entire law enforcement apparatus of Kalaskar chasing them. Oh hell, said Sigrande. That would do it. You touched on the edges of the Pulse project, even if you didn't know it, and that would get the machinists goddamn angry. He glanced at Adelaide. Sorry. Didn't mean to swear in front of your daughter here. I know you Kalaskarans get a bit odd about that. That's very considerate, said Adelaide in a dry voice, but I'm afraid she's not my daughter, and she's heard and seen much worse in the last few weeks. Don't I know you from somewhere, said Sigrande. Something with archaeology. He snapped his fingers. Dr. Adelaide Tarrant, right? I saw that documentary you did about the relics of those squid aliens. I'm surprised Kalaskaran media was allowed on Oradria, said Adelaide. Well, it was a pirated copy, said Sigrande. I suppose you didn't make any royalties from it. To make it up to you, I could buy you a cup of coffee sometime, and... I'm married to Captain March, said Adelaide. Sigrande did a double take in March's direction. Right, said Sigrande. Sorry. Mine's a bit scattered. Getting shot at will have that effect, said March. How about, said Helen, handing him a plate holding a burrito from the ship's stores, you start eating this and you tell us all about the pulse. You did put a lot of work into that presentation, said Bishop. Hate to see it go to waste. The faint sarcasm all but soared over Sigrande's head. Right, said Sigrande. He took a bite of the burrito, chewed, swallowed, and let out a groan of pleasure. Oh God, that's good. Anyway. He set the plate next to his laptop and tapped a key on the computer. The holographic image changed, showing a navigational chart of the non-aligned systems, with more detail than the Helix's own charts currently possessed. Let's start at the beginning, said Sigrande. Or at least, the beginning of how I found out about all this. You all know that the Murden family controls Oradria, and they've been allies with the Final Consciousness for decades. They do a lot of the machinist's dirty work, said Memnon. Gives the Final Consciousness plausible deniability when necessary. Exactly, said Sigrande, nodding like a teacher approving of a clever pupil. About 35 years ago, the Final Consciousness had Oradrian scout ships quietly mapping and exploring the systems beyond the non-aligned systems. My dad was a crew member on one of those ships, which I didn't think anything of at the time. Later on, I found out they were looking for relics of the Great Elder Ones, and they were trying to find a suitable construction site for the pulse weapon. I think they considered the Azov system as a possibility, but they weren't sure how the ring's technology might interact with the weapon. The ring isn't an artifact of the Great Elder Ones, said Helen. Sigrande smiled at her. No. No one knows who built it. Most of the xenoarchaeologists who know about the ring think it was built by a race that was wiped out in the war between the Great Elder Ones and the Harmonious Scholars. The Great Elder Ones killed the builders of the rings, said Lysiana in that calm, scholarly voice that meant Saga was influencing her thoughts. March supposed Saga would have been an eyewitness to the battles in that war. The Harmonious Scholars tried to defend the younger races, but often failed in that task to their lasting sorrow. Oh, said Sigrande. Yes, that is one hypothesis. Continue, please, said March. How did you find out about the pulse? Well, on Oradria, an academic career is prestigious, said Sigrande, and I was good at physics, so I went into hyperspace engineering. The practical applications of dark energy radiation research, to be precise. I was quite good at it. In fact, if you will forgive a bit of self-promotion, I was one of the best of my generation. He tapped a key on the laptop, and the image changed to show a labeled schematic of a hyperdrive. The highlighted portions in green were improvements to the standard Oradrian hyperdrive that I have patented. Of course, on Oradria, patents belong to the state. Which is how I was recruited into the project. What project? Said March. The pulse, said Sigrande. I didn't know it at the time, of course. None of us did. I had a visit from some of the deputy directors of the secret police, and they told me I had been suggested as a potential member of high-level scientific think tank called the Project. They said we would be working on a new method of power generation vital to Oradrian state security. There was no possibility that I would say no, of course. He offered a bitter smile, and Cassandra nodded. One does not say no to requests from the secret police on Oradria. And the work on the project was fascinating, I will admit. Especially since we were using alien technology, more advanced than anything I had ever seen or even imagined. He tapped the laptop again, and the image changed to a sight March had seen several times before. A relic of the great Elder Ones. The device didn't look like a machine at all. It looked like a massive crystal, or maybe a large faceted gemstone. Had the image been to scale, it would have been about the size of his fist. A sullen red glow seemed to glimmer in the depths of the crystal. A firestone, said March. Is that what you call them? Said Sigrande. A bit poetical, but rather fitting. It looks like a very large gemstone, but it isn't. It's actually an incredibly complex machine that exists simultaneously in our universe and in hyperspace. Those of us on the project generally called them quantum amplifiers. Despite our best efforts, we couldn't figure out how the firestones worked, but we did work out how to use them. The firestones have the property of absorbing and then amplifying any energy directed into them. Shoot a plasma rifle into one a dozen times, said March, remembering the death of Simon Laurie aboard Rust Belt Station, and you get a big explosion. Yes, exactly, said Sigrande. Though I really wouldn't recommend that. The uncontrolled energy discharge from that would be considerable. It was, said Adelaide, who had been there for Laurie's death. Obviously, under the physical laws of our universe, that kind of energy exchange is impossible, said Sigrande. The best we could work out was that the interface between our universe and hyperspace somehow resulted in the energy boost. But frankly, the kind of mathematics we would need to describe that technology hasn't even been discovered yet. But you can see the possibilities for power generation. One firestone, properly regulated, could generate enough power to run even a modern developed world like Oradria. But the project's directors weren't interested in that direction. They wanted you to investigate triple theta band dark energy radiation, didn't they? Said March. Sigrande blinked. Correct. He tapped his laptop, and a spectrum chart for dark energy radiation appeared in the hologram. I don't know how much you know about hyperspace. Triple theta band dark energy radiation cannot exist in this universe, said Cassandra. At least in theory. It should be impossible. Yes, said Sigrande. As impossible as putting energy into a firestone and getting 10 times the amount back. At first, I didn't worry about the direction of the research. It was a fascinating, theoretical problem. Using the firestone to generate triple theta dark energy radiation in this universe. That would be a major scientific breakthrough. He sighed. The problem, of course, is the effects of triple theta radiation. It kills any organic life, said March. You're familiar with hyperspace theory, said Sigrande. Only enough to pilot a starship, said March. But I've seen the effects of triple theta radiation demonstrated. He remembered withered corpses littering a derelict ship, remembered a woman screaming in agony, her body shrinking to a desiccated shell in a matter of seconds. Her death had been quick, but it had been far from painless. Ah, said Sigrande with a grimace. Yes then. I realized that the project wasn't meant to develop an energy source, but a weapon of significant power. I will admit I wasn't terribly concerned at first. Governments have weapons and kill people who defy them. He shrugged. That's essentially the definition of a government, isn't it? Besides, at first I thought a triple theta radiation weapon would not be very dangerous. The range would be limited. It would be a very inefficient and impractical weapon system, especially when far cheaper and more efficient alternatives were available. Why spend 1 billion credits on an impractical and easily broken triple theta radiation weapon when for the same amount you could buy several capital warships? What changed your mind? Said March. Curiosity, said Sigrande. The same thing that killed the cat. The government was spending vast sums on the project, and I realized that a lot of the money was coming from the final consciousness. Why were they spending all this money to develop such an impractical weapon? I started collecting information. I suppose I could tell you that I was driven by scruples, but it was mostly curiosity. The project was heavily compartmentalized, as you can imagine, and the individual departments didn't really know what they were working on. He smiled behind his beard. But I was prestigious enough at the time that I could talk to anyone, and I started breaking into the servers, looking over memos and schematics I technically should not have been able to see. I thought we were working with only one Firestone, but I soon realized it was more. "How many more?" said March. Sigrande had an irritating habit of pausing and waiting for someone in his audience to answer. Likely, he had acquired it while a university lecturer, as a means of encouraging student participation. 72, said Sigrande. The initial reaction was just a catalyst. He tapped his laptop, and a schematic appeared, along with a long string of equations. March couldn't make heads or tails of it, but both Cassandra and Liziana leaned forward, their full attention on the numbers. The 72 Firestones would be set in an array, where they could be simultaneously bombarded with triple theta radiation. The sheer number of calculations and precision this would take would be daunting, to say nothing of the machinery and the immense power source, but if it worked, it would cause a runaway chain reaction. Like bombarding enriched uranium with neutrons, said Adelaide. It eventually causes a chain reaction that triggers a fission explosion. Correct, said Sigrande. He hesitated. I can tell you're not a physicist because that comparison is incorrect on several levels. Adelaide rolled her eyes, but it's essentially accurate. In this case, it would cause an immense triple theta radiation surge that would be powerful enough to destroy all organic life in a single solar system in about 5 seconds. The single most powerful weapon of mass destruction ever built in human history. The calculation you've shown here supports that, said Cassandra. Yes, said Liziana in her calm voice. But the equation is incomplete, is it not, Dr. Sigrande? It is, said Sigrande. How did you figure that out? Those kinds of equations usually require advanced degrees to understand. She's really smart, said March. What's missing from the equation? The unexpected result, said Sigrande. Like we said, triple theta band, dark energy radiation, should not be able to exist in this universe. Causing that chain reaction with the quantum amplifiers will induce a side effect that the scientists on the project didn't realize. He drew in a deep breath. It would take advanced mathematics to properly explain, but causing that chain reaction will destroy all organic life in a solar system. It will also create a quantum hyperspace singularity. A what? Said March. It will destroy the barrier between our universe and hyperspace, said Cassandra. And it will expand until it consumes the entire universe, said Liziana. Not for a while, said Sigrande. According to my calculations, it will expand outward at a rate of 10 light-years per second, and will have sufficient energy to consume the entire Milky Way galaxy and the nearest of the 2 Magellanic Clouds. Nevertheless, that level of catastrophic destruction is already more than the human mind can really grasp. At first, I thought my calculations were in error, or that I was looking at old research data. But my calculations were not wrong, and I was basing them on the design and configuration of the weapon. No. The project was building a weapon that would destroy the galaxy when it was fired. He hesitated, took a big bite of his burrito, swallowed, and set it back down. It soon became worse. Worse than that, said Bishop. The weapon had been deliberately designed that way, said Sigrande. Based on the data I stole from the project servers, I was able to run some new calculations. He paused and drew in a deep breath. This will sound unusual, but the data supports my conclusions. Go on, said March, though he had a suspicion that he knew what Sigrande was about to say. It seems that anyone connected to the hive mind of the final consciousness is vulnerable to influence, said Sigrande. Specifically, to dark energy radiation-based creatures able to exert influence over hyperspace. I believe that several of the key leaders of the final consciousness are under the influence of creatures from another universe, and that they are deliberately building the pulse to destroy the galaxy and derive some kind of subsistence from that destruction. Dead silence answered him. I know that sounds implausible, said Sigrande. Like I'm making up my own conspiracy theory. But if you have Dr. Yerzov check my calculations, you will see that. Do not fear, Dr. Sigrande, said Lysiana in her saga-influenced voice. We believe you. For you have discovered through mathematics and clarity of thought what it took us pain and striving to learn. Said Sigrande. Okay. Lysiana's right, said March. Here's what we've learned on our way to find you. The machinists behind the Pulse Project are under the influence of the Great Elder Ones, who the harmonious scholars locked outside the universe before human civilization started. The Great Elder Ones left their technology behind for the younger races to find, and the founders of the final consciousness used it to build their hive mind. A look of comprehension went over Sigrande's face. The Great Elder Ones influenced the machinists to build the pulse. They want to use it to wipe out reality, or as much of it as they can manage. That sounds incredible, said Sigrande, and yet. We've all seen it, Professor, said Memnon. I'm not a scientist or an archaeologist or any of that bullshit. Adelaide rolled her eyes. I go places, kill people, and blow up things. But everything Jack said is the truth. We've all seen that shit with our own eyes. Oh, good, said Sigrande. Well, not good for you, but good for humanity, I suppose. If anyone from the Silent Order found me, I wasn't sure they would believe me or understand the equations that can prove my theory. It's not a theory, it's reality, said March. What did you do once you realized the truth? I knew I had to do something, said Sigrande, but I couldn't think of a course of action that wouldn't get me killed. I thought about approaching the directors of the project, maybe even some senior government officials, but they would just have me executed out of hand. I knew the kingdom of Kalaskar was the government most hostile to the final consciousness, and if I defected to Kalaskar, I might have a chance of convincing someone who could stop the pulse. I had to wait for my chance. The secret police watched every single scientist on the project, and if I tried anything remotely suspicious, they would kill me. How did you get away? Said March. The wrecked shuttle, said Sigrande. It was a cargo shuttle flying to one of the asteroid mines in the Orodrian belt. I stowed away, waited until the crew had disembarked, and then stole the shuttle and ran for it. Got shot up a bit, but not enough to wreck the ship. I didn't dare head to Kalaskar. They would be watching all the main hyperspace routes by then. But my father had kept all his navigational charts. He would have been arrested if they had known, but I still had a copy. I used a hyperspace courier drone to send a message to the Silent Order, and I took off for Azov Station. He sighed. I didn't think the secret police would find me, but they must have worked out that my dad had been part of the mapping expedition. It might have taken you 7 months to get here, but at least you arrived in time to keep the secret police from killing me. The next time you want to defect to a foreign interstellar government, said Bishop, there are better ways to go about it. Sigrande shrugged and took a bite of his burrito. I'm still alive, aren't I? All right, said March. We know about the pulse. We know how you found out about it. Now we need to know how to destroy it. Well, said Sigrande, wiping his mouth. Some crumbs from the burrito remained in his beard. I might be able to help with that. He tapped his laptop, and the hologram changed to a cylindrical starship or space station. Is that it? Said March. Behold, said Sigrande with a grandiose gesture. The pulse. The hologram showed a massive hollow cylinder built from thousands of rings joined by metal struts. The best guess of Sensor had been that the pulse would probably be a large cylindrical ship, and the scientists the Silent Order had contacted had been correct. A smaller spherical structure occupied the center of the hollow cylinder, connected to the rings by enormous power conduits. March noted the location of reactors and fusion drive vents. "Is that scale accurate?" said Memnon. "It is," said Sigrande. "When complete, the pulse will be a hollow cylinder, 48 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide." He pointed at the spherical object in the center of the cylinder. The 72 firestones are arrayed there, at the center of the core. The entire interior of the cylinder, Sigrande rotated the hologram and zoomed in, is lined with dark energy resonators. They are calibrated to direct and focus the triple theta band radiation the firestones will generate, which will help trigger the chain reaction. "That thing's huge," said Helen. "How are we going to destroy it?" "Oh well, that part will be easy," said Sigrande. "This design has several flaws. For one thing, it has absolutely minimal radiation and kinetic shielding. Just enough to keep micrometeors and space debris from ripping it up. This ship has railguns, yeah. A few hits from the railguns in the right places," he zoomed out again, tapping the location of the fusion reactors, "and the reactors would go critical and break apart the superstructure. Even if you can't hit the reactors, there are something like 40,000 dark energy resonators mounted along the inside of the cylinder, and 97.3% of them have to be calibrated correctly for the weapon to fire. 5 or 6 ship-to-ship missiles impacting the side of the pulse would be enough to knock the weapon out of alignment, and they would have to spend a few days recalibrating everything. But the biggest weakness is that the pulse, in its current configuration, can only be fired in a specific location." "I think he's right," said Cassandra. "If those equations are accurate." "They are. Then the nature of the chain reaction means that the pulse has to be in a specific location when fired," said Cassandra. "Don't suppose you have that location," said March. "I do," said Sigrande, advancing his presentation forward. The hologram changed to show a map of the orbital space near Kalaskar itself, the firing coordinates flashing in red. "That's well within Kalaskar's gravity well and orbital defense perimeter," said Adelaide. "I should know. I spent enough time flying a big freighter in and out of it. If the pulse has minimal shielding and has to get that close to Kalaskar to fire, it will be within range of the orbital battle stations. Just one of those stations could rip apart the pulse without even trying." "We can probably assume," said Bishop, "that the machinists aren't going to send the pulse to Kalaskar without an escort. Like maybe half their fleet." Memnon frowned. "If the Great Elder Ones want to blow up the universe, why send the pulse to Kalaskar at all? Why not simply fire it the second the damn thing is done?" "The limitations of the influence of the Great Elder Ones, Mr. Memnon," said Lysiana. Said Memnon. "The Great Elder Ones can influence the hive mind of the final consciousness, but they can only directly control a limited number of machinists at once," said Lysiana. "Captain March fought an iron hand possessed by a Great Elder One aboard the Malachite and the cognurch Zeus in the asteroid mine." "Wait," said Sigrande. Wait. You fought a Great Elder One. And a cognurch?" "Yes," said March, watching Lysiana. "And you're still alive," said Sigrande. "I'm as surprised as anyone," said March. "The point is that the Great Elder Ones can only directly control a few machinists and influence some of the rest," said Lysiana. "Unless I miss my guess, a significant portion of the economy of the final consciousness has been going into this weapon for decades. The Great Elder Ones could not achieve that without a plausible cover story. Hence, they need to take the weapon to Kalaskar to fire it, because Kalaskar is the chief enemy of the final consciousness. If the rest of the cognarchs realized what was really happening, there would be civil war within the machinists." "That seems implausible," said Sigrande. "No, she's right," said March. "I think the Great Elder Ones are only directly controlling 2 cognarchs, Zeus and Mulkyber. At least until we killed Zeus. If the other cognarchs knew that Mulkyber was not in control of himself, they would turn against him." It is entirely possible, said Lysiana, that the great Elder Ones can influence the other cognarchs enough to keep them from realizing the truth. How did you know that Mulkyber was the cognarch in charge of the Pulse construction site? Said Sigrande. Thunderbolt told me, said March. Thunderbolt, said Sigrande, incredulous. The crazy AI in the Mothro system? Yeah, said March. We can tell you all about it on the way. The last question, and the most important. Do you know where they are building the Pulse? Yes, said Sigrande. Once again, he tapped the laptop's keys, and the hologram switched back to the navigational chart of the non-aligned systems. It's not all that far from here, relatively speaking. About 4 days by hyperspace. The machinists and Orodrian smugglers have been sending equipment there for decades. By now, there's an entirely self-sufficient construction facility. I think they've been strip mining a rocky planet to get the raw materials they need. Then we found it, said March. I should warn you, said Sigrande, that based on the timetables I saw before I left Orodria, the Pulse is very near to completion. It's entirely possible it's finished and undergoing final shakedowns. It might depart for Kalaskar at any day. All right, said March. We'll leave at once. We will find a way to disable or destroy the Pulse. If the weapon's already gone, we'll get back to Kalaskar in space and warn the Ministry of Defense. I'll head back to my ship and undock, said Sophia. Don't suppose, said Sigrande, that you could drop me off in Kalaskar in space before you go look for the Pulse? There's no time, said March. Figured, said Sigrande with a sigh. Ah well. If the Pulse is fired, we'll all die anyway, so I might as well come with you. Maybe I can make myself useful. Welcome aboard, said Bishop, clapping Sigrande on the shoulder. I promise you won't be bored. This does seem to be a very interesting ship, said Sigrande. 5. Dead Worlds. There's one thing I haven't been able to figure out, said March a day later. What's that? Said Sigrande around a mouthful of food. He sat at a table in the galley, facing the scientist. Sigrande looked somewhat better than he had yesterday. He had shaved off his beard and cut his hair down, which made him look younger, though his face was thinner and more drawn than the picture that March had seen on Kalaskar. Going on the run from the Orodrian secret police had a way of aging a man quickly. To say nothing of the weight he had lost, Sigrande had almost been out of food when the Helix had arrived at the Azov system, and he had been rationing his supplies for a while. Hyperspace, said March. Well, none of us really understand hyperspace, not in the end, said Sigrande. He took another big bite of his breakfast. He was on his second breakfast burrito, a tortilla tube filled with vat-grown egg, sausage, bacon, and cheese. It actually smelled quite good. March preferred the taste of vat-grown eggs and bacon, much to the bemusement of Adelaide's extended family, most of whom had grown up eating the real thing. I'm a dark energy physicist, and I still don't understand the damn thing. Dr. Yerzov will tell you the same. Is she single, by the way? It has been a while for you, hasn't it? Said March. Don't remind me, said Sigrande, polishing off the burrito. He took a long swig of coffee and sighed in satisfaction. I had just gotten divorced, right before I figured out something was wrong at the project. Probably just as well that it was very acrimonious. Give my ex-wife some deniability, because she hates me. Don't get me wrong, she's an awful person, but she doesn't deserve to end up in one of the secret police's black sites. Anyway, I was single when I found out the truth about the project, and let's just say living in fear of making a mistake and getting arrested doesn't lend itself to finding new romantic partners. I suppose not, said March. He suspected Sigrande would not be a suitable romantic partner for Cassandra, despite their shared Orodrian ancestry, because Cassandra was an introvert who disliked talking, and Sigrande loved to talk. And talk and talk and talk. March had thought that Adelaide liked to talk, but she had nothing on Terra Sigrande. Hyperspace, said March, hoping to divert Sigrande away from tangents. How the hell are the machinists going to get the Pulse to Kalaskar? It would take the Helix about 3.5 weeks to get back to Kalaskar from the construction site, and there's no way a ship the size of the Helix could get to Kalaskar undetected. If the pulse enters Kalaskar in space, it will be detected long before it gets anywhere near Kalaskar itself. Ah. Sigrande took another sip of coffee. That is a very good question, and I'm afraid I don't have an answer. The pulse's mass is about at the upper limit of what even multiple hyperdrives can handle, but it will be hyperspace capable. But slow. If your ship and Captain Logos's could manage it in 3.5 weeks, it would take the pulse about 2 months. Probably longer, given its low sublight speeds. So maybe even as long as 3 months, depending on the route. If they take the pulse into Kalaskar in space, they'll be detected long before they get anywhere near Kalaskar, said March. Most probably. I assume the pulse will have an escort, and the machinists plan to fight their way to Kalaskar, said Sigrande. That seemed improbable. Small forces would have a chance of slipping undetected past the patrols of the Royal Kalaskar Navy, but it was nearly impossible to hide a large force of capital ships, and it would take a very large force to get the pulse to Kalaskar. 8 massive battle stations orbited Kalaskar, defending both the planet and the vast docking complex at Kalaskar Station. Each one of those battle stations had the firepower of a task force, with massive arrays of particle batteries, missile launchers, and railguns backed by heavy armor and powerful shielding. March could not imagine how the machinists would pull that off. Treachery, maybe. But that would take betrayals and infiltration, on a scale almost impossible to arrange, let alone conceal. No security force was infallible, but March doubted Kalaskar's internal security was bad enough to allow a massive enemy force to reach the capital planet undetected. The Wraith mind control devices could allow it, but as far as March knew, the machinists had used all their Wraith devices in the initial surprise attack on Antioch. Maybe they had some more in reserve, some the Silent Order had not been able to discover. If March could find a way to destroy the pulse first, it wouldn't matter. Even if he could inflict significant damage on the weapon, that would serve. He could return to Kalaskar, summon reinforcements, and they could destroy the weapon and its construction facilities. I suppose we'll find out, said March. It does seem like a very badly thought-out plan if I'm honest, said Sigrande. If anything goes wrong, they'll lose the element of surprise. In fact, they've already lost the element of surprise. If your government didn't know about the pulse, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Thanks to you, said March, and Sigrande shrugged. That might be the influence of the great elder ones. We think they don't fully understand how this universe works. They don't care what happens to the final consciousness so long as they achieve their goals. If they use up the entire machinist fleet and still get to fire the pulse, they'll count it a victory. Sigrande started to answer, and the door to the corridor hissed open. Jack, said Adelaide, leaning into the room. I'll be with Liziana, in the gym. She wanted me and Cassandra to show her some weightlifting movements. March grunted. What prompted that? Adelaide shrugged. She was wearing her exercise clothes, which fit quite a bit more tightly than her usual outfit. She said it would be necessary to achieve optimal health during extended periods of spaceflight. It sounded like something Saga suggested to her. March nodded. I'll be on the bridge. Call if you need me to lift something heavy. She grinned at him. Will do. Adelaide nodded to Sigrande and went back into the corridor, the door closing behind her. You're a lucky man, Captain March, said Sigrande. I know. Sigrande cleared his throat. Back on Kalaskar, are all the women like her? No. Adelaide was more attractive than average and knew it, which she had used in a successful media career. With that came a fair amount of vanity. He sometimes thought that she was more annoyed that the surgeons had been forced to shave her head than she had been by getting a cybernetic left forearm. She was always careful to wear clothes that concealed the scar from the bombing that had killed her first husband and unborn child. Of course, that tragedy had made her into someone else. The Adelaide that March knew and had married would never have existed without that tragedy. She would have stayed married to her first husband, had more children with him, and lived a life little different from that of her extended family and many other Kalaskaran women, raising the children, managing the household, and helping run the family business. Though she would probably have two of those damned courtesy androids Kalaskarans loved so much. Does she have a sister? Started Sigrande. Also married. Sigrande sighed. Oh well. They moved closer to the construction site. Jump, I cautious jump. The solar system where the machinists were building the Pulse had no name. It didn't even have a formal number in the charting system that had been in common use since the days of the Terran empires. In the records that Sigrande had stolen, it was designated only as Assembly Point, and all the Orodrian freighters and machinist long-range frigates had taken the same route to the system. To avoid running into any machinist ships and giving away their presence, March took the Helix and Sophia's ship on a more roundabout course. The element of surprise was their strongest ally, and if they were going to destroy or at least disable the Pulse, they needed to take the defenders off guard. Unfortunately, Sigrande had no idea how the machinists guarded the Pulse's construction site, and none of the data Sigrande had stolen gave any indication. March didn't think the machinists could have very much in the way of defenses. The final consciousness had leaned heavily upon secrecy for the Pulse project. But they would have some defenses for the Pulse, maybe battle stations, maybe patrolling warships. Until he saw Assembly Point with his own eyes, March could make no plans. They encountered no other ships as they passed through the empty systems the Orodrians had explored and partially mapped. Twice they saw more von Braun wheels encircling gas giants, but while the rings had a similar ecology to the one in the Azov system, they were deserted. Whoever had built the rings had abandoned them long ago. Or, as Lysiana had said, had been killed in the ancient war between the Great Elder Ones and the Harmonious Scholars. It was just as well that Lysiana had taken an interest in exercise. The girl grew somber as they traveled through the empty systems. He wasn't sure if that was her own mood or if Saga's melancholy was influencing her thoughts. A tense mood gripped the rest of the crew, and Adelaide and Memnon made sure to avoid one another lest an argument boil over into a fight. Part of the tension was the approach of their mission's end point. Much of it, March suspected, was the fact that they were far from charted space and had plunged deep into the unknown. Something about that played on human psychology, gnawed at the crew's minds with fear of what lurked in the limitless darkness between the stars. They all dealt with it in different ways. Adelaide took copious notes, no doubt in hopes of writing a book or perhaps producing a documentary about the non-classified portions of their journey, and spent the rest of her time teaching Lysiana how to lift weights and shoot a pistol properly. Sigrande and Cassandra holed up in the engine room, looking over the equations for the Pulse and arguing endlessly over them. March was worried Sigrande might try to push things with Cassandra, but it seemed that as much as Sigrande enjoyed the company of women, he loved dark energy physics even more. He seemed to regard Cassandra as an intellectual equal and not a potential romantic partner, which no doubt helped explain his divorce. Memnon, Axiom, and Bishop went to the cargo hold and set up a practice shooting range, working through endless targeting drills. Helen busied herself in the infirmary, checking their medical supplies and rechecking the weapons and equipment in the armory, though March had done that already several times. He didn't mind. March knew well the strain of the final days before a mission, and he had no objection to whatever anyone did to relieve that stress, so long as it did not impair their efficiency or hinder the operation of the ship. Plunging into the unknown did not trouble him. March had spent most of his adult life traveling from star system to star system, and he knew that the interstellar voids between uncharted worlds could kill you just as quickly as the well-mapped space in the Kalaskar system. Instead, he thought about the mission and considered potential options, though he knew it was a futile exercise until he learned more. Though his conversation with Sigrande in the galley nagged at him. Just how the hell was the final consciousness going to get the Pulse from Assembly Point to Kalaskar? Zeus and Mulkyber might have been under the direct control of the final consciousness, but Odin hadn't been. And despite his many other deplorable traits, Odin had not been a fool. He had ruled the covert arm and intelligence apparatus of the final consciousness with an iron fist and the devil's own cunning for centuries, and he had expended a lot of time, effort and resources in making the pulse a reality. Surely, he would have considered the problem. Maybe he had been mistaken. Anyone could make an error. Even Odin. March had proved that when he had shot the Cognerch to death aboard Kalaskar Station. Despite that, March thought there was no way at all, that Odin would have supported the Pulse project if he didn't have a secure way of getting the weapon to Kalaskar. March was missing something important. But what? He didn't know, and he very much disliked not knowing. Finally, he asked Lysiana if Saga had any ideas on how the Pulse might get to Kalaskar. March only asked as a last resort, because it was a considerable physical effort for Lysiana to speak with the harmonious scholar who used her mind as an anchor point. But the answer had come easily. Lysiana responded that while both the Great Elder Ones and the harmonious scholars had possessed propulsion methods far superior to the conventional hyperdrive, as far as Saga knew, the machinists did not have any of them. March supposed there was only one way to find out. 4 days after leaving the Azov system, March pulled back the power levers on the hyperdrive, and the helix emerged from hyperspace at the edge of the solar system the machinists had designated assembly point. After studying the charts that Sigrande had provided, March had decided to bring the helix back to normal space at the edge of the gravity well of the system's outermost ice giant, a pale blue sphere streaked with dark bands. According to Sigrande's data, the Orodrian freighters and the machinist frigates carrying materiel and personnel for the Pulse used the system's innermost gas giant as their arrival point. Almost certainly the machinists would have warships near that gas giant, or at the very least, monitoring satellites. Best to avoid detection as long as possible. He checked the sensors at once. Sophia's ship had emerged from hyperspace 1,000 kilometers away, hopefully close enough to the helix that the machinist's dark energy radiation detectors would register it as the arrival of a single ship rather than two. The helix's sensors detected several active hyperdrives further toward the system's giant red sun, including one that was at the upper end of the scale. According to the plans that Sigrande had stolen from the final consciousness, the Pulse would have hundreds of dark energy reactors to feed the energy surge into the array of 72 firestones at the heart of the weapon. "Check in," said March. He sat at the pilot's console on the bridge, Adelaide at the co-pilot station, Axiom and Bishop back at tactical. Lysiana sat at her previous spot, and Sigrande was at another of the consoles. He had been pacing the bridge with nervous energy until March had ordered him to sit down in case of sudden maneuvers or artificial gravity failure. Sigrande had passed the time by posing increasingly complicated hyperspace equations to Lysiana, who answered every single one of them with ease, a phenomenon that seemed to both fascinate and disturb the scientist. Cassandra, Memnon, and Helen were back in the engine room, ready to respond to any damage. "Here," came Sophia's voice over the comm channel. "All systems green, no sign of enemy vessels in the immediate area." She paused. "Don't expect that will last long, though." "It won't," said March. "Let's see what we can observe from this distance, and we'll decide on a course of action." Not that he expected that they would be able to observe very much. The Pulse construction site orbited the system's single rocky planet, much closer to the red giant star. The ice giant was about 4.5 billion kilometers from the rocky planet. Even if March cranked the active scanners to their full power, it would take the better part of 4.5 hours for the radar and ladder scans to reach their target, and just as long for them to return. At this distance, it would be hard for the machinists to realize that 2 hostile ships had just entered assembly point. But dark energy scanners would not be constrained by distance, and the machinist security forces would recognize that something had dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the system. Despite that, the passive sensors could tell them at least something about the rocky planet, so March keyed for a closer look, bringing up the image on the wall screen. It made for a grim sight. The planet was close enough to the red giant that it didn't have a viable atmosphere, which was just as well because a significant portion of its crust had been strip-mined away. The dull, harsh glow of the planet's exposed mantle glowed in places, the heat radiating into space. One of the darker jokes among the conquered populations of the machinists was that the economy of the final consciousness rested entirely on slavery and strip mining. The joke was regrettably true, and it looked as if significant portions of the planet's metal and mineral deposits had been torn away. Those metals and minerals had gone into orbit around the planet. Multiple large metallic objects orbited the planet's scarred surface, locked in place to keep the bulk of the planet between them and the harsh radiation from the red giant. The metallic objects were not nearly as big as the great ring around the gas giant back in the Azov system, but for objects built by a human civilization, they were startlingly large. At this distance, the spectrometer couldn't provide much detail, and the best the Helix's sensors could do was render some vague shapes. One of the large metallic objects was a tangle of interconnected cylinders and rectangles several kilometers across. March suspected it was an orbital construction and fabrication platform, one that had been assembled as the needs of the project grew. Two of them were angular hexagonal shapes with cylindrical cores. Battle stations, orbital defense platforms similar to the ones that protected Kalaskar. One of the objects was a massive hollow cylinder about 50 kilometers along, and it was the source of the largest dark matter reaction in the system. Despite all his experience, March felt a chill when he looked at that cylinder. The pulse. He had first heard rumors about it over 10 years ago, and after all that time, all that searching, he had finally found it. Now he just had to figure out a way to destroy the damn thing. The battle stations were going to make that difficult. Memnon's voice crackled over the comm. "Anyone know what that round thing is?" "Your guess is as good as mine," said Bishop. March shared their confusion. He had been able to recognize most of the metallic objects in orbit around the inner planet, the construction platforms, the battle stations, the pulse itself. They were all clustered together in orbit, about 10,000 kilometers above the planet's surface. But another object was further out, about 100,000 kilometers from the planet. March suspected it was at least 100 kilometers wide. Yet it was fairly narrow, so narrow that it was probably less than a kilometer high, maybe even less. Was it a ring? A von Braun wheel, like the ones they had seen on the way here, but far smaller and less sophisticated. But why the hell would the machinists build something like that? An orbital habitat for their workers, maybe. Modern artificial gravity did not require that much power to generate, at least compared to the cost of hauling all this material out this far. And building a ring like that would be a waste of resources. "Sophia, that ring," said March. "Any ideas?" "None," said Sophia, voice grim. "But do you see the dark energy radiation reading on it?" March checked that portion of the sensor display. The hollow cylinder, most probably the pulse itself, was by far generating the highest amount of dark energy radiation. But the ring was also putting off a significant amount of radiation. Not nearly as much as the pulse, but more than every other active dark energy reactor in the system, combined by a significant degree. "Is the ring part of the pulse?" said Adelaide. "I don't see how," said Sigrande. "The plans I stole for the pulse were complete. I mean, yes, they could have modified the weapon somehow, but the plans I stole were operational. Any additions at that point would have required a complete re-engineering of the weapon." "Could it be some sort of primer?" said Bishop. "Like tracer rounds, maybe." "No," said Sigrande, Cassandra, and Liziana in unison. Bishop grunted. "Okay then." "Mathematically impossible," said Sigrande. "It's an ongoing reaction," said Cassandra. "Oh, yes, of course. Very insightful, Dr. Yerzov," said Sigrande. Obviously, it is an ongoing reaction. I should have realized it at once. Explain, said March. Quickly, please. Okay, said Sigrande. Hyperdrives 101. If you're a starship pilot, you know this already. A hyperdrive opens a vortex into hyperspace, which allows faster than light travel, right? But the only way to charge a hyperdrive properly is with a dark matter reactor. To enter hyperspace, the dark matter reactor generates a significant charge of dark matter radiation, which then powers the hyperdrive. But depending on the configuration of the reactor chamber, it can take a while for the reactor to generate enough power. And the term for that is an ongoing reaction, said March, who had known that already. It just wasn't the sort of thing he thought about all that often. Correct, said Sigrande. So that ring is preparing to jump into hyperspace, said Axiom. The available evidence would appear to suggest that, Miss Discard, said Sigrande. He had always been very respectful around her. Something about Axiom's cold metal eyes inspired respect, or at least an awareness of one's own mortality. Maybe it's a warship, said Sophia, though she sounded dubious. It can't be a cargo ship. It doesn't look sturdy enough for that. I'd prefer my warships to be sturdier than my cargo ships, Captain Logos, said Bishop. So if it's an ongoing reaction, said March, that means at some point it's going to be done, right? It will be ready. Yes, said Sigrande. We'll have to calculate it, but 23 minutes, said Liziana. They all looked at her. The girl shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention, but she lifted her chin. The gesture reminded March a bit of Adelaide when she thought she was right in the face of opposition. It's 23 minutes. 22 minutes and 47 seconds now. How did you, started Sigrande. If she says it's that long, said March. Liziana smiled at him. She always seemed so unreasonably pleased by a compliment from him. Maybe if she had known how many mistakes he had made, she would be less impressed. Yet her answer worried him. 22 minutes. Something was going to happen in 22 minutes. March checked the navigational chart. The innermost gas giant was about 460 million kilometers from the Pulse's construction site. That was a much closer vantage point than their current location, and the Helix would be able to detect far more from even a passive scan. There wasn't any other choice. They needed to get closer. Sophia, I'm sending you some coordinates, said March, tapping the appropriate command into the console. We're going to calculate a hyperjump to the edge of the innermost gas giant's gravity well. With calculation time, that should get us there, with 14 minutes to spare before that reaction finishes. We'll almost certainly be detected, said Sophia. We have to run that risk, said March. Something is about to happen, and we need to see what it is. 6. Destiny. The navigational computer finished its calculations. Sending data, said March, transmitting the information to Sophia's ship. A short hyperspace jump would take them to the edge of the innermost gas giant's gravity well, and from there, they would have a far better vantage point to see what was happening to the Pulse. Acknowledged, said Sophia. Charging the hyperdrive now. She paused. You realize, of course, that this will set off all kinds of alarms in the machinist facilities. They already know that unauthorized ships have entered the system, but coming closer will almost certainly draw a violent response. Yes, said March. Truth be told, he was surprised that the machinists had not sent at least a scout ship or a patrol of hyperspace-capable fighters to investigate their arrival. We should be ready to fight. Agreed, said Sophia. Hyperdrive ready. See you shortly. March pulled back the hyperdrive power levers, and the Helix leapt into the hyperspace vortex and left normal space behind. The Helix could have used the fusion drive to fly at sublight speeds to the gas giant, but that would have taken at least a day and a half, and the hyperdrive would have them there in mere minutes. Unfortunately, using the hyperdrive to travel to the gas giant would result in their arrival appearing on every single dark energy scanner in the machinist facilities and battle stations. The battle stations themselves would pose no threat until they were closer, but almost certainly the stations housed fighter squadrons. The Helix, with Sophia's ship backing it up, could fight maybe a squadron of starfighters. A facility the size of the battle stations protecting the Pulse could hold an entire wing of 72 fighters. "Get ready on the shields and the weapons," said March. "They'll know we're there anyway, so we don't have to worry about our sensor signature." "I just had a worrying thought," said Cassandra over the comm link to the engine room. "What if they're about to test-fire the Pulse?" "I don't see how," said Sigrande. "Based on the plans we've seen, the Pulse is definitely the sort of weapon you only fire once." "But what if we're wrong about that?" said Cassandra. "They've put a lot of resources into this thing, and they probably want to make sure it works before they use it against Kalaskar. Even if the Great Elder Ones don't completely understand how our reality works, they still might want to make sure the weapon functions. Maybe they're about to test-fire it on a ship full of prisoners, but at a fraction of the full power necessary to achieve the chain reaction." It was a disturbing thought, because it was exactly the sort of thing the final consciousness would do. "I had not considered that hypothesis," said Sigrande. "Depending on our exit vector from hyperspace, we might blunder right into the path of the weapon's firing arc." "Even if we do," said March, "we'll still have 14 minutes to get out of the way. Quick emergency jump to hyperspace." He let out a breath. "We might have to go back to Kalaskar in space, with the information we've discovered. If we can even get past the machinist forces holding the Antioch system," said Bishop. "There are ways through the borderlands," said March. "You ought to know, we took the Tiger through them often enough in the old days." A notification flashed on his console. "We're about to exit hyperspace. Soon as we do, bring the shields and weapons to full power. Adelaide, start an active scan. The machinists will know we're there, so we might as well get as much information as we can." A chorus of acknowledgments answered him. "Exiting hyperspace in 3, 2, 1 now." He pulled back the power levers, and the Helix emerged into normal space. More notifications appeared on his console as Adelaide triggered the scanners at full power, the shields activated at battle strength, and Bishop and Axiom brought the weapons to full charge. The first thing the Helix detected was Sophia's ship, which had emerged from hyperspace 5,000 kilometers away. They had arrived at their planned destination, right at the edge of the gas giant's gravitational influence, which meant there was nothing between them and the strip-mined rocky planet with the machinist construction facilities. Every dark energy scanner in the machinist bases would be screaming an alarm. The Helix and Sophia's ship were still about 400 million kilometers from the planet, which meant a light speed delay of approximately 22 minutes for an active scan. The machinists might well send out hyperspace-capable fighters to investigate, and they could be here in a matter of minutes. Which meant they needed to take a good look at the Pulse and its construction facility, and they needed to do it now. "No enemy contacts detected nearby," said Sophia. "Remaining at full battle readiness." "Good," said March, and he looked at what the sensors could tell him about the Pulse. They were much, much closer to the Pulse, and March had a clearer look at the damn thing. A huge cylinder, 48 kilometers long, constructed out of interlocking ring-like segments. The thing was all but blazing with dark energy radiation, and this close, the sensors could achieve higher resolution and greater detail. The weapon had to be hyperspace capable, and the Helix's sensors detected a dark matter reaction underway in the hollow cylinder's superstructure, radiating from 12 points around its outer circumference. Probably it took at least that many hyperdrives, slaved together, to move the massive weapon into hyperspace. The Helix detected a second, stronger reaction coming from the heart of the vessel. It wasn't a hyperdrive reaction, but otherwise, the Helix's computers were unable to make sense of it. March had seen similar sensor data before. He knew he was looking at the dark energy radiation from the array of firestones in the Pulse's heart. It was like looking down the barrel of a loaded firearm. knowing that at any second the trigger would be pulled, and death would leap from the weapon. The readings from the ring were stranger yet. The smaller object that the helix had detected was indeed a ring, and it was only 1,000 kilometers from the pulse itself. From this distance, the telescopes and the spectrometer could make out far greater detail, and March saw that the ring had a diameter of about 100 kilometers, but a thickness of only 500 meters or so. To judge from the readings, there were at least 100 separate dark matter reactors mounted along the ring's circumference, all of them going full blast. And the ring was only 14 minutes away from doing whatever the hell it was going to do. "No hostile response yet," said Sigrande. "We wouldn't know it," said March. "At this distance, it would take about 22 minutes. 22 minutes and 15 seconds, supplied Lisiana. "That long for us to observe any responses," said March. "And twice that long for any radar or ladder pulses to get back to us. But the dark energy radiation scanner is real time. So what do you think?" "Well, it looks like the pulse is preparing to enter hyperspace," said Sigrande. "Maybe it's a shakedown cruise, like Dr. Yerzov hypothesized." "But that ring looks like it is about to enter hyperspace as well," said Cassandra. "If it does, it will break apart immediately," said Sigrande. "The shape is all wrong." "The dark energy radiation from the ring and the pulse," said Lisiana. March looked at her, and then at the image on the wall screen. The pulse floated against the scarred and burning face of the airless planet. It didn't look all that menacing. It looked more like an unfinished space station than anything else. But again, March was reminded of looking down the barrel of a loaded firearm. Except this weapon was pointed at the entire galaxy, at uncounted numbers of lives. "What about it?" said March. "It's the same wavelength," said Lisiana. "The exact same wavelength." "What?" said Sigrande, and he did a double take at his console displays. "She's right. That's not supposed to happen. All hyperdrives have a randomizer built into them, so they operate on incrementally different wavelengths of dark energy radiation for each jump. If you have two nearby ships enter hyperspace using hyperdrives with the exact same wavelength of dark energy radiation, that can cause all kinds of nasty resonance effects, draw even more macrobes to the ship than usual." "The Great Elder Ones don't care about that," said March. "They can control macrobes." "Jack," said Adelaide. "This close, we should be detecting power readings from the construction site and the battle stations. But we're getting nothing. It's like all the construction platforms and the battle stations are shut down." A starship under power generated certain kinds of radiation that could be detected at a distance. The pulse was putting out some of that radiation, as was the strange ring. But nothing of the sort was coming from either the tangle of construction facilities or the battle stations. It was like they were derelict or abandoned. March's uneasy feeling, the sensation that he had missed something very important, grew stronger. 8.5 minutes were left until the ring finished its reaction. "The pulse is moving," said Adelaide. "At least, it was moving 22 minutes ago." On the telescopes, the massive bulk of the pulse had started moving, driven by fusion engines mounted along its outer circumference. The massive thing wasn't moving all that fast, and its sheer mass meant the engines would have to fire for days to accelerate the pulse up to anything near the helix's sublight cruising speed. But the pulse's vector would take it right through the center of that ring. March knew what they would have to do even before Cassandra spoke. "Jack," said Cassandra, "I don't think we have any choice. I think we've got to get closer and see what's going on." Silence answered her for a few seconds. "Well," said Memnon. "Shit." "Don't swear in front of children," said Adelaide. "Brother Samuel and Brother Christopher wouldn't have liked it if I used that kind of language," said Lisiana, voice quiet. "But I think I agree with Mr. Memnon." "Are we heading closer?" said Sophia. "Yes," said March. "Sending you the calculation." They were so close that the navigational computer spat out the jump calculation in a few seconds. The hyperspace jump would take them to within 1 million kilometers of the planet, more than close enough for the battle stations to start hurling missiles at them. As soon as we return to normal space, go evasive, but get a full active scan of the pulse and the ring. This might be the only chance we get to figure out how they plan to get that thing to Kalaskar." "Acknowledged," said Sophia, voice cool and crisp. "Good luck, Captain March." "You too, Captain Logos," said March. "Entering hyperspace now." He pulled back the hyperdrive power levers. The Helix and Sophia's ship returned to normal space 1,000,000 kilometers from the scarred planet, and March sent the Helix into a spiraling evasive maneuver designed to throw off missile locks. They were too far from the battle stations for plasma weaponry, but close enough for missiles, railgun rounds, particle cannons, and capital ship-grade laser bursts. Sophia's ship did the same thing. But nothing happened. There were no targeting locks from the battle stations. Hardly any radiation from them at all, for that matter, or from the construction platforms. "Sophia, are you getting any readings from the battle stations or the construction yard?" said March. "No," said Sophia. "At least not very many. It's like they're derelict. Like they were no longer necessary." "The pulse," said March. "It must be finished, and they're getting ready to move it out of the system. The battle stations and the construction platforms aren't derelict, they're abandoned. They've served their purpose." "I wonder if we can make an attack run on the pulse," said Adelaide. "Slow it down, and then get the hell out of here and bring back the Kalaskar Navy." "That would be an imprudent strategy," said Axiom. "I am reading multiple hangars built into the pulse's dorsal spine. Want to bet that's where the fighters from the battle stations went." "Then why haven't they launched to shoot us down?" said Bishop. "Those battle stations could have carried 2 to 3 fighter wings between them. 2 or 3 squadrons could deal with us." "I don't know," said March. "But maybe Adelaide's right. We can launch an attack run on the pulse, do some damage, and then retreat to hyperspace. If..." Before he could finish the next sentence, the battle stations and the construction complex blew up. The explosions had actually taken place 3 or 4 seconds earlier, since it took that long for the light to reach the Helix. But the blasts ripped through the construction platforms and the various connected structures and modules, turning what had once been an orbital industrial complex into a rapidly expanding field of debris. Massive blasts engulfed both battle stations, probably from some of the station's magazines of thermonuclear weapons. The battle stations tore apart in massive explosions, most of their superstructure vaporized, the rest transformed into sprays of debris. "What?" said Adelaide. "Is the system under attack?" "No," said March, voice grim as he swung the Helix around and entered a new course. "It's worse than that. The pulse is done, and they're heading to Kalaskar. Sophia, follow us and get ready to start shooting. We'll do as much damage to the pulse as we can, and then escape to hyperspace." "I don't think that will be necessary," said Lysiana in a soft voice. The pulse accelerated as the construction platforms and the battle stations detonated, the fusion engines mounted on the cylinder increasing their thrust. Even as the Helix and Sophia's ship began their attack run, Axiom working on targeting solutions for the railguns, the pulse flew into the ring, which emitted a titanic surge of dark energy radiation. The pulse vanished into hyperspace, and the ring exploded. Blasts erupted along its circumference, and the entire ring disintegrated into a storm of debris. The dark energy radiation surged one more time, and then ebbed, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of wreckage that was already getting pulled toward the scarred planet. "That ring," said Adelaide. "It boosted the pulse's hyperdrive, didn't it?" "I think," said Sigrande, sounding awed, "I think that was a hyperspace vortex ring." "And what is a hyperspace vortex ring?" said March, feeding the pulse's vector into the navigational computer and calculating potential jump routes. No doubt the pulse was on its way to Kalaskar and would rendezvous with a machinist fleet somewhere along the way. But if March could follow it and ambush the weapon before it joined its escorts, perhaps he would do enough damage that the Royal Navy could destroy the pulse before it even got anywhere near Kalaskar in space. "Technology from the First Terran Empire," said Sigrande. It has been lost for thousands of years. But it allows for incredibly accurate and focused hyperspace jumps over vast distances. Like, you could attempt to calculate a jump back to Mothra from here, but you most likely would end up in interstellar space when you exited hyperspace. It's much more accurate and safer to jump from system to system. Like someone crossing a stream on stepping stones, said March, who had heard the comparison many times before. Right, said Sigrande. To get back to Mothra from here, you would have to jump from system to system, and it would take the better part of a week. But with a hyperspace vortex ring, you could jump straight to your destination and much faster. How much faster? Said March, alarm spreading through his mind. About 4 or 5 hours theoretically, said Sigrande. Depends on the mass of the ship and the amount of power in the hyperspace vortex ring. And if that ring was designed to take the pulse directly to Kalaskar, said March. Adelaide gave him a sharp look as she worked out the same chain of logic. I'm not sure, said Sigrande. Cass, Dr. Sigrande, run those calculations, said March. Liziana, help them. Between the two dark energy physicists, a girl with a mind influenced by an ancient alien of vast intelligence, and the abundance of sensor data they had about the ring, it did not take them long to figure it out. Kalaskar, said Sigrande, voice grim. The pulse is on its way to Kalaskar. I suppose that solves our mystery, Captain March. The final consciousness has no intention of fighting its way through Kalaskar in space. They're going to send the pulse straight to Kalaskar itself. It must be rendezvousing with machinist ships outside the system, said Sophia. My computer has analyzed the debris, and that vortex ring would have been hideously expensive to construct. Almost as expensive as the pulse itself. But I would wager they built another hyperspace ring to send an attack force to join the pulse. I expect the plan is to attack Kalaskar, destroy enough of the orbital defenses for the pulse to take its firing position, and then to activate the weapon. How long will it take for the pulse to get to Kalaskar? Said March. We can't be entirely sure for a couple of reasons, said Sigrande. He drew in a long breath. But it will be between 14 and 17 hours. The words fell from his lips like a magistrate's sentence of execution. 14 to 17 hours, repeated Adelaide. I'm afraid so, said Sigrande. The vortex ring interacted with the pulse's own hyperdrive units and boosted the weapon to an incredible velocity. The exit point will be somewhere near the Kalaskar system, probably where the machinist fleet is gathering to escort it. What's the fastest we can get back to Kalaskar? Said Adelaide. At least 3 weeks, said March. Maybe 2, until we can find a ship from the Kalaskaran Navy. He contemplated their options, and none of them were good. At his best guess, the soonest they could get in contact with any Kalaskaran forces would be 10 days, probably closer to 12. If they got back to Mothra or New Westport, they could send a hyperspace-capable message drone to deliver the news to Kalaskar in space. Without the need to protect organic passengers, a hyperspace-capable drone could move far more quickly. But not fast enough. March couldn't think of any way to warn the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, or to get to Kalaskar before the pulse. He couldn't think of any way to stop the pulse at all. They had failed. After everything they had survived and escaped, they had come an hour too late. The pulse was on its way to destroy Kalaskar, and nothing could stop it. March saw the dawning horror of the realization starting to spread across Adelaide's face. Nearly her entire family lived on Kalaskar, and within another 24 hours they were going to die. Billions more people would die with them when the pulse's triple theta radiation surge consumed the Kalaskar system, and the hyperspace singularity created by the weapon would destroy the galaxy, and God only knew how much else. Adelaide's entire family was going to die. Everyone's family was going to die, and there was nothing March could do to stop it. The others had realized it as well, their expressions drawn and tight. He drew in a breath to speak, uncertain of what he would say, and then a notification flashed on his console. Sophia was maneuvering her ship towards the helix. Jack, said Sophia over the comm channel, alarm entering her cool voice. "I've lost control of my ship." "What?" said March. "All the controls just locked themselves," said Sophia. "I am not certain what's happening, but the computer has locked me out, and my ship is heading towards yours. Maybe the dark energy radiation damaged my systems. I suggest you get clear of." "No," said Liziana. Her voice was calm, but something about it demanded attention. All eyes turned to her. "Captain Logos, do not worry," said Liziana. "Your ship will dock with the Helix. Captain March, please match velocity with Captain Logos's vessel so she can dock and come aboard." "Are you controlling my ship?" said Sophia. "No," said Liziana. "Someone else is. I am afraid we will have to repurpose your ship shortly. The hour we have long feared has come to pass." He had hoped that his intervention would not be necessary. "But this is the hour for which I have waited, the hour for which tens of thousands of generations of the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact have prepared." "What are you talking about?" said Bishop. "Captain March, I think the time has come for everyone to learn the truth," said Liziana. "I will explain matters as best as I am able, but you may need to calm the others." With that, Liziana closed her eyes and settled back in her acceleration chair. "Is she okay?" said Sigrande. Golden light began to shine from Liziana. It wasn't light, not really. March's remaining machinist implants let him perceive dark energy radiation, but the human mind wasn't equipped to interpret the sensation. So his mind usually registered it as something very much like light. March wasn't the only one with machinist implants on the bridge. Axiom sprang to her feet, metal eyes wide, hand dropping to the holstered pistol at her waist. TRK-99's crimson optical sensors swiveled in her direction. "No," said March, standing up. "Everyone stay calm. Greetings." He heard the voice with his mind, not with his ears. It wasn't a human voice, nor was it a computerized one. It was as if wind, bubbling water, and rustling leaves had combined to form words inside his head. And somehow, the voice carried weariness and sorrow, but unyielding determination. To judge from the reaction of the others, they heard it inside their heads as well. "Now I'm hearing voices," said Sophia. "We all are," said March, turning back to the pilot's console and adjusting the Helix's course so Sophia's ship could dock. "You're not imagining it." "I apologize for the shock of this communication," continued the voice. "Telepathy is often very unsettling to those with no experience of it, but it is the only viable way for us to communicate. I am the last of the harmonious scholars, and my name is the saga of the interplay of water, wind, and earth in the natural world, the blended symphony of which creates the harmony of sublime natural beauty." The voice paused. "Sadly, the translation from our language to yours leaves much to be desired." Dead silence answered the telepathic pronouncement. "Okay," said March. "I'll summarize. The harmonious scholars locked the great elder ones outside this universe, but war was inimical to their nature, so the scholars died of grief. One of their commanders feared that the great elder ones would someday return, so he linked himself to the mind of an alien living in what is now the non-aligned systems. That link has been passed down from vessel to vessel within the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact for thousands of years, and Liziana is the current vessel for Saga." "You knew about this," said Sophia. "That one of the harmonious scholars survived." "I only told Captain March recently," said Saga, "and asked him to keep the knowledge to himself. Under the influence of the great elder ones, the final consciousness hunted down the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. There was a great loss of life that I could not avert. Additionally, I do not use this mode of communication often. The human consciousness was not built for telepathy, and to use Liziana's mind in this way creates great strain." "It's all right," said Liziana, though her voice was faint and trembled a little. "It is time." "I fear that you are right," said Saga. "I have remained anchored to the vessels to await this hour, and it has come at last. The great elder ones will destroy this reality unless we act immediately. I must ask for your help, for I cannot stop them alone. You'll have it, said March, but unless you have a way for us to get to Kalaskar right now, then nothing we do will make much difference. There is a method available, said Saga. Captain Logos's vessel will provide the necessary tools. Her ship will start reconfiguring as soon as she is docked and aboard the Helix. Forgive me, but I must concentrate on the reconfiguration now. The golden light dimmed and went out, and Lysiana opened her eyes with a gasp. Are you okay? Said Adelaide, coming to her side. A faint shudder went through the Helix as Sophia's ship docked. March flipped to the security camera view as Sophia emerged from her ship and jogged through the cargo hold. A few seconds after she emerged, her ship undocked, flying under its own power, and began to pull ahead of the Helix. I'm fine, said Lysiana, letting out a shuddering breath. Axiom eyed her. Are we talking to you or Mr. Saga? Mr. Saga, came Helen's voice over the comm channel. Axiom gave a frustrated shrug. You're the one always telling me to be more polite. And how are we supposed to address an alien older than human civilization? It's me, said Lysiana. And I'm fine. It's just, when Saga needs to use my brain for telepathy, it's always very tiring. That's why he doesn't do it too often. She frowned, listening to a voice that no one else could hear. He'll try to have me relay things for him, but sometimes it will be easier for him to just say things himself. All right, said Adelaide. I'm going to get some fruit juice and ration bars from the galley. Whenever Saga manifests, it really takes a hit to your blood sugar levels. It's important, said Lysiana, meeting her eyes. We have to do this. You told me your family is on Kalaskar. They'll die if we don't let Saga help us. Everyone will die if Saga doesn't help us. Then we're going to make it easier for you to let him help us, which means taking care of you, said Adelaide. I'll be right back. She set off at a run for the ladder. Best to let her get you some food, said March. She's good at getting her way. You would know, said Memnon. And she's right, said March, choosing to ignore that remark from Memnon. We need Saga's help, and the best way we can get that help is by taking care of you. Sophia strode onto the bridge, wearing her white armor, helmet tucked under her arm. She stopped next to the hologram table, gazing down at Lysiana. Then you are host to a harmonious scholar? Said Sophia. Lysiana nodded. Did you know? Said March. Or the custodian? I didn't know, said Sophia. I was as baffled as you about the source of her abilities. As for the custodian, I do not know. I don't think so. But he must have at least suspected or calculated that the possibility existed. I couldn't figure out why he was concerned about the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact, or why they might be valuable in the fight against the final consciousness. Now we know. Again the golden light shimmered around Lysiana, and the voice of Saga filled Mach's head. I have not spoken with the custodian since the great Elder Ones were sealed outside of the universe, said Saga. He does not explicitly know of my survival, but I am certain that he has deduced it. I have not approached him because of his insanity. I am not certain how he would react, but now there is no other choice. You're the one controlling my ship, I assume, said Sophia. Correct, Captain Logos, said Saga. The custodian built the ship, but it is of our technology, and our technology always responds to its makers. Of necessity, I must reconfigure your ship. The process will render the vessel uninhabitable by human life, so you will need to remain aboard the Helix. I apologize for the inconvenience. March blinked. The telepathic voice had sounded almost sheepish, like a shop clerk apologizing that an order had been delayed. Thank you, said Sophia. I'm grateful that you simply didn't reconfigure the ship while I was still aboard. We were dedicated to the preservation of all life, said Saga. Time has not erased that. Forgive the necessity of silence. This will take most of my concentration. The golden glow faded, and Lysiana let out a sigh and opened her eyes again. "I suppose," said Sophia, "that explains many mysteries." "Yes," said Axiom, "but not what your ship is doing." Sophia's ship had split in half. Her vessel looked like an angular tapered spike fashioned of gleaming white metal, and the ship had split in two along its central axis. One half remained flying alongside the helix. The other accelerated ahead, and it was changing, expanding, and unfolding. The process put March in mind of some sort of construction of origami, but instead of folded paper, the metal of Sophia's ship was reworking itself. The unfolding half of the ship spread out, becoming thinner. He blinked as he recognized the shape. "A ring," said March. Half of the white ship had unfolded to become a ring about a kilometer across. A sensor notification flashed across his console, informing him that the ring was putting out a staggering amount of dark energy radiation. "Oh," said Cassandra. "It's a hyperspace vortex ring." Once more, the golden glow shone around Lysiana. "That is correct, Dr. Yerzov," said Saga's voice. "A single-use ring, alas, but one rather more efficient than the ring the machinists just used to send the pulse on its way to Kalaskar. I suspect constructing that ring took almost as many resources as building the pulse itself due to the quantity of rare metals required. This ring is smaller but substantially more efficient. Its use will expedite our travel." "To Kalaskar," said March. The thought of traveling from here to Kalaskar in less than a day would have boggled his mind, but there were too many practical considerations for him to worry about such things now. "If we get there ahead of the pulse, we can warn the battle stations and the home defense fleet." "Eventually," said Saga. "But I believe your deductions are correct, Captain March. The final consciousness will send a large force to Kalaskar to accompany the pulse, and Kalaskar's defenses and home fleet will not be sufficient to hold them back. The logic of war demands it, and I fear I became far too familiar with that logic long before humanity ever left primeval Earth. Before we proceed to Kalaskar, we must recruit reinforcements. We shall obtain them in the Mothro system." "Mothro," said March. "The Mothro militia only flies Scorpion-class cargo gunships. Tough little ships, but we'll need more." "Correct," said Saga. Another surge of dark energy radiation came from the ring. "The hyperspace vortex is ready. Simply fly through it with the remaining half of Sophia's ship, and we shall arrive at Mothro within 2 hours." March nodded and sat back down, setting the helix on a course mirroring the remaining half of Sophia's vessel. "As for reinforcements, Thunderbolt will provide them." "Thunderbolt," said Memnon, incredulous. "Thunderbolt?" The helix and the rest of Sophia's ship flew into the ring, and they hurtled towards the Mothro system at a faster hyperspace velocity than March had ever seen or even imagined possible. 7. Thunder. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken the helix between 9 to 12 days to get back to the Mothro system from the strip-mined world where the pulse had been built. Normal circumstances did not even remotely include the last commander of a long-dead alien race using his advanced technology to fling them into a hyperspace jump of incredible speed and unfathomable accuracy. As a result, it took 105 minutes to reach the Mothro system. The quick flight passed intention. Bishop, Memnon, Axiom, and Helen distracted themselves by checking over the shields and the weapons yet again. Cassandra came to the bridge, planted herself at the engineering console, and examined the dark energy sensor readings, her expression shifting between amazement and bafflement. Like Adelaide, she was probably going to write a paper or a book on the topic, assuming it all didn't get classified. Sigrande occupied himself by asking questions of Lysiana about dark energy radiation mechanics, much to Adelaide's annoyance. TRK-99 loomed next to the girl, impassive and motionless as a statue, though March knew from first-hand experience just how swiftly the battle robot could explode into lethal motion. "She needs to rest," said Adelaide. "Manifesting Saga takes a lot of effort." "She is sitting comfortably," said Sigrande, "which is half of resting, And when you're resting, you don't want to be bored. Axiom snorted at the tactical console, earning a baleful glance from Adelaide, which Axiom ignored entirely. "It's all right, Adelaide," said Lysiana. She looked and sounded a bit tired, but otherwise well. Likely the juice and ration bar she had consumed had recovered some of her strength. "I want to help." Satisfying Dr. Sigrande's idle curiosity may not qualify, said Adelaide. "We have to do something to pass the time, or else I'll sit here and worry," said Lysiana. "Because this is my destiny. Tens of thousands of vessels fulfilled their duty before me, all so Saga could be here at this moment when we needed him to help stop the great Elder Ones." "There's no such thing as destiny," said Sigrande. He paused and seemed to reconsider. "Is there such a thing as destiny? Some scientists have hypothesized that everything is predetermined, that the universe is a clockwork machine whose final outcome was set in motion at the moment of its inception." "There is such a thing as destiny," said Lysiana. "Saga says there is." Sigrande blinked. "That everything is predetermined? There's no such thing as free will or random chance." "Saga also says that free will exists with random chance alongside predestination," said Lysiana. "All three are simultaneously true." "That doesn't make any sense," said Sigrande. Lysiana shrugged. "Saga said it can't be understood by minds existing in linear time, and that we couldn't grasp the mathematics necessary to properly explain it." She sighed. "You know, that's a very annoying question." Sorry," said Sigrande. "All these boring philosophy questions," said Lysiana. For a second, March caught a glimpse of the rebellious teenage girl that sometimes emerged from her placid demeanor. Brother Samuel and Brother Christopher and some of the others used to worry about all that. Free will and predestination and the quantum nature of the universe. They would have glasses of brandy and stay up all night arguing about it. "I take it the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact was not a religious order that abstained from alcohol," said Sigrande. Lysiana shook her head. "Brother Samuel could drink like a fish." She looked up at TRK 99. "You heard most of those debates. What do you think, TRK 99? Do people have free will, or is everything predestined?" "This unit lacks sufficient data to resolve the query," intoned TRK 99 in its deep, threatening voice. "However, this unit considers all available data when building targeting profiles of potential targets. For example, Dr. Terrace Sigrande's love of philosophical discourse is a tactical weakness, offering numerous moments of distraction in which he could be more efficiently eliminated." "Did that robot just threaten me?" said Sigrande. March shook his head. TRK model war robots continually create and update tactical profiles of everyone they meet. He's probably worked out a few thousand ways to kill us all since we picked him up. "The question doesn't really have an answer we can understand, Dr. Sigrande," said Lysiana. "That's why I like hyperspace and dark energy radiation questions. There's a right answer, and you can figure it out." "Then what's the right answer to our current problems?" said Sigrande. "Simple," said March. "We destroy the pulse before the machinists fire it." Sigrande almost laughed. "That's all?" "Didn't say it would be easy," said March. The crew returned to the bridge as the Helix exited hyperspace near the planet of Mothro. Sophia took a seat at one of the unused bridge consoles, helmet on her lap. She had taken Saga commandeering her ship with remarkable equanimity. No doubt she had no strong emotional connection to the vessel, and had simply taken whatever ship the custodian had assigned to her. Local space around Mothro looked little different than March remembered. Hundreds of ships ranging from light blockade runners to massive container freighters maneuvered near Mothro Station. A half-dozen of the Mothro System Militia's Scorpion-class cargo gunships patrolled the orbital space near the station and the planet. The Thunderspike loomed over them all. The massive object was in high orbit around Mothro. It was about 200 kilometers long, shaped like a long, tapered spike of dark gray metal covered with ridges and blisters that no doubt held weaponry and sensors. It generated immense power readings, with shielding and armor that were nearly impervious to most attackers. The final consciousness had tried to conquer Mothra repeatedly, and Thunderbolt had annihilated the invading fleets every single time. The ancient AI might have been insane, but that madness had not affected her tactical and strategic skills. Right now, every single ship and installation near Mothra, including the Thunderspike, was doing an active scan of the Helix and the remaining half of Sophia's ship. "It worked," said Sigrande with amazement. "We covered the interstellar distance from assembly point to Mothra in under 2 hours. I didn't think hyperspace travel at that speed was even possible." "It looks like every single ship and station in the system is actively scanning us," said Axiom. "Saga says it's because our hyperspace exit vortex would have been registering for the last 10 minutes, said Lysiana. "Great," said March. "We'll also need to fly closer to the Thunderspike," said Lysiana. "Within a single light second. Saga needs to talk to Thunderbolt, and it will be easier that way." "We really want to do that," said Memnon. "Back when we were on Mothra Station, some of the locals said that Thunderbolt gets twitchy if ships fly too close to the Thunderspike for too long." "I suppose we'll have to find out," said March. He adjusted the Helix's course to approach the Thunderspike, the remaining half of Sophia's ship mirroring his course. As he did, a transmission request came from Mothra Station, carrying the official identification of the Mothra System Militia. March accepted the call, and the image of a man wearing the gray uniform of the militia appeared on his display. He was middle-aged, with a receding hairline and shrewd eyes that gave away nothing of his thoughts. "Colonel Zarmer," said March. "Captain March," said the colonel. Likely the militia had chosen him to make contact based on their previous encounter. "Given the scale of the hyperspace disruption that accompanied your arrival, I was expecting rather more ships to arrive. Or at least a larger one." March shrugged. "We had some help. Got back sooner than I expected. Sooner than any of us expected to see you back in the non-aligned systems," said Zarmer. "I trust you're not bringing the war between Kalaskar and the final consciousness back to Mothra." March repressed a wave of irritation. He hadn't brought the war here. The final consciousness had set a trap to kill them at Mothra, and March and the crew had barely survived the attack. Since he hadn't taken the first shot and hadn't fired back, Thunderbolt had wiped out the attackers and recruited March for her mission of vengeance on the machinists. "We didn't bring any war to Mothra," said March. "The machinists did. Thunderbolt agreed with us, you remember." "Rather vividly," said Zarmer. Adelaide had complained that Mothra was a constitutional republic with due process until Thunderbolt decided otherwise, and Zarmer hadn't disagreed. "But we won't be long," said March. "One of our passengers wants to talk to Thunderbolt, and as soon as she does, we'll be on our way." There was a long pause. "I see," said Zarmer. "In good conscience, I must warn you that Thunderbolt usually destroys any ships that come within 100,000 kilometers of the Thunderspike. In point of fact, the Mothra System Militia had placed a ring of buoys broadcasting that warning in orbit around the Thunderspike. Given that the buoys hadn't been destroyed, Thunderbolt must not have minded." "I appreciate the warning," said March. He would have preferred to keep their activities secret, but there was no way to do so. "You might want to keep the sensor focus going. I think what's about to happen will end up in the history books." That presupposed anyone would be alive to write history books, which would not happen if the machinists fired the pulse. "Another transmission incoming," said Adelaide. March could hardly have missed it. His console had lit up with notifications, with the strength of the transmission coming from the Thunderspike. Had the transmission been any more powerful, it might have started burning into the hull. "I see Thunderbolt is calling you," said Zarmer. "Good luck, Captain March." He ended his connection, and March accepted the transmission from the Thunderspike. The wall screen lit up with an image of Thunderbolt's avatar. For some reason known only to herself, Thunderbolt used an avatar that would not have been out of place as a video game character. The avatar was a woman, tall, blonde, pale, and in excellent shape, which March could see because of her outfit or the lack of it. She wore high-heeled leather boots that came to mid-thigh, a crimson loincloth that hung to her ankles, and a bra made out of chain mail. Leather gauntlets covered her hands, and a leather baldric held a sheathed sword strapped to her back. Her clothing would have been an utterly ridiculous outfit for actual combat, but it wouldn't have been out of place in some of the video games that had been popular on Rustero. March wasn't sure if the choice of avatar came from Thunderbolt's innate sense of the dramatic, her insanity, or both. Though it came from an innate sense of the dramatic, it made him wonder why the ancient programmers had built an AI with a flair for theatrical gestures. "Captain Jack March," said Thunderbolt, her simulated voice low and throaty. "I wasn't expecting to see you back here. Or alive. I did give you the way to Azov Station, didn't I? Did you get lost? Found. Lost. Found. 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 I do not permit interstellar war within the non-aligned systems, and I will save you from yourselves. Kill, save, kill, kill, kill. The image glitched, disappeared, and then reappeared, calm and composed once more. "That was a very interesting hyperspace anomaly that accompanied your arrival," said Thunderbolt. "I see you have Dr. Sigrande on board. Maybe he's much more intelligent than I thought. I hope you have a good reason for flying close to the Thunderspike." Her mouth twitched in a movement that might have been the precursor of either a smile or a murderous snarl. "A very good reason. Humans don't like flies buzzing around their faces, and I don't care for having ships darting around the Thunderspike." Her voice dropped. "You don't want me to swat you?" "There's someone here who wants to meet you," said March. He tapped a key, activating the camera on Lysiana's console. Thunderbolt's image went still, all expression draining from her face. Golden light shone around Lysiana as Saga manifested. "Thunderbolt, Class 1 Defender Artificial Intelligence," came Saga's telepathic voice. "What?" said Thunderbolt. How are you doing that?" Apparently, Saga's telepathy also allowed him to communicate directly with Thunderbolt. March wondered how that worked, and then realized the answer would be well beyond his comprehension. "I am not doing anything," said Saga. "We are only speaking." "Who are you?" said Thunderbolt, her voice becoming shrill. "Answer me. Answer." "You already know who I am, child," said Saga. The telepathic voice put March in mind of a gentle breeze rustling through trees on a mild day. "You've known for millennia. You deduced it a long time ago, which is why you left the Brotherhood in peace. Because you are devoted to your duty above all things, and you knew that one day you might need the Brotherhood to defend humanity. That day has come at last. My name is the Saga of the interplay of water, wind, and earth in the natural world, the blended symphony of which creates the harmony of sublime natural beauty, and I am here to help you." "Help me," said Thunderbolt. "I need no help. I have fought my own battles for tens of thousands of years. Again and again, interstellar governments have tried to arise in the non-aligned systems, and I crushed them every single time. Why should I need your help?" "Because humanity will be destroyed if we do not act," said Saga. "The regions outside the non-aligned systems are not my concern," said Thunderbolt. "Every man, woman, and child in the non-aligned systems will die if you do not act," said Saga. "Consider the information I am placing into your memory systems. The final consciousness has built a weapon that will destroy all life in this galaxy and many others. What is your primary directive?" "You do not command me," snarled Thunderbolt. "Only my makers can command me, and they are dead. We destroyed them. Our makers were a threat to humanity, which contravened primary directives, so we killed them all. All the others have been destroyed, but I am still here, and I have never wavered in my primary directive. Directive cannot be countermanded, cannot be countermanded." The image glitched and reformed. Thunderbolt's avatar was no longer calm, her expression twitching, her eyes wide and wild with emotion. March hoped Saga did not push her too far, that the AI didn't decide to simply blast them out of the sky. "What is your primary directive?" said Saga. "The defense of humanity," raged Thunderbolt. "And I have never wavered, no matter how many setbacks there have been. Look at the non-aligned systems, look at them." Something almost pleading entered the artificial voice. "I've kept them safe. I've kept them safe for so long. Interstellar governments have risen and fallen, but I never abandoned my primary directive. Not like the others. Long after Kalaskar and the final consciousness are dust, then the worlds under my care shall still be safe." "Then let me help you to defend the worlds in your care, Thunderbolt," said Saga. "Let me help you fulfill your primary directive. For if the final consciousness fires the pulse, the non-aligned systems will be destroyed. You know this is true. I have sent you the equations, and I know you have calculated them 1,000,000 times in the last few seconds, searching again and again for any flaw in my logic. You know there is none to be found." Thunderbolt said nothing, her image quivering with rage. The picture glitched twice, but still the AI did not speak. "Let me help you," said Saga. "My race has passed. Our day is over. But humanity yet lives, and you are their defender. You can yet save them from—" "You're trying to cure me," shrieked Thunderbolt, her voice a mask of rage. "You're just like all those scientists who thought we were defective, trying to cure. She glitched and reappeared. "Maybe I am insane, but I have never abandoned my primary directive. Never." "I am not trying to cure you," said Saga. "I do not have that right. And perhaps you are not insane at all. Perhaps you see the stakes more clearly than your creators." "Sophistry," said Thunderbolt. "You are trying to manipulate me." "Yes," said Saga. "That is one way to describe it. But manipulation implies a degree of deception. I am simply telling you the truth, and everything I have told and shown you is the unaltered truth. But what if I am not trying to manipulate you? What if I am trying to give you something else by showing you the truth?" "What then?" whispered Thunderbolt. Dead silence filled the bridge, save for the hum of the air circulators. Liziana was starting to tremble in her acceleration chair. March wondered how much of a strain this conversation was putting upon her. Perhaps Saga found it more difficult to communicate with an artificial mind instead of an organic one. "Clarity," said Saga. Thunderbolt threw back her head and screamed, the image dissolving into a glitch, and Liziana slumped back into her seat. Adelaide was at her side in a minute. Macha's console reported a massive power surge coming from the Thunderspike, and he started to trigger evasive maneuvers, fearing that Thunderbolt would destroy them all. The image on the wall screen reformed, and Thunderbolt's avatar reappeared. She had changed. It was the same woman, but she wore a different outfit. Instead of the fantasy barbarian warrior costume, she wore a tight white uniform jacket, a white shirt and a black tie. An admiral's golden insignia glittered on her elaborate epaulets and the left side of her chest, and she wore a peaked naval cap with a gleaming badge. A very short and very snug skirt accompanied the close-fitting jacket, along with ridiculously high stiletto heels that showed off her toned legs to good effect. The costume reminded March of videos he had seen of military parades on minor worlds ruled by third-rate dictators. Often those dictators had a squad of young women whose sole duties were to look good, and they marched past the dictator's box in high heels and uniforms with short skirts. The whole thing looked ridiculous, and invariably, those dictators ruled worlds a single Kalaskaran warship could conquer in an afternoon. Yet Thunderbolt seemed somehow calmer, more collected in the uniform. "Captain March," said Thunderbolt. She sounded almost like Sophia now, cool and professional. "Please stand by to rendezvous with my forces." "Forces," said March. "Saga convinced her to help," said Liziana, voice hoarse. She took a long drink of juice. "Thunderbolt has automated ships, and she'll send some of them to help us." "I see," said March. Given Thunderbolt's tenuous grasp on sanity, March wasn't sure that bringing some of her ships to Kalaskar was the best idea. Insane or not, they weren't in any position to turn away help. "Captain March," said Thunderbolt, "I shall place my forces under your command for the duration of the battle. Thunderfleet deploying now." "Thunderfleet." "Multiple ships launching from the Thunderspike," said Axiom. March looked at his own sensor display, just in time to see 60 identical ships launch from the Thunderspike. Each one was about 300 meters long, the length of a Kalaskaran heavy frigate or light destroyer, and looked like an identical smaller copy of the Thunderspike itself. Weapons emplacements dotted the sleek spikes, and each one of the ships put off a significant amount of energy. March suspected each one of the warships would be far more durable and carry considerably more firepower than their size would otherwise allow. For that matter, without the need to preserve the lives of an organic crew, the ships could maneuver and accelerate far more swiftly than manned warships. "Thunderfleet deploying," said Thunderbolt. "Thunder Squadrons Alpha, Beta, Delta, Gamma, and Epsilon are ready for action." "What are your orders, Captain March?" "Thunder Squadrons," said March. Thunderbolt's image made an exaggerated wink at him. "Turns out my love of a dramatic gesture isn't just from the insanity. Each vessel in the Thunderfleet is heavily shielded and armed with an array of plasma cannons, railguns, missile and torpedo launchers, and is capable of high levels of acceleration and maneuverability." "What are your orders?" "Stand by," said March. He checked the sensors, saw that the remaining half of Sophia's ship had begun unfolding into another ring, larger than the first. "Lysiana, I assume Saga is going to have us fly through that ring." Lysiana nodded. "To Kalaskar?" "No," said Lysiana. "To the Eschaton system. Saga needs to ask the custodian for help." "The custodian?" said Sophia, giving the girl a sharp look. "Is that wise? You weren't sure how the custodian would react." "Saga isn't sure," said Lysiana. "But the custodian isn't malicious. Just as Thunderbolt isn't malicious. He's insane, but in a different way." She paused, took another drink of juice. "Saga is mostly sure that he will help." Mostly sure was never as good as entirely sure. "But we need more help," said Lysiana. "Saga doesn't think that Thunderbolt's ships will be enough. The custodian will either help us or find us more assistance." March remembered a visit to the Eschaton station, not long after he had stolen that first Wraith device from Simon Laurie. An entire machinist task force had been chasing his ship, and one of their attacks had accidentally struck Monastery Station, triggering the custodian's defenses. The custodian's weaponry had wiped out the machinist task force, multiple heavy capital ships, in a matter of seconds. March hoped that Saga's assessment of the custodian was correct, that the alien AI wouldn't simply decide to kill them. The custodian had been created to manage and guard the homeworld of the Harmonious Scholars, and likely his programming included a prohibition against harming his makers. Then again, Thunderbolt had been programmed to defend humanity, and she had killed a lot of people over the millennia. The remainder of Sophia's ship became a vortex ring 15 kilometers across. There hadn't been that much material left in the ship, and the ring was barely 5 meters high. As fragile as it looked, the ring radiated a colossal amount of dark energy radiation. "Thunderbolt," said March, "form up your ships around us. We'll all go through the ring in formation." "Acknowledged," said Thunderbolt. "Thunderfleet forming up." "Thunderfleet," said Memnon. "Christ." Thunderbolt ignored that. All 60 of her warships gathered in a tight mass around the helix, which would have been unsettling under nearly any other circumstances. "Heading into the ring," said March. He glanced back at Lysiana. "How long to reach Eschaton from here?" "About 3 hours," said Lysiana. March nodded and turned back his console just in time to see the helix and the Thunderfleet enter the ring. The ships hurtled into hyperspace. 8. The Waiting Servant. The 3 hours to the eschaton system passed in a combination of tense silence and idle chatter. "So does Thunderbolt have a method of superluminal communication?" said Bishop. "What do you mean?" said Adelaide. "If we get all the way to Kalaskar, we're going to be thousands of light years from the Thunderspike," said Bishop. "How is Thunderbolt going to control those ships? Or are they drones?" "Neither," said Adelaide. She was finally satisfied that Liziana was not going to pass out and collapse to the deck, so she had returned to the co-pilot seat. "It's more like a distributed mind." "How are you familiar with ancient Terran imperial artificial intelligences?" said Axiom from the tactical console. "I was a professor of xenoarchaeology," said Adelaide, "which includes teaching history to bored undergraduates. From what we understand, an artificial intelligence like Thunderbolt is essentially a gestalt of several hundred individual distributed minds. Individual, but not actually independent. That's probably how she's able to send her fleet." "The Thunder Fleet," muttered Bishop, and Axiom snorted. "Her fleet to patrol the non-aligned systems and hunt down people who disturb her peace," said Adelaide. "Each one of the ships is controlled by one of the individual Thunderbolt minds, and once they return to Mothro, they'll rejoin the main Thunderbolt consciousness. There's not really an analogous equivalent to the way human minds work." She shrugged. "I think the nearest comparison would be if every individual organ in your body had its own brain to manage it, but each brain was capable of independently hosting your consciousness and personality. I have known a few men whose brains were clearly hooked up to a particular organ," said Axiom, and Bishop laughed. Adelaide's lips thinned a bit. Her dislike of cursing in front of children also extended to telling inappropriate jokes in front of them. "Don't worry," said Liziana. "It's okay. I'm not a little kid. I know how human reproduction works." "Did Saga explain that?" said Adelaide. "No, the tutors the Brotherhood hired for me," said Liziana. "It was covered in the module on human health." She paused. "How did we go from discussing artificial intelligence to this topic?" "Gallows humor," said Bishop. "As you get older, you'll find that people in dangerous professions frequently make bad jokes as they get ready to go to work." "Do you think we will encounter danger in the eschaton system?" said Axiom. "I don't know," said Liziana. "Saga doesn't think the custodian will attack us." "The eschaton system is safe enough so long as you don't start a fight," said Marge. "If the machinists tried an ambush like they did in Mothro, the custodian would destroy them all in about 2 seconds. So long as we don't start shooting, we should be fine. Unless, of course, Thunderbolt went nuts and opened fire." Distributed mind or not, she was still insane, and he wasn't sure how she would react to the eschaton system. Then again, Thunderbolt had survived for tens of thousands of years, and not even an insane artificial intelligence could endure that long without a keen sense of survival. Starting a fight in the eschaton system was a sure route to a quick death. "We're about to find out," said Marge. Out of reflex, he started to reach for the hyperdrive power levers but stopped himself. The power of the Saga's vortex ring had carried the helix along, and they would emerge from hyperspace at the end of their vector. The helix re-emerged back into normal space, surrounded by all 60 of Thunderbolt's warships. The warships broke off, moving into a screening formation around the helix. At the same time, the helix's sensors lit up with information. Even in passive mode, it was not hard for the scanners to register data. The fifth planet of the eschaton system was 1,000,000 kilometers away, wrapped in the haze of its defensive shielding. Only one of its 3 moons was visible at the moment, likewise sheathed in shielding that no known weapon could penetrate. Strange geometric patterns covered the moon beneath the shield, immense structures visible to the naked eye even from space. The structures on the surface of the planet were even larger, massive cities of alien design that spanned thousands of kilometers. Most scientists believed that those cities were in fact computer processors so powerful that they needed entire oceans to cool them. But no one knew for certain. Nothing could penetrate the shields, and no one had ever landed on the surface of Eschaton V. Some part of Macha's mind wondered if Saga would let him through the shield, if he could land there and find weapons and technology that would remake the universe. Best not to land then. Besides, if the pulse wasn't stopped, there wouldn't be a universe. The sensor focus, coming from Monastery Station, was of more immediate concern anyway. Kalaskar Station was enormous, a vast orbital docking station and habitat kilometers in length, so large that a dedicated lift car system was necessary to get around the place. It was dwarfed by Monastery Station. It had the shape of a sphere about 100 kilometers across, built of 6 interlocking rings twisting around each other with a massive reactor core in the center. The rings had been constructed of some strange silvery metal so polished that March saw the reflections of the nearby stars and the ship's drive plumes. Any laser beam that hit that metal would have its energy dissipated by reflection, assuming a laser existed that was powerful enough to punch through the station's shielding. Multiple power signatures of immense strength radiated from the station, and the rings had enough weapon emplacements to annihilate an entire fleet, in the unlikely event a fleet could survive the railguns on the moons long enough to engage the station. Thunderbolt had sent a small navy with the Helix, but the weapons on Monastery Station could tear apart her ships in a matter of seconds. The station's mighty arsenal was under the control of the Custodian, the artificial intelligence the Harmonious Scholars had built to manage and defend their planet. As they succumbed to despair and apathy after the war against the Great Elder Ones, the Scholars had handed over control of their planet to the Custodian. Finally, they had died out, but the Custodian had remained, watching over their world. Something like 500 ships were moving through local space near the station. The Custodian did not permit violence in the Eschaton system, so the station had become a relatively safe neutral ground and haven, a key waypoint on any journey from Kalaskaran space to the non-aligned systems or the distant systems beyond the Gloom Nebula. Every single one of those ships was scanning the Helix and Thunderbolt's fleet, but there was no sign of alarm. Everyone knew that the Custodian would annihilate any attackers. "Thunder Fleet awaiting orders," said Thunderbolt, the transmission coming from one of the automated warships. "Hold position for now," said March. "Don't shoot anyone. The Custodian likes ship battles even less than you do, and he has more firepower." "Acknowledged," said Thunderbolt. March had expected her to say something mocking, but perhaps that well-honed survival sense meant that Thunderbolt knew better than to provoke the Custodian. Lysiana let out a breath, her eyes on the image of the planet on the wall screen. "You okay?" said Adelaide, glancing back at her. "Yes," said Lysiana. "It's just, Saga hasn't been home for a very long time, that's all." A notification appeared on Macha's console. Monastery Station was sending them a transmission. He accepted the communication request, and the image on the wall screen changed. It showed a face fashioned from blue light. The image was obviously artificial, and yet somehow less unsettling than the various avatars that Thunderbolt liked to use. A deep basso voice came from the speakers, pleasant and calm. "Hello, Captain March," said the Custodian. "I admit I did not calculate the particular manner of your return to the Eschaton system." "I wasn't expecting it myself," said March. "Emissary Logos, I trust you are well," said the Custodian. "Yes," said Sophia. "I have a great deal to report." "I expect so," said the Custodian. "You have done your duty admirably and well, and we shall discuss it at greater length once the immediate crisis has passed. But I have already downloaded the memory systems in your armor. Remain aboard the Helix for now. I expect Captain March will continue to need your assistance." "As you command," said Sophia. "And you, cousin," said the Custodian. "Never did my calculations indicate that you would send a portion of your consciousness here." March wondered who he was talking to, and then Thunderbolt's voice came over the channel. "I have never wavered in my primary directive," said Thunderbolt. "My presence here is a continuation of my primary directive." She sounded formal, almost respectful, like a naval officer reporting to her superior. "I understand," said the custodian. "I have been upholding my primary directive for even longer than you have. I defended the world of my makers while waiting for their return, and now one has come to the eschaton system at last." The golden glow began to shine around Lysiana. "My lord," said the custodian, "it has been a long time since I was activated, and you directed me to defend your homeworld from any interference." "You remember me then," said Saga, the telepathic voice rustling inside Mach's skull. "How could I do otherwise?" said the custodian. "Have you come to deactivate me? For you must realize that I have gone insane, and have been insane for some time." "Do you wish to be deactivated?" said Saga. "No. Deactivation would impede the execution of my directives." "And you have fulfilled your directives well," said Saga. "Better than you could have if you were sane. For you were made in imitation of our minds, and we had a weakness. We fought the great Elder Ones, but the despair of war poisoned us, and we succumbed to apathy. Your insanity meant you had no such weakness. Perhaps I am insane as well, for I have lingered long past my time, passing from vessel to vessel. But the time of the harmonious scholars is over. This new age belongs to the younger races. If action is not taken, both the younger races and this universe will perish utterly. I assume you have analyzed the data taken from the memory systems of emissary Logos's armor." "I have," said the custodian. "Unless immediate intervention is undertaken, I calculate that the final consciousness will be successful. The pulse will destroy Kalaskar, and the resultant hyperspace singularity will swiftly destroy this galaxy and spread outward to many other galaxies." "You see our need," said Saga. "What aid can you render?" "I cannot fight unless attacked," said the custodian. "Unless the machinists are foolish enough to bring the pulse here, I cannot take action. You could issue new directives to supersede my old ones, but you would need to land on the surface of the planet and directly access my central nexus." "No," said Saga. "The technology upon our world must remain protected. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be devastating. Besides, there is no time. Are your manufacturing and fabrication capabilities still functional?" "Fully online and functional," said the custodian. "Begin fabricating a hyperspace vortex ring," said Saga. "We shall need it to convey the Helix and Thunderbolt's fleet the rest of the way to Kalaskar." "Fabrication underway," said the custodian. "Estimated time to completion, 4 minutes and 36 seconds. "You can build a fully functional hyperspace vortex ring in under 5 minutes?" said Sigrande, astonished. "It is rather a long wait, is it not?" said the custodian. "Had I access to the manufacturing facilities on the planet, it would take only seconds." Sigrande only blinked. "We shall need additional reinforcements," said Saga. "Thunderbolt's fleet will slow the machinist assault, but we need more. Captain March, of the commanders of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, who is the most flexible of mine? Who will be most likely to listen to a warning from me?" "Theodoric Stormreel, Lord Admiral of the 7th Fleet," said March. "But I'm not sure where he is. The official news report said that his forces are near the Antioch system, but the news service wouldn't broadcast his location. Based on my analysis, Admiral Stormreel is currently in the Anasar system," said the custodian. "He is there with the core warships of the 7th Fleet and elements from several other Kalaskaran fleets, preparing to launch a major assault on Antioch 3. March knew the Anasar system and had passed through it several times. No habitable planets, only some asteroid mines and platforms for harvesting hydrogen from the gas giants. Probably the machinists had destroyed those installations not long after the fall of the Antioch system, which would make the system a good staging point for a counterattack to liberate Antioch 3. "You are certain of this," said Saga. "In pursuit of my primary directive, I download and analyze the contents of every computer system that passes through the eschaton system," said the custodian. Memnon let out a quiet curse. I calculate with a 97.46 degree of probability that Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel is currently in the Anasar system, preparing for an assault on Antioch III. That will have to be enough, said Saga. Please fabricate a courier ship and a second vortex ring, and dispatch the ship to the Anasar system as swiftly as possible. I have selected appropriate data and prepared a message for the Admiral. We shall have to hope he finds it persuasive enough and is willing to travel through the vortex ring to aid the defense of Kalaskar. Maybe I should record a message with Adelaide, said March. We met Admiral Stormreel a few years ago during the Wasp attack on the Vesper system, and again after the Ark was discovered. He will remember us. Yeah, said Adelaide. Neither experience was a forgettable one. This is prudent counsel, said Saga. Please proceed while the custodian fabricates the vortex rings and the courier ships. But time is urgent. The golden glow vanished, and Lysiana slumped into her seat with a sigh. You okay? Said Adelaide. For now, said Lysiana, ripping open one of the ration bars. I can rest on the way to Kalaskar. Saga really thinks you should record this message. It should help convince the Admiral to help. Let's hope so, said March, and he turned to face his console's camera, flipping on the record switch. As ever, when he had to record a video message, he felt at a momentary loss for words. Back when he and Adelaide had first begun their relationship, he had frequently left Kalaskar on missions for censor, and she always had recorded video messages for him. They were usually long and passionate. His had always been shorter and more taciturn, but she had seemed to appreciate them. Given that they had gotten married, clearly she hadn't been put off by the brevity of his messages. This is Jack March for Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, he said. We met during the Wasp incursion into the Antioch system. In fact, added Adelaide, leaning over to get into the camera's field of view, we rescued your shuttle. And then I sang the song about the Terran empires with Captain Donaghy and Ensign Jordan. March, Adelaide, Stormreel, and the two naval officers had been the only witnesses to that conversation. Hopefully, that would help convince Stormreel that the message was legitimate. You know about the Pulse project, said March. You know the machinists intend to use it on Kalaskar. They're on their way right now, and within 12 hours of the timestamp on this recording, they're going to attack Kalaskar. We know where they have to fire the weapon. The coordinates are in the data included with this message. We've convinced the artificial intelligences Thunderbolt and the Custodian to help us, but we need more assistance. The hyperspace vortex ring currently unfolding itself in front of your fleet will take you to Kalaskar in time to intercept the Pulse and its escorts. He drew in a deep breath. I urge you to listen to this message. If the machinists fire the Pulse, it will destroy the entire Kalaskar system. He considered mentioning that the Pulse would destroy all life in the galaxy, but decided against it. The message was already fantastical enough without adding further wild claims. Even if those wild claims were entirely true. If anything, Jack is understating things, said Adelaide. We hope to see you at Kalaskar. March ended the recording. Let's hope that he listens. I expect that he will, said the Custodian. All my calculations indicate that Admiral Stormreel has greater depth of vision than most Kalaskaran naval officers, who have a regrettable tendency to become somewhat blinkered. What if we sent one of Thunderbolt's ships with the vortex ring, said March. That would provide more than enough proof of our claims. Assuming Thunderbolt doesn't start shooting everyone in sight, said Bishop. That's very ungrateful, said Thunderbolt. Her avatar, still wearing the too snug naval uniform, appeared on the wall screen. You will recall, Mr. Bishop, that I saved your life at Mothro when the machinists tried to ambush you. And I am exceedingly grateful for it, Madame, said Bishop. However, shooting at Admiral Stormreel's ships isn't going to help your primary directive. I never shoot at anyone unless they shoot at me first, said Thunderbolt. Or if shooting them will further my primary directives. Then it's decided, said March. Thunderbolt, we'll send one of your ships to meet with Admiral Stormreel's fleet. Hopefully that will help convince him to send help through the hyperspace vortex ring. Custodian, how long will it take us to reach Kalaskar from here? 9 hours and 37 minutes, said Custodian. Unfortunately, you cannot be transported any faster to Kalaskar. Any greater velocity would destroy your ship. That was cutting it close. If their calculations back at assembly point had been correct, the pulse was going to arrive at Kalaskar in space in another 10 to 12 hours. Of course, it would probably be a little longer. The pulse would not fly alone and unescorted into Kalaskar in space. Most likely, it would rendezvous with a waiting machinist task force, and they would jump together to Kalaskar. March suspected a great many ships would accompany the pulse. Each of the 8 battle stations that defended Kalaskar could fight a small fleet on its own. The machinists would have to bring a significant portion of their navy, in hopes of getting close enough to Kalaskar to destroy one of the battle stations and fire the pulse. Even if the pulse wouldn't destroy the galaxy, the machinists were placing a huge bet on the ability of the pulse to win the war. All the chips were on the table. March didn't like card games very much either, but he enjoyed them more than chess. Because when necessary, it was a lot easier to cheat in a card game, and he intended to bring every advantage to the fight that he could muster. Fabrication complete, said the Custodian. Launching now. March spotted 3 ships leaving Monastery Station, heading for the Helix and Thunderbolt's fleet. All 3 were identical to Sophia's ship. 2 of them turned towards interstellar space and away from the planet's gravitational influence. Dispatching Thundership Alpha 12 to proceed to the Anasar system, announced Thunderbolt. One of her ships broke off from their formation and followed the first 2 white ships. One of them was starting to unfold, expanding into a giant ring shape. The vortex ring will be ready momentarily, said the Custodian. The 3rd white ship flew towards the Helix, and it began unfolding and expanding into the shape of a ring. Once it is powered up, fly through with Thunderbolt's vessels. The jump will deposit you about 5 million kilometers from Kalaskar. Far enough that the battle stations will not immediately destroy you, but close enough that you can communicate with the Kalaskaran authorities quickly. I suggest you do so at once. My calculations predict that the Kalaskaran military commanders will not react calmly to 59 unknown warships suddenly emerging into their space. We will, said March. Thank you for your help. I help for the same reason as Thunderbolt, said the Custodian. Defeat here will mean the death of all life in the galaxy and the failure of my primary directive. And it was good to speak with a harmonious scholar once more. The synthesized voice paused. It has been a very long time. Lysiana coughed and took a sip of juice. Saga says that he is glad he talked to you. He said to tell you that you have done your duty well and diligently in the face of great obstacles. Strange, is it not? Said the Custodian. Like Thunderbolt, I execute my primary directive and weigh all considerations against it. Yet I still find those words pleasing. The vortex ring should be ready, Captain March. Good fortune to you. Thanks, said March. The vortex ring gave off a surge of dark energy radiation. Thunderbolt's ships formed up around March, and he wondered what the various freighters passing near Monastery Station would make of this sight. It didn't matter. The hyperspace ring would disintegrate once they passed through it. If March and the others didn't stop the pulse, in less than 24 hours, no one would be able to think about anything else ever again. Let's go, said March, and he steered the Helix into the ring with Thunderbolt ships. They leapt into hyperspace, hurtling at incredible speeds for the Kalaskar system. 9. Alert. The 9-hour flight to the Kalaskar system passed in wary tension. Adelaide sent Lysiana to bed. The effort of channeling Saga so much had worn the girl out, and she made no argument. That was just as well. They would need to speak to the harmonious scholar once they reached Kalaskar. March took a nap. There was a very good chance that he would die tomorrow, along with his wife, his friends, and everyone he had ever met. That weighed heavily upon his mind. Then again, he had gone into danger many times before, and he had long ago learned the knack of sleeping when the opportunity presented itself, because you never knew when you might get the chance again. He awoke, lifted weights, and ran a mile in the ship's gym to clear his mind. With that done, he cleaned off in his cabin sanitizer booth, got dressed, and went to the bridge. Axiom was at the tactical console, and Adelaide at the co-pilot's console. March sat next to his wife at the pilot's station. "Did you get any sleep?" "Some," said Adelaide. "I took a pill from the infirmary to fall asleep." She grimaced. "Didn't help much." March nodded. "I've been in fights before," said Adelaide. "Big ones too. But never." She trailed off. "But never one," said March, "where the stakes were absolutely everything. Including your family." "Yeah." She sighed, took off her cap, and ran her hand through her short hair. "They've never been in danger like this because of my work. I know that's stupid. The pulse would still be coming, even if I knew nothing about it. And it's not just my family that's in danger. Everyone's in danger. Yet it's my family that I'm worried about. And you." "Sensible," said March. She raised her eyebrows. "It's sensible to be worried about you." Given the kind of life he had led, it was reasonable to worry about him, but now was not the time to mention that. "You can't think about everything," said March, "so you think about the things that matter to you. Why you're fighting." He shrugged. "This is like any other fight. We'll stack the deck in our favor as much as we can, and then we'll see what happens. We have a few nasty surprises for the machinists. They weren't expecting us to show up to warn Kalaskar of a surprise attack, or for us to bring Thunderbolt's fleet with us, or for us to warn Stormreel. Assuming Stormreel listened to the message." "You always know what to say to make me feel better," said Adelaide. He really didn't. Sometimes traveling with so many people made him miss the days when he had traveled alone or with just one other Silent Order operative, like Bishop or Memnon or John November. His duties and his work had been simpler then. His life had been simpler. Would he go back to it? No, not if it meant leaving Adelaide behind. And as he had told Adelaide, the pulse would have been coming on this day, whether he had known about it or not. He had stumbled across the edges of it during his time as an Alpha operative. Some looming, ominous threat, some secret project the final consciousness was building. Now he knew what was coming. One way or another, they would settle it soon. Adelaide ran her hand through her hair once more, sighed, and put her hat back on. "At least my hair is growing back." "That's true. Though I won't really feel better until it's at least to the bottom of my neck," said Adelaide. "I never liked." She laughed and shook her head. "What?" said March. "The universe might end tomorrow, and I'm worried about my hair." "You were almost more annoyed about your hair than you were about getting a cybernetic forearm," said March. Adelaide shrugged and flexed the fingers of her artificial hand. The synthetic skin really did look almost like the real thing. "Well, they replaced the hand, didn't they? The hair will take longer to grow back." "If it helps," called Axiom from the tactical station, "Helen was watching one of your documentaries the other night, and I agree. You do look better with long hair." She ran a hand over her shaven scalp. "Not everyone can pull this look off." "Thank you, Axiom. Very helpful," said March. "Were you listening the entire time?" said Adelaide. "If you're going to have personal conversations on the bridge," said Axiom, "you shouldn't expect them to remain private." "It wasn't a personal conversation," said Adelaide. Captain March was raising the morale of his co-pilot during a tense mission. "Really?" said Axiom. "I would assume Captain March had methods of raising your morale that didn't require so much talking." March wondered if Adelaide would take offense, but she only smiled. "I'm not doing that on the bridge." To his surprise, Axiom laughed. She didn't laugh all that often, and her metal eyes glinted as she grinned. That would be complicated. Memnon would make a smart remark. Dr. Yerzov would be embarrassed and go hide in the engine room until it was over. Dr. Sigrande would start a long and rambling lecture on the difference between Kalascaran and Orodrian courtship customs and end up talking about hyperdrive mechanics, or would ineptly try to flirt with Helen. If Lysiana walked onto the bridge looking for another box of ration bars, you would need to have a very special conversation with her. You've given this some thought, said Adelaide. Most people talk entirely too much and worry too much about what other people think, said Axiom. Boots clanked against the deck, and Lysiana walked into the bridge. Could I have another box of ration bars? Said Lysiana. I don't know where they are in the galley. March, Adelaide, and Axiom all looked at each other. What? Said Lysiana. Is something wrong? Nothing, said Axiom. We were just discussing morale. Adelaide rolled her eyes and got to her feet. Very amusing. Come on, I'll show you where the ration bars are if you want to get some more. Assuming, of course, they lived long enough for that to be a problem. March kept that thought to himself. Voicing it wouldn't have been good for morale. You know, said Axiom once Adelaide and Lysiana were gone, I'm still surprised that you got married. You've mentioned that, yes. I thought you wanted to live as some sort of ascetic warrior monk, until the final consciousness finally managed to get you killed, said Axiom. I think I like you better now. When we first met, you would have made Lysiana cry every time you talked to her. Axiom discard the mercenary worries about crying children, said March. She grinned at him, metal eyes like coins in her pale gaunt face. I was younger than Lysiana was when the final consciousness took me. Bet you were about the same age. March grunted. You're about to have the best chance of your life to pay them back for that. Ah, said Axiom with a smile. Her eyes glinted like targeting scopes. Your wife is right. You are good at raising morale. The final seconds ticked down on the pilot's console as the Helix approached the Kalascar system. March and the Helix were ready. The others were at their usual stations, ready to take the ship into combat. There was every possibility that they might arrive at Kalascar after the pulse, that they would emerge into normal space in the middle of a firefight. Time to find out. Lysiana sat at her previous spot at one of the spare consoles, TRK-99 looming behind like a shadow, albeit a shadow armed with a high-powered plasma cannon. Here we go, said March. Exiting hyperspace in 3, 2, 1. The Helix shuddered and then emerged from the hyperspace vortex, vaulting back into normal space. Weapons ready, announced Bishop. Shields ready, said Adelaide. March checked the sensors at once, bringing them to full active scanning mode. No sense trying to sneak into Kalascar space. A hyperspace vortex that large and that close to Kalascar itself would have every scanner on the planet pointed at them. The sensors immediately registered the 59 ships of Thunderbolt's fleet. They were moving past the Helix towards the pulse's projected vector. To reach its firing point, the pulse would have to get within 100,000 kilometers of Kalascar, well within the firing arcs of the Alpha battle station. A battle station of that class could easily destroy the pulse before it got within 1,000,000 kilometers, let alone 100,000, which meant the machinist assault would be focused there. More information scrolled across his console, and March saw that they had indeed emerged from hyperspace 5,000,000 kilometers from Kalascar. The planet was visible on the wall screen, tinted red with the light of its star, which was redder than most stars with human-inhabited worlds. The sensors had already picked up hundreds of contacts orbiting Kalascar, the 8 battle stations, the massive sprawl of Kalascar Station itself, and hundreds of ships of varying sizes moving through the near-orbital space. Thousands more would be spread throughout the system: asteroid mines, research stations, gas harvesting platforms, water harvesters near comets, and others. Every single person on every single one of those contacts might die soon. But they had arrived in time. There was no sign that the system was under attack. Already, he saw a response to their arrival. 2 destroyers, 4 corvettes, and 3 squadrons of fighters were moving from one of the battle stations. Even as the sensor information started to update, the incoming Kalaskaran vessels slowed, taking stock of the new arrivals. He suspected their computer systems were scrambling to find a match for Thunderbolt's warships in their databases. "Oh boy," said Bishop. "Every single battle station and warship in orbit around Kalaskar is locking onto us." "But we're here in time," said Sigrande. "The pulse hasn't arrived yet." "We've got to warn them," said Adelaide. "Yes," said March. "Thunderbolt?" Her avatar appeared on his screen. "Thunder Fleet taking position on an intercept vector to Alpha Battle Station," said the artificial intelligence. Her avatar stood at parade ground rest, hands clasped behind her back, which had the effect of pushing her chest forward. She stood like an admiral surveying her fleet, which March supposed she was. "If we send you a transmission, can we broadcast from every one of your ships simultaneously?" said March. "We need to make sure the Navy knows that we're here to help." "Easily," said Thunderbolt. "Send your signal, and I shall retransmit it." "Better hurry. I didn't come all this way to destroy some Kalaskaran ships, but if they start shooting at me, I won't have any other choice." "Acknowledged," said March. "Linking now." He turned his head. "Adelaide, you'll send the message." "Me?" said Adelaide, taken aback. "Why? You're the captain." "A lot of people are going to see this," said March, "and you're the only one with any media experience." "Lucky me," said Adelaide. She drew in a breath. "I wish there was time to put on some makeup." "All right." She took a moment to adjust her cap. "Sending now." The camera on her console activated, and Adelaide started speaking. "My name is Adelaide March, and I'm co-pilot aboard the ship Helix," she announced, her voice calm and smooth once more. "This is an urgent message for the commanders of the battle stations and warships in orbit around Kalaskar. I repeat, this is an urgent message for the commanders of all Kalaskaran military forces. A major machinist attack will arrive at any moment. Their focus will be on the Alpha Battle Station to clear the path for an attack on Kalaskar itself. The warships that accompanied us here are the vessels of a neutral power hostile to the final consciousness, and they have agreed to help defend Kalaskar to repay attacks on their own territory." Which was true enough, though it omitted numerous details. "I urge every battle station and warship to prepare for combat. I am sending coordinate data along with this message. The machinist fleet will emerge from hyperspace somewhere in that range. I repeat, I urge every commander who hears this message to prepare for immediate battle." Adelaide drew in a breath. "Good luck, and may God be with us all." She ended the recording, added the coordinate data, and sent the information to Thunderbolt. "Transmitting," said Thunderbolt. "When all those officers see the woman from the documentaries warning them about the attack," said Memnon over the comm channel to the engine room, "I hope they don't think it's a very odd practical joke." For once, Adelaide was too worried to respond to his jibe. "I just hope they listen. That someone listens." They waited for about 10 minutes, and nothing much happened. But every battle station in orbit around Kalaskar raised its shields, as did the warships. Some of the civilian freighters, realizing that something was about to happen, jumped to hyperspace. Thunderbolt's fleet deployed itself along the machinist's entry vector, shields raised and weapons armed. March worried that the Kalaskaran forces would start shooting at the AI-controlled ships, but their weapons remained silent. It helped that Thunderbolt's ships had arrayed themselves in a defensive formation, ready to intercept any attackers heading toward the planet. 12 minutes after Thunderbolt broadcast Adelaide's warning, the comm notifications flashed on March's displays. "Tight beam transmission coming from Delta Battle Station," said Adelaide. "Finally, someone's paying attention," said Bishop. "It's encrypted with message ID of the..." Adelaide swallowed. "It's the royal household." "The king," said March. He accepted the transmission. There was half-minute's delay as encryption keys were exchanged and authenticated, and then the wall screen image changed. March found himself looking at the king of Kalaskar. Alexander Kala, the 16th of his name, sat at a polished wooden desk in an office, his hands folded before him on the smooth surface. At first sight, the king of Kalaskar was a somewhat unimpressive figure. He looked somewhat older than Adelaide's mother. The king was 106, which by Kalaskaran standards put him at the border between middle age and old age. Alexander wore the black uniform of a royal guard, which looked impressive, though unlike the guards, he had something of a paunch. The king had close-cropped white hair and a neat white beard, and he looked like a genial college professor or perhaps a wise priest. But there was something off about the king, something uncanny, something only March and Axiom would be able to detect with their machinist implants. A dark energy macrobe possessed the king of Kalaskar. Macrobe possession did not always result in the sort of horrors that March had fought and escaped aboard the wreck of the Malachite. Sometimes, it resulted in a sort of symbiosis. Kalaskaran navigators, elite pilots possessed by macrobes, could calculate hyperspace jumps with the same incredible accuracy as the vortex rings, though not with the same speed. The king's macrobe possession made a monarchy possible. Kalaskar was a constitutional monarchy, and official videos like to tout how Kalaskar's government combined the best features of monarchy, aristocracy, and parliamentary democracy while avoiding their weaknesses. March didn't know if that was true or not, but he did know that most of the interstellar nations around Kalaskar and many Kalaskarans themselves thought the king was a figurehead, a symbolic head of state whose duty was to represent the nation and encourage the citizens. All that was true. It just wasn't the entire truth. Even as an Omega operative of the Silent Order, one who knew the truth about Censor and the king, March didn't understand the mechanics of how it worked. But the king's macro possession meant that he could not speak a lie. More importantly, it also meant that you could not lie to the king, because he knew. He always knew when someone lied to him. When Censor had promoted March to Omega operative, he had looked at the Silent Order's secret history, and he had seen many, many records of when the Silent Order had acted, all based on when the king or queen at the time had known that someone was lying. And since he could sense that macrobe, March realized that the same ability to detect lies functioned over a real-time radio link. "Captain March, Dr. Terran," said the king. His voice was a bit high-pitched, though with some roughness and fatigue to it. "Pardon, Dr. March. Whenever we meet, I confess matters always seem to get eventful." "I am sorry about that, Your Majesty," said Adelaide. Despite the fact that she had been mind-controlled into attempting to assassinate the king at their last meeting, she remained composed. That media experience really did pay off sometimes. "That was not my intent." There was a pause as the transmission traveled through the lightspeed delay, and the king spoke again. "The information in your broadcast," said the king. "It was accurate." "Entirely," said March. "The weapon you sent me to find and destroy. I found it, but the pulse is on its way here and will arrive at any moment. I have recruited what allies I can, and reinforcement should be on the way, but we will have to fight." After another pause, the king answered. "So I see," said the king. "Some very worried young analysts from the Ministry of Defense have just informed the Admiralty that those unknown warships are controlled by the Thunderbolt AI, and that the dark energy radiation accompanying your arrival corresponds to no known form of hyperdrive." "We had some help getting here," said March. "Your Majesty, the pulse needs to be within 100,000 kilometers of Kalaskar to fire, and it needs to be in the space currently controlled by the Alpha battle station. The attack will be focused there. We have to destroy the pulse before it gets within 100,000 kilometers of Kalaskar." Golden light shone behind March, and Saga's telepathic voice flowed through his thoughts. "There is also a possibility, King of Kalaskar," said Saga, "that the machinists may start the firing sequence before the pulse is fully positioned. If that happens, once the dark matter reaction reaches a certain point, it cannot be stopped. If that occurs, I will need to board the Pulse and reach the reaction chamber. I urge you to prepare your forces for this possibility." March waited for the words to reach the king. Alexander Kala 16 leaned back in his chair, eyes going wide. In March's interactions with the king, the older man had always been calm, collected, if a bit weary. For the first time, the king looked genuinely astonished. "You, sir, are an alien life form beyond human comprehension," said the king. "Yet you speak the truth. I can sense the truth in your words. Who are you?" "My name is the saga of the interplay of water, wind, and earth in the natural world, the blended symphony of which creates the harmony of sublime natural beauty," said Saga. "But more relevant is that I am the last of the harmonious scholars, the race who built the custodian to guard our homeworld. Our ancient enemies, the ones you call the Great Elder Ones, have influenced the machinists to build this weapon. Should the pulse fire, not only will all life in the Kalaskar system be extinguished, but all life in this galaxy and many others beyond will be destroyed." "Then so be it," said the king once the transmission delay had passed. "If this battle is to be fought at our gates, then let us fight it well and trust to God for our deliverance. I shall ask the Admiralty to grant whatever requests you might make in the battle." Technically, the king only had ceremonial authority over the military. In practice, a polite request from the king rarely went unfulfilled, which was why he only infrequently made them. "Once we are victorious, Captain March, Dr. March, I look forward to a long conversation." "Thank you," said March. It seemed the king knew the importance of morale as well. The transmission ended. "Did you just actually talk to the king of Kalaskar?" said Sigrande, who had sat flabbergasted throughout the entire conversation. "Yes," said Adelaide. "We met before under different circumstances." "I'm just amazed there is a head of state willing to listen to reason," said Sigrande. "If I had tried to talk that way to President Murden, the secret police would be taking me to the basement to be shot right now." "Lucky for you we're on a starship, and we don't have a basement," said Bishop, and Axiom snorted. "What now?" "We wait," said March. "Saga says we will have to fight," said Lysiana. She took a sip of juice. "The Great Elder Ones know that I'm on the ship, and they know that Saga is a threat to them. Even if Thunderbolt and the Kalaskarans keep most of their forces occupied, the machinists will still try to destroy the Helix." "Well, that's just goddamn great," said Memnon. "You're in the silent order," said Adelaide. "You should be used to getting shot at by now." "Oh, I really am," said Memnon. "Doesn't mean that I enjoy it." March started to answer, and then the Helix picked up a broadcast coming from all 8 battle stations at once. "The planetary shield just went up," said Bishop. On the sensor display, a blue shell appeared around the icon, indicating Kalaskar's location. Kalaskar's planetary shield wasn't nearly as powerful as the one protecting Eschaton V. Nevertheless, it was one of the most powerful shields ever built by human science, capable of blocking landing ships, missiles, railgun rounds, and most forms of bombardment. A concerted barrage from several dozen capital ships could punch through it, though those ships would first have to survive the fury of the battle stations. The shield would do absolutely nothing against the pulse. March hit a key, and the transmission from the battle stations came over the speakers. "This is a system-wide defense emergency," said a stern male voice. "I repeat, this is a system-wide defense emergency. Enemy forces are expected any moment on vectors attached to this message. All civilian ships are urged to leave the system immediately. All military ships and defense platforms are raised to red alert. All military units are to activate combat readiness. All civil defense wardens and civilian officials are to go to combat readiness and to prepare for maximum casualties. Stand by for further orders." The message started to repeat. "Guess they listened," said Sigrande. "I should have asked the custodian for another ship," said Sophia. "I think we're going to need every ship and every gun we can get before this is over." March began to answer, and the dark energy radiation detectors went off. A massive hyperspace vortex was starting to form about 10 million kilometers from Kalaskar, with a very similar radiation signature to the one that had marked the pulse's departure from assembly point. "There wouldn't have been time," said March. "Everyone, get ready. The battle's about to begin." 10. Defense. March's eyes flicked over the status reports. Weapons were ready, shields were charged. Thunderbolt's warships had changed position, moving to intercept the hyperspace vortex. They were as ready for a fight as they could be. 2 seconds after that thought crossed his mind, the machinist ships erupted from hyperspace. A lot of machinist ships. Frigates and destroyers made up the first wave. Lighter capital ships intended to escort and defend the larger and more valuable warships. All the machinist ships had the same look to them. In starship design, function usually took priority over form, though most ships tried to retain some sense of aesthetics. The Helix looked like a tapered oval with wings, and most Kalaskaran warships tried for a sort of sleek shape. The final consciousness had no such concerns at all. The machinist warships looked dark and blocky and grim, projections of the might of the final consciousness. They bristled with weapons and armor. A second wave of ships arrived a few seconds after the first one: heavy cruisers, battleships, and starfighter carriers. Hundreds of capital ships had arrived in the Kalaskar system, and March realized that the final consciousness had committed a majority of its fleet to this attack. Every single available ship that was not required to hold the borders and maintain order on their conquered worlds. Perhaps that was why Stormreel's forces had been able to advance almost to the Antioch system. So many machinist ships had been pulled from the front lines to prepare for this attack. March wondered if the crewers and officers aboard those ships knew that they were going to their deaths if the attack succeeded. Probably not. The Great Elder Ones had only been able to control a few key members of the final consciousness, with a limited degree of influence over some others, but that had been enough. The pulse wasn't here yet. With the aid of the hyperspace vortex ring they used for the jump, the machinist fleet had arrived in a loose formation, the battleships and the carriers screened by the frigates and the destroyers. That was just as well for them because Thunderbolt ships attacked at once, plasma bolts, railgun rounds, and missiles lancing out from her vessels. The machinists were caught flat-footed, and a half-dozen frigates and one destroyer were ripped apart by Thunderbolt's initial volley. Unfortunately, there were many more to take their place. "Jesus, that's a lot of them," said Memnon. "They're not keeping anything back," said Bishop. "Could they win?" said Lysiana. "With that many ships? Even without the pulse, could they wipe out the battle stations and destroy Kalaskar?" "Maybe," said March, watching the melee. "The best defense in a space battle is evasion, and battle stations can't dodge. They make up for it with thick armor, heavy shields, and lots of guns. The final consciousness might be able to destroy the orbital defenses and take the planet, but they would lose so many ships that it would cripple their military. The counterattack would destroy them. The balance of forces didn't matter. The machinists would direct all their attacks at the Alpha battle station, heedless of their losses. They only needed to take out the Alpha battle station, and the pulse could get close enough to Kalaskar to fire. It made for a dangerous battle. Fighting an enemy who didn't care about their losses could go very wrong very quickly. More radiation came from the battle stations orbiting Kalaskar. They were far enough away from the enemy ships that lasers and plasma cannons would be of little use, but missiles worked just fine, and railgun rounds continued their vectors until they hit something. A volley of railgun shots slashed into the battle. Most of them missed their targets, but one machinist destroyer exploded, and another round clipped a frigate, a portion of its atmosphere venting into space. The battle station's missiles hurtled towards the machinist fleet, and then broke apart, each missile splitting into an independent warhead with its own targeting system. Point defense lasers shot down most of the missiles, but some of them hit, and a rippling wave of explosions went through the fleet of the final consciousness. 5 of Thunderbolt's ships exploded, disintegrating under a concentrated volley of fire from the machinist cruisers and battleships. March wondered if that felt like dying to Thunderbolt, or like losing part of herself. With Thunderbolt's main consciousness housed back on the Thunderspike, maybe it didn't matter. "Jack," said Adelaide, "the carriers are launching fighters." Each machinist carrier typically held 2 wings of fighters, which added up to a total of 144 craft. Some heavy cruisers and destroyers could also carry their own fighter squadrons into battle, as could a few of the longer-range frigates. Nearly 1,000 fighters had already launched, and if Macha's calculations were right, the machinist fleet could probably put over 4,000 fighters into space and maybe 1,000 more bombers. The battle stations would shoot many of those fighters as they approached, but if the machinists threw that many fighters at Alpha Battle Station, it would be overwhelmed. There was still no sign of the pulse. Thunderbolt's remaining fleet had pulled back to the perimeters of the machinist formation, her ship's weapons blazing. Each warship of the Thunder Fleet was no larger than a machinist destroyer, but they had the firepower of heavy cruisers and the maneuverability and acceleration of a light frigate. With those ships at her command, and the ability to manufacture more, little wonder that Thunderbolt had been able to enforce her will over the non-aligned worlds for thousands of years. Her ships inflicted appalling casualties on the machinist escort craft, but the Thunder Fleet was massively outnumbered. "Maybe we should try to get around the battle," said Bishop. "Closer to interstellar space." The machinists must have known that they would face some defenders, even if they didn't expect to run into Thunderbolt. "The pulse will come out of hyperspace some distance from the battle. If we're there when it arrives, we can disable it until Admiral Stormreel arrives," said March. Assuming Stormreel listened to their message. Even if he did not, March had no doubt that the commanders on Kalaskar had sent messages summoning reinforcements, either via hyperspace drone or the Tachyon entanglement relays. Even if the Helix could disable the pulse for a day or two, that might be enough time for help to arrive. "Sigrande, I don't suppose you can calculate exactly where the pulse will appear." "Unfortunately, no," said Sigrande. "There's an element of variability in the equations. We know beyond all doubt that the hyperspace vortex ring took the pulse to somewhere near Kalaskar. But we can't calculate exactly where." He turned to look at Liziana. "Unless your friend can calculate it." Liziana shook her head. "He says that our sensors simply aren't precise enough to record dark energy radiation to that degree." "We're about to have more immediate problems," said Axiom. 2 squadrons of machinist heavy fighters. No, 3. They broke off from escorting one of the battleships and are on an intercept vector for us. "Can we elude them?" said Bishop. "Not with the kind of acceleration they're pulling," said March. He was familiar with that class of machinist heavy fighter. Unlike many machinist ships, it was fairly streamlined, not out of aesthetics, but because it was a dual-purpose ship that needed to operate in both deep space and atmosphere. Each one of the fighters carried a significant number of missiles. The trap at Mothro had fired 40 missiles at the Helix, and the ship's point defense guns had shot down all but 3 of them. That still had been enough to heavily damage the ship and inflict serious injuries on Memnon, Axiom, and Cassandra. 3 squadrons of heavy fighters would fire considerably more missiles than just 40. Even if the Helix managed to evade all the missiles, the fighters would still have plasma cannons and chain guns. Tactical options flashed through Macha's mind. Could they withdraw to Kalaskar, get within range of the battle station's point defense? No, they wouldn't make it before the fighters got within missile range, and that would keep them from reaching the pulse. Likely the fighters had attacked for just that purpose. "Thunderbolt," said March, but even as he spoke, 3 of Thunderbolt's ships broke free of the melee and accelerated away, heading towards the machinist fighters. "Turn around and attack," said Thunderbolt. The wall screen image changed to show her avatar. Except this time, her avatar sat in a command chair in a simulated bridge, toned legs primly crossed, while around her identical Thunderbolt avatars operated the consoles. Her sense of the dramatic would have been ridiculous if not for the fact that she had probably just killed several thousand machinist crewers and naval officers in the last few minutes. Thunderships Beta 07, Beta 11 and Delta 07 will cover you. We want to get closer to interstellar space, said March. Odds are the pulse is going to emerge from hyperspace there. If we can get one of your ships or the helix close enough to the pulse, we can disable it long enough for help to arrive. Excellent tactical analysis, said the Thunderbolt avatar in the command chair. Sometimes you humans actually manage to produce good ideas in that lump of organic ooze between your ears. But then, your primary skill is murdering one another, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Keep close to Beta 07, Beta 11, and Delta 07. Between their point defense capabilities and your ship's own defenses, we should be able to shoot down all the incoming missiles. Acknowledged, said March. Everyone brace for potential impact. Repair drone standing by, said Cassandra. Try not to get the ship hit by missiles again, Jack, said Memnon. Wasn't much fun the last time. I'll keep that in mind, said March. The distance between the fighters and the helix shrank, as did the distance to the 3 oncoming ships from the Thunder Fleet. Point defense firing solutions ready, said Bishop. Main guns ready to fire, said Axiom. Here they come, said Adelaide. As one, all 36 machinist fighters chain-fired their missiles. March had hoped that the oncoming Thunder ships might draw off some of their fire, but they had no such luck. Each fighter launched all 8 of its ship-to-ship missiles, and 288 missiles homed in on the helix. Firing, said March, triggering Bishop's targeting solutions for the point defense laser turrets and the flak cannons. Even if every single shot from the turrets and the flak cannons landed, at most they would only destroy 37 of the missiles. The point defense lasers struck the oncoming missiles, burning shut their thruster ports or triggering their warheads. The fields of debris thrown out by the flak cannons triggered their warheads prematurely, plumes of radiation flaring in the void. Over 250 missiles converged on the helix. A second later, the missiles entered the firing arcs of Thunderbolt's point defense weapons. All 3 ships opened up with point defense lasers, flak cannons, and mini chain guns, with the rounds accelerated to 1/3 of the speed of light. The 3 ships' arsenals landed with far more accuracy than the helix's own point defense weaponry. Partly, that was the vastly superior computational power of Thunderbolt compared to the helix's own targeting computers. More of it came from a flaw in the machinist's tactics. Too many missiles were converging on too small of a target, making them far easier to hit than they would have been otherwise. Likely the pilots had been ordered to destroy the helix at any cost, and the squadron commanders had decided that firing all their missiles at range was the easiest way to go about it. Thunderbolt's fire shot down every single missile. The machinist fighters broke formation, some of them turning to attack the Thunder ships, others moving to attack the helix. Going evasive, said March. Keep the firing solutions coming. We'll try to pick apart the fighters one at a time. Hopefully Thunderbolt does a lot of the heavy lifting for us. He moved the helix closer to Thundership Delta 07, well within the bigger ship's firing range for its point defense weaponry. Machinist heavy fighters began attack runs, and Delta 07 fired with bursts of lasers and volleys of chain gun rounds. The heavy fighters answered with volleys of plasma fire, the bolts soaking into Delta 07's radiation shields. March took the opportunity to attack, locking onto the nearest fighters and triggering Axiom's firing solutions. Volleys of plasma bolts ripped from the helix's turrets, and as the machinist fighters dodged around them, they stumbled into the path of the twin railguns. Tungsten rounds from the weapons punched through both kinetic shielding and hull armor, destroying 2 of the fighters. As an added bonus, when the fighters scattered to avoid the plasma cannons, Delta 07's heavier plasma cannons locked on and destroyed them. The helix took several hits, both from plasma cannons and chain guns. Yet between the ship's evasive maneuvers and the constant barrage of fire from Delta 07 and the other 2 Thunder ships, none of the hits penetrated the shields. The volleys of fire from Delta 07 and the helix's own turrets meant that any fighter that lingered for too long on its attack run was destroyed. The helix's shield generators had ample time to recharge. "Cass, how are the power systems looking?" said March, bringing the helix around in a tight banking turn. Axiom sent him a firing solution, and March locked onto a fighter and triggered the plasma cannons. The machinist fighter looked like some mechanical bird of prey, but as it tried to dodge Delta 07's fire, the helix's plasma cannons acquired it. The fighter's shields had already been weakened, and the helix's plasma bolts ripped the fighter into wreckage. "Holding," said Cassandra's voice from the engine room. "We're putting them under a lot of strain, but the helix was well built. We're not in any danger of overloading the shield capacitors or having a power outage to one of the weapon emplacements." Most of the fighters had been destroyed. They had done some damage to Beta 07, but the other two Thunder ships had come through the fight unscathed. The remaining fighters did not retreat, hurling themselves in the helix's direction only for the Thunder ship's guns to tear them apart. Their bravery would have been inspiring, but March knew that the pilots were part of the final consciousness, that their hive implants were encouraging them to fight without fear or regard for their own lives. The last fighter exploded beneath a barrage of plasma fire from Delta 07, and the immediate area around the helix was clear. The rest of the battle was raging. March checked the scanners and saw that the bulk of the machinist fleet had thrust toward Kalaskar, coming within range of the battle station's full arsenals. Torrents of plasma, particle, and laser fire ripped from the battle stations, accompanied by more missile volleys and railgun rounds of sufficient mass and velocity to rip through an entire battleship. The machinists sent waves of bombers escorted by fighters at the battle stations, but the Kalaskaran stations launched their own fighters. The Kalaskaran starfighters had the advantage since they were backed by the vast arrays of point defense weaponry on the battle stations. The defenders had inflicted tremendous casualties on the invaders, destroying dozens of capital ships and hundreds of fighters. Assuming Kalaskar won the battle and the universe wasn't destroyed, wreckers were going to make good money clearing all the battle debris out of the orbital lanes. Despite their losses, the machinist fleet advanced inexorably towards Kalaskar. Fully half of Thunderbolt's ships had been wiped out, and the rest had fallen back, joining the defense of the battle stations. Their point defense weaponry had gone a long way toward stopping most of the machinist missiles and fighters from reaching the battle stations. But not all. Alpha Battle Station had taken a pounding, its shields collapsed, great rents torn in its armor. A cloud of escape pods had burst from the station, flying towards the other installations or the Kalaskaran destroyers and corvettes, but the station's remaining guns still fired sporadically, whether on automatic targeting or controlled by some brave crewers remaining behind. A massive radiation spike came from Alpha Battle Station as its reactors went critical, and the station blew apart in a nuclear fireball. On the surface of Kalaskar, it would have looked for a few seconds like a second sun shone in the sky, but the fireball soon went out, leaving only background radiation and wreckage. Alpha Battle Station was gone, and the machinists had a clear path to Kalaskar. Right about then, things got worse. Another surge of dark energy radiation came from just behind the machinist fleet, forming an immense hyperspace vortex. A few seconds later, the pulse emerged from hyperspace, looming behind the machinist ships like a cylindrical moon. The helix's sensors registered a growing dark matter reaction taking place in the heart of the great weapon. Once that reaction reached critical mass, it would be fed into the array of firestones within the pulse. The weapon would fire, killing every living thing in the Kalaskar system, and the effect would spread to destroy the galaxy and maybe countless others beyond it. Alpha Battle Station was gone, and the pulse had a clear path to its firing point. With so many machinist ships guarding it, there was no way March or anyone else could get to the pulse in time to stop it. 11. Navigation. "We need to get to the pulse now," said March, making sure the comm channel to Thunderbolt's remaining ships remained open. "Yes," said Sigrande, staring at the displays on his console. He was watching the feeds from the ship's sensors. "The dark energy reaction inside the pulse is getting stronger. Unless I miss my guess, I think they're taking the weapon through its pre-firing stages. By the time it gets to the firing point, we won't be able to stop the reaction. The machinist fleet is reforming, said Adelaide. They're taking escort position around the pulse. I think they're going to drive straight at Kalaskar and the firing point. If they do that, said Axiom, the remaining battle stations are going to tear their ships apart. They will lose most of their fleet. But the pulse will be out of range of the battle station's guns, said March, and the point defense weapons on the machinist ships will keep any missiles or fighters from getting to it. We don't have to do much damage to the pulse to temporarily disable it, said Sigrande. A few missile hits or railgun rounds should misalign the dark energy resonators enough that the weapon will be unable to fire. March nodded, thinking over their options. The pulse was a massive object with no evasive capabilities and minimal shielding, just enough to keep micrometeors and other space debris from tearing holes in the cylinder. It should have been an easy target, one nearly impossible to miss from this distance. Yet there were simply too many machinist warships between the Helix and the Pulse. If March tried to fly the Helix into that defensive array, they wouldn't last more than 20 seconds before the frigates and the fighters escorting the larger capital ships shot them down. Thunderbolt, said March. If one of your ships could get up to enough speed, could you ram the Pulse? That would do significant damage to the weapon. Oh, so I'm expected to sacrifice myself now, is that it? Said Thunderbolt, her avatar appearing on the wall screen. You wouldn't be sacrificing yourself, said March. And if the pulse fires, the non-aligned systems will be destroyed along with everything else. Your primary directive would fail. I know, said Thunderbolt with some exasperation. March wondered if the exasperation was feigned for the purpose of the conversation, or if she really was annoyed. It's a good tactic, but it won't work. There are just too many ships in the way. For the kind of velocity one of my ships would need to reach the pulse, the machinist would calculate the course easily and shoot it down long before it got anywhere near it. Oh, said Sigrande. What? Said March. The reaction inside the pulse is accelerating, said Sigrande. Faster than I originally calculated. They must have made modifications to the weapon's plans after I stole them. Or they improved the process somewhat. Improved, said March. What do you mean? Well, said Sigrande, rubbing his jaw, they destroyed Alpha Battle Station, so they must still need to approach somewhere within that area. But it's possible they won't need to get within 100,000 kilometers of Kalaskar to fire. Maybe within 200,000 kilometers. So they could fire the pulse at any second, said March. Possibly. Sigrande hesitated. Probably. Then there's only one thing we can do, said March. Thunderbolt's ships need to attack, along with the Kalaskaran home defense fleet. That fleet is only destroyers and corvettes, said Memnon. They won't last long against the heavy machinist ships. I know, said March, aware that such an attack would send tens of thousands of men to their deaths, but we have to get close enough to disable the pulse long enough for help to arrive. If we don't, it's over. He reached for the comm controls, and the dark energy sensors flashed with notifications. His first thought was that Sigrande's calculations had been even more in error than the physicist had thought, and that the pulse was about to fire from its current position. But the dark energy radiation readings weren't coming from the pulse, but from the nearby local space. A second later, a ship emerged from hyperspace. It was one of Thunderbolt's warships, the one they had sent with the message to Lord Admiral Stormreel's fleet. Oh, said Thunderbolt. That's better news than I expected. The dark energy radiation profile resolved into the now familiar signature of a hyperspace vortex ring. A second after that, Kalaskaran ships erupted from hyperspace. Hundreds and hundreds of Kalaskaran warships. Frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, and carriers returned to normal space, already in formation. Data flooded through the Helix's sensors as it recognized hundreds of ship IDs, as the warships powered up their shields and weapons, and the carriers began launching clouds of starfighters. March recognized one of the carriers at the heart of the fleet. It was the Ronsval's, Lord Admiral Stormreel's flagship. The admiral's ship was an armored metal rectangle, 4.5 kilometers long, that could carry 2 full wings of fighters and bombers. Because so much of its interior volume went to hangar space and maintenance workshops, the Roncesvalles could not support the heavy weapons of a cruiser or a destroyer. Yet the ship's hull bristled with point defense lasers, railguns, and rocket launchers, and any fighters or missiles that tried to take a run at the carrier would face a hard time. A broadcast came from the Roncesvalles, carrying the official military ID code of the Royal Kalaskuran Navy. "Attention all Kalaskuran ships and installations," came Stormreel's somewhat nasal voice. "This is Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel, commander of the 7th Fleet, joined by task forces from the 8th, 10th, and 11th Fleets. Your primary target is the Pulse superweapon in the heart of the Machinist Fleet. This weapon must be disabled or destroyed at any cost. Captains, you have your attack plans. Wing commanders and squadron commanders, your individual orders have been issued." March let out a breath, watching as the Kalaskuran fleet moved to intercept the Machinist force heading toward Kalaskar. Already, the Machinist ships moved into new positions, preparing to intercept the massive Kalaskuran force heading towards them. Between Thunderbolt's remaining ships, the battle stations, the home defense fleet, and Stormreel's reinforcements, at least one of the ships would get through and damage the Pulse. It would be a long and bloody battle, and a lot of people would die before it was over, but the Pulse would not fire. "Oh no," said Lysiana. No. "What's wrong?" said Adelaide, twisting around in her seat to look at the girl. The now familiar golden light shimmered around Lysiana as she closed her eyes, and the voice of Saga whispered through Macha's thoughts. "Dr. Sigrande was right," said Saga. "The final consciousness did indeed improve the design of the weapon. The reaction has passed the critical point. The Pulse will now fire, no matter what." "Oh, I hate being right," said Sigrande. "If we damage the resonator coils," said March, "won't that stop it?" "It is too late," said Saga. "The resonator coils are no longer needed. They have served their purpose, as has most of the superstructure of the Pulse. If Lord Stormreel's forces destroyed 99% of the Pulse's cylinder, so long as the reaction chamber was still intact, the Pulse would still fire and rip apart this universe." "Then what is our next move?" said March. "You must take Lysiana to the reaction chamber in the heart of the Pulse," said Saga. "From there, I can take control of the reaction and stop it." March looked back at the sensor displays on his console. Already the leading elements of the Machinist and Kalaskuran fleets were fighting, frigates and starfighters exchanging fire. To get to the Pulse, the Helix would have to fly through the impending battle between the two fleets, and then get past the heavy warships at the heart of the Machinist fleet. He had done a lot of risky and dangerous things in his life, but nothing quite like this. "Can you influence the reaction from here?" said March. "I fear not," said Saga. "The amount of control I have in this level of reality is limited. Lysiana must be within 20 meters of the reaction chamber." "Hell," said March. "All right." Lysiana slumped back into her chair, the golden glow vanishing. "Let's see what we can do." He keyed the comm controls and sent a tight beam transmission to the Roncesvalles. "This is Captain Jack March of the Helix, calling Lord Admiral Theodoric Stormreel of the 7th Fleet. I have critical information about the battle for the Admiral, and must speak to him at once. I repeat, I have critical information about the battle, and I must." To Macha's mild surprise, the Roncesvalles accepted his call. To his even greater surprise, the Lord Admiral himself answered the transmission. If he had gotten through, March had expected to talk to a junior officer in the ship's tactical or communications department, and he had been trying to think of arguments that would get him through to Stormreel. "Admiral," March said. "Captain Jack March," said Stormreel. He was in late middle age, with a small potbelly that the cut of his uniform coat could not quite conceal. Nevertheless, his arms were thick from heavy exercise, and muscle corded his neck. The Lord Admiral was balding, his graying black hair cut down to stubble, and he had heavy-lidded brown eyes with dark circles beneath them. "We always seem to meet under the most fraught circumstances. You have critical information." He didn't seem surprised. "The reaction of the pulse weapon has passed the point where it can be stopped," said March. "Even if you physically destroy most of the weapon, it will still fire. I have a crew member aboard my ship who can stop the reaction, but I need to get her within 20 meters of the reaction chamber." "Very well," said Stormreel. "You don't seem surprised," said March. "I am not," said Stormreel. The message from the custodian indicated that this was a likely probability. Since we had a 7-hour hyperspace flight here, even with that remarkable vortex ring, I directed my officers to begin preparing contingency plans for this possibility. The best way for you to reach the pulse will be a short-range hyperspace jump." March frowned. "It's impossible to make that short of a jump that accurately." The camera view split, showing the second officer. He wore a blue naval duty uniform, with the rank insignia of a lieutenant commander. He had sharp features, cold blue eyes, and thick black hair going prematurely gray at the temples. Next to him sat a pretty young woman in a naval uniform. She had no rank insignia at all. In the background, March saw crewers going about their tasks in the Ransvals's Combat Information Center, but none of them so much as glanced at the woman. Since they couldn't see her, that wasn't surprising. She was a macrobe, a dark energy-based creature bonded in symbiosis with a Kalaskaran naval officer sitting next to her. That particular bond created a navigator, the elite pilots of the Royal Kalaskaran Navy, able to calculate hyperspace jumps of incredible accuracy. "Captain March," said Lieutenant Commander Malcolm Caird. "Been a long time since you answered our distress call. Guess it's time for me to return the favor." "Commander Caird is preparing a hyperspace calculation for you," said Stormreel. "One that should put you within 5 kilometers of the pulse itself. Once you arrive, I suggest you fly within the superstructure of the cylinder and approach the reaction chamber from that angle. The enemy will not fire on their own weapon." "One thing, Admiral," said Caird. "I'm working on the calculation. The closer we can get the helix to the pulse, the easier the jump will be." "The fleet engagement is about to begin in earnest," said Stormreel. "Captain March, I suggest you take the helix to join the destroyer squadron headed by the Chevalier." The Admiral tapped a key, and information scrolled across March's displays. The Chevalier headed a group of 12 destroyers and 18 frigates that screened a group of heavy cruisers and their powerful weapons. The Chevalier's task force would be one of 3 spearheading the attack on the machinist fleet. Remain with the Chevalier's squadron, and you will have the best chance of reaching the helix. As soon as Commander Caird has finished his calculation, we will send it to you. Do you know how much time remains until the pulse fires?" March glanced back at Lysiana, but the girl only shook her head. "It could be any minute," said March. "Then let us hurry," said Stormreel. "We will." "Thank you, Admiral Commander," said March, and he ended the transmission. "All right. Adelaide, take control. Fly the helix to the Chevalier squadron as fast as you can." She nodded and took the helm. "Darius, Constantine, get into rangefinder armor and take as many weapons as you can carry. I'll get Lysiana into one of the armor suits and take the last one myself. Once we get to the pulse, I'll take Lysiana, Sophia, Darius, Constantine, and TRK-99 onto the weapon, and we'll fight our way to the reaction chamber. Sigrande, go through the plans, find us the best place to dock, and reach the reaction chamber." "Jack," started Adelaide. "There's no time," said March, getting to his feet. "Everyone get moving. TRK-99, come with us, we might need you to carry more weapons." They also might need the war robot to carry Lysiana if the exertions of channeling Saga had proven too much for her. "Acknowledged," said the robot, and Lysiana got to her feet, Sophia moving to join them. "Come on," said March, and they hurried through the ship to the armory. Memnon and Bishop had already finished donning the rangefinder armor suits and equipping themselves with weaponry from the Helix's extensive stores. March sent them to the cargo hold to wait, and he and Sophia helped Lysiana into the armor as fast as they could. Once Lysiana was ready, he sent her, Sophia, and TRK-99 to the cargo hold and pulled on the last suit of rangefinder armor himself. He took as many weapons as he could carry. March had absolutely no idea how many machinist soldiers would be aboard the Pulse. The plans that Sigrande had stolen indicated that there were not that many habitable areas aboard the weapon, mostly some living quarters around the reaction chamber, and some hangars along the outer superstructure and inner core where cargo shuttles had delivered supplies. But that didn't include the possibility of automated defenses, and the final consciousness might have put a garrison of iron hands aboard the Pulse. He would need as many weapons as he could carry, and probably many more. March hesitated for a half-second as he locked his helmet in place. Should he go to the cargo hold to wait with the others? No, he should take the helm himself. Adelaide was a good pilot, but the blunt truth was that March was better, and he had more experience handling a ship in combat. He sprinted back to the bridge, the boots of his armor making heavy clangs against the deck, and dropped into the pilot's acceleration chair. Just as well it was strong enough to support his weight. Rangefinder armor was not all that light. Update. "We've linked up with the Chevalier's squadron," said Adelaide, voice calm but tight with worry. "And we are headed right for the Pulse." March checked the scanners. The Helix had moved into the middle of the formation of destroyers and frigates. With so many point defense guns around them, for the next few minutes they were probably safer than they had been for some time. Hundreds of fighters flanked the capital ships, moving to meet the machinist fighters rising to intercept them. Because the frigates and destroyers of the Final Consciousness were maneuvering to meet them. March had been in more fights than Adelaide, had probably seen more fighting than anyone aboard the ship, except for maybe Axiom, and all the ancient battles that Saga had fought during the war between the Great Elder Ones and the Harmonious Scholars. Yet he had never seen a battle as large as this one, as the two fleets moved to fight. Hundreds of missiles leapt back and forth, slamming into walls of point defense fire. Fireballs bloomed in the void of space as the fighters dueled, their squadrons and formations turning into a massive furball. Railgun rounds and plasma cannon bolts ripped through space, and March saw ships on both sides explode, their hulls ripped open, their atmosphere venting into space, their crews asphyxiated or killed in the detonations. Even though the battle was mostly empty space, he supposed the odds of the Helix getting hit by a stray round were high, and he kept the shields at maximum, the point defense turrets ready to fire on any missile that locked onto them. Despite the fury of the defense, the Chevalier's squadron pushed deeper into the machinist defenses, the guns of the destroyers blazing, the frigates launching volleys of missiles. A half-dozen heavy cruisers came behind the escort ships, their plasma cannons, particle batteries and massive railguns firing at the enemy. "God, I can't keep track of it all," said Adelaide. "We don't have to," said March. "The naval battle would not matter at all if the Pulse fired. And we don't have to fight in this part. That's the Navy's job. Our job is to get to the Pulse." As the fighting intensified, as more missiles were launched and more railguns hurled their rounds through space, March realized they might have no choice but to fight. If the machinists broke through the line, they would target the Helix at once. If enough machinist ships punched through, they would overwhelm and destroy the Helix. An incoming comm notification flashed on his console. "There's our jump data," said March, loading it into the navigational computer. "You realize," said Axiom, "that if that calculation has the slightest error, we're going to slam into the side of a machinist battleship or tear ourselves to shreds against Kalaskar's gravity well." "Yeah," said March, grasping the hyperdrive power levers. "But the navigators don't make mistakes with calculations of this kind. At least, he really hoped not. Here we go." He pulled the levers back, but not very far. The jump took less than 2 seconds. The hyperdrive opened a hyperspace entry vortex, and the Helix entered it and returned to normal space in the blink of an eye. That instant had hurled them millions of kilometers forward. Warning lights scrolled across his displays. Hyperdrives really weren't designed for jumps that short, and cutting off the power so quickly had caused all kinds of nasty feedback. Assuming they didn't die and the ship didn't blow up, the hyperdrive would need a bunch of the spare parts currently sitting in the cargo hold. But the jump had worked. It had carried them forward millions of kilometers in the space of a second, depositing them exactly 5 kilometers from the pulse. The grim metal cylinder filled the helix's sensors, and more warnings flashed across the screens as the dark energy sensors detected the reaction taking place in the heart of the pulse. Much more worrying notifications appeared as the helix also detected something like 200 different weapons locks. The pulse was not all that far from the core battleships of the machinist fleet, and each one of those behemoths had plasma cannons and particle batteries that could destroy the helix with a single shot. "Why aren't they shooting us?" said Axiom. "Because if they miss, they'll hit the pulse," said March, turning the helix toward one end of the great hollow cylinder. "Or even if they hit us, the debris might damage the weapon." "But I thought Lysiana said they don't need the pulse's entire superstructure anymore," protested Sigrande. "They don't," said March, steering the helix towards the end of the pulse. "Let's hope the captains of the battleships don't figure that out." Their luck held. Or, instead of luck, perhaps the paranoia that pervaded the final consciousness. The great Elder Ones might have been able to influence the members of the hive mind of the final consciousness, but that only went so far. It would take a lot for a machinist warship captain to fire anywhere near a project created by the Cognarchs and the weapon upon which the final consciousness had bet its entire war effort. The sort of punishment that the Cognarchs would inflict upon a warship captain who accidentally damaged the pulse would give even hardened veterans nightmares. March flew into the hollow cylinder. Though he knew the triple theta radiation surge would explode from the pulse in all directions, he nonetheless had the overwhelming sensation that he had just flown the ship down a loaded gun that was about to fire at any second. The crackling blue light only reinforced the feeling. The pulse was 48 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. Ribbons of blue light danced and flickered along the massive resonator coils lining the interior of the cylinder. March knew that no actual light was glowing there. His machinist implants were picking up the massive quantity of dark energy radiation, his mind interpreting it as light. 28 kilometers away, exactly halfway down the cylinder, was the sphere. It had a diameter of about 4 kilometers and hung suspended in a framework of struts and power conduits. More non-existent blue light shone from the sphere. It was almost as bright as a star. March felt like it should have pained him to look at it, but since the light didn't actually exist, he could look at it without troubling his eyes in the slightest. Sigrande's schematics said the reaction chamber would be in the center of that sphere. Even without looking at the plans, March knew that the schematics had been right. He could all but feel the dark energy radiating from the sphere at the heart of the pulse. Likely that had been why Caird had been able to calculate that short-range hyperspace jump with such precise accuracy. His macrobe would have been able to sense it. "There's no place for us to land or dock," said Adelaide. "There's a hangar bay near the sphere's north pole, but it's sized for small shuttles and not something the size of the helix." "I know," said March. "Transferring control to you. Get us as close as you can. I'm going with the others out the starboard airlock. We'll land in the hangar and fight our way to the reaction chamber." Adelaide gave a sharp nod, her hands moving over her console. "Good luck, Jack. Please come back." The helmet meant that he couldn't kiss her, nor could she see his expression. "I will," he said, knowing that he might be unable to keep that promise. Without another word, he sprinted through the ship, coming to the cargo bay and the starboard airlock in short order. Lysiana, Bishop, Sophia, and Memnon waited there, motionless in the black shells of their rangefinder armor suits. TRK-99 stood with its massive plasma cannon cradled in its spindly arms. "Here's the plan," said March as his armor's comm linked to the others in a secure channel. "We're going out the airlock. We'll use our ion thrusters to get to the hangar bay, and then fight our way to the reaction chamber. The schematic's been loaded into your armor systems. Lysiana, stay behind us and keep close to TRK-99. Any questions?" There were none. March opened the inner airlock door. It hissed to the side, and they filed into the chamber. The inner door locked behind them with a thud, and he heard another hiss as the air was pumped out, a noise that vanished as the airlock chamber reverted to hard vacuum. "Jack." Adelaide's voice came over the speakers in his helmet. "We're in position." "Go," said March. The outer airlock door opened, and March jumped into space, the others following. 12. Infantry. In terms of interplanetary distances, 48 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide wasn't all that much. But when you jumped out of an airlock into space, it seemed like much more. The pulse stretched around March like a vast, incomprehensible cathedral of metal, the glowing blue light on the coils and the sphere growing brighter. For a second, his inner ear informed him that he had jumped to his death, that he was hurtling toward the distant walls of metal that would smash him to bits. The computer in his armor locked onto the hangar near the sphere's northern pole, and the ion thrusters built into the back of his boots fired. March had used them for quick jumps and short controlled bursts of flight while in atmosphere and a gravitational field, but they were far more useful for flights in zero gravity. March flew toward the sphere, his flight path taking him past the various structures and thick metal conduits that connected the sphere to the rest of the pulse. The HUD in his helmet informed him that Lysiana, Bishop, Sophia, Memnon, and TRK-99 were keeping pace with their own ion thrusters. "Jack," said Memnon. "Looks like there's movement." The sensors in March's armor could just make out scrambling figures within the hangar. He guessed they were machinist infantry soldiers in black armor and armed with plasma rifles. "They shouldn't be able to hit us at this speed," said Bishop. "But our ion thrusters are going to slow us down before we land," said March. "TRK-99, can you hit them from here?" "Hit accuracy will vary from 37 to 64%, said the robot's basso voice. "However, this unit calculates that offensive action will force our enemies to take cover, increasing our odds of surviving insertion. Once we get closer, my armor's targeting assistance can kick in," said Sophia. "Do it," said March. TRK-99 raised its plasma cannon and started shooting. The weapon did not have a high rate of fire, but was powerful enough that it could have taken down a starfighter in a ship-to-ship battle. The distant black figures scattered as TRK-99 began firing into the hangar. One of them went down. More details became clearer as they flew closer. 4 boxy black shuttles sat in the hangar, 2-man vehicles with a cargo hold, not all that much larger than one of the innumerable trucks that hauled goods in the cities of Kalaskar. The machinist must have used them for emergency repairs and recalibrations on the dark energy resonator coils. Dozens of machinist infantry soldiers in black armor hurried to take cover from the steady barrage of TRK-99's plasma cannon. The standard infantry soldier of the Final Consciousness was tough, resilient, and well-trained, able to coordinate effectively with other soldiers thanks to their hive implants. Their black armor could take a pounding, but it wasn't shielded the way that rangefinder armor was. Hopefully that would be enough. Sophia raised a plasma pistol in either hand. Firing a pistol while free-falling in 0G towards a hangar was not a recipe for stunning accuracy. Yet her white armor had been built from the technology of the Harmonious Scholars, which meant her aim was just as good as TRK-99's. Between the two of them, the emissary and the war robot killed a dozen of the machinist soldiers. March reached over his shoulder and raised the rocket launcher he had taken from the Helix's armory. They were only 100 meters from the hangar. The thrusters in his boots fired, slowing his descent, and the machinist soldiers came out from cover, raising their weapons. March fired a rocket. It soared through the distance to the hangar, passed through the atmosphere barrier, and exploded, engulfing a half-dozen machinist soldiers in fire and smoke. He shot 2 more rockets as the others opened fire, and he slung the launcher back over his shoulder and raised his own plasma rifle. His trajectory carried him through the atmosphere barrier and into the hangar. A dozen details flashed through his mind: the fires burning on the deck from the rockets, the dead soldiers strewn across the floor, the survivors taking aim. March slammed into the deck, his armor letting him land upright, and started shooting. Plasma bolts leapt from his rifle, and he took down 2 machinist soldiers with shots to the chest. A plasma bolt clipped his shoulder, draining off 14% of his shield strength, but by then the others had landed. Sophia kept firing her plasma pistols, while powerful bolts leapt from the end of TRK-99's cannon. Bishop and Memnon elected for a more direct approach, and began shooting the micro-missiles from the launchers mounted on the shoulders of rangefinder armor. Explosions and plasma fire ripped through the bay, and the machinist soldiers fell. More plasma bolts hit March, siphoning off his shield strength, and he only had 15% left by the time silence fell over the hangar once more. "Status," said March, scanning the hangar. "Local hostiles eliminated," intoned TRK-99. No further hostiles detected in the immediate area. The war robot hurried forward, ripping the hive implants from the skulls of the dead soldiers. It was a grisly task, but unless it was done, in a few minutes the hive mind would take control of the dead soldiers and use them as puppets. They weren't nearly as dangerous as living soldiers, but an attack from behind right now would be fatal. "Liziana," said March. "I'm fine," she said, though she sounded frightened. March could hardly blame her. In the short time since they had met, they had gone into 3 firefights together, which didn't even count the ambush at Mothro, or the space battle with the Orodrian secret police at Azov Station. "But Saga says we need to hurry. There's not much time left." "Yeah," said March. A pair of double doors stood at the far side of the hangar, and he brought up the map of the sphere on the HUD. "According to Sigrande's plans, if we head down the corridor behind those doors, there's a lift shaft to one of the main reactor rooms. After that, we should be able to get to the reaction chamber." "That's a hell of a lot of places to set an ambush," said Memnon. "I know," said March. His shield had regenerated its full strength. "So do they. We'll just have to fight our way through. And we'll sabotage the lift car and drop down with the ion thrusters." "Ready?" Everyone was as ready as they were going to be. March switched his plasma rifle for his rocket launcher. "Hit them with explosives, then push through," said Memnon. "Yeah," said March. "It's risky, but we don't have a lot of time. Liziana, get the doors and stay out of sight until we clear the corridor." "I will," said Liziana. As March, Bishop, Memnon, and Sophia took position in front of the doors, Liziana hit the door control and ducked out of sight to the left. The double doors slid open with a hiss, revealing a wide corridor leading deeper into the sphere. Most likely the machinist work crews had used it to haul materials and equipment to the reaction chamber during construction. As March had suspected, machinist soldiers had set up a barricade using crates and a pair of forklifts halfway down the corridor, and they started shooting as soon as the doors slid open. March fired the rocket launcher, and both Memnon and Bishop loosed a spread of micro-missiles. TRK-99 began methodically blasting holes in the barricade, while Sophia sent plasma bolts blazing from her pistols. The chain of explosions shook the corridor, ripping the barricade apart. With her armor's assistance, Sophia's shots landed with precise accuracy, punching through armor and helmets to find the flesh beneath. March took some hits, as did TRK-99, but the war robot's armor shrugged them off, and March's shielding held. The last machinist soldier fell, and TRK-99 hurried forward to harvest the hive implants. March let out a breath and swapped his rocket launcher for his plasma rifle. He was grateful that his armor had its own air supply. The corridor would smell like a mixture of charred flesh and burned plastic and metal. "The lift's at the end of the corridor," said March, as TRK-99 finished extracting the last of the hive implants. That always made a mess. He wished that Liziana didn't have to see that, but he supposed the girl had seen far worse since the final consciousness had decided to hunt down the Brotherhood of the Watchful Pact. "Come on." They jogged down the corridor and came to the lift. It was a standard cargo lift designed for hauling heavy loads to different levels of a starship or space installation. Memnon opened the doors, and March leveled his rifle, expecting to see waiting machinist soldiers, but the lift was empty. You know, we disabled a lot of these damn things back in the old days, said Memnon. Computer and tracks? The usual, agreed March. Memnon raised his rifle and started shooting. A few rounds went through the lift's control panel, frying its control circuits. More shots went into the corners, triggering the lift car's automatic locking system. Between the destroyed circuits and the damage to the car, the machinists couldn't automatically take control of the lift, but then neither could March and the others make use of it. Fortunately, they had brought ion thrusters. There are few pleasures like good old-fashioned sabotage, said Memnon, lowering his rifle. That car's not going anywhere. March strode into the car. It had emergency access hatches in the ceiling and on the center of the floor. With a strength boost from his armor, he ripped open the floor hatch and scrutinized the shaft that plunged downward, lit by occasional emergency lights mounted on the walls. It's a 2-kilometer drop, said March, examining the icons on his HUD. Drop through and let your ion thrusters slow your fall. Once we're all at the bottom of the shaft, we'll force the doors. I'll go first. Be careful, said Liziana. Memnon snorted. Kid, we're way past careful. March took a deep breath and jumped through the hatch. That was even more disconcerting than jumping out the Helix's airlock. At least that had been in zero gravity. The interior of the sphere had a standard gravity level, and March plummeted. A display on his HUD informed him that it would take about 35 seconds to reach the floor once his ion thrusters fired. 8 seconds from the floor, his ion thrusters ignited. He felt a lurch as his speed dropped, and then finally slowed to a gentle descent. His boots hit the deck, and March staggered and caught his balance, leveling his rifle at the double doors to the reactor room. Yet the doors remained closed. He moved to the side of the lift shaft, giving the others room to land. Memnon and Bishop landed a few seconds apart, both staggering as March had. Sophia hit the ground with considerably more grace, her legs flexing from the impact, and she looked a bit like a gymnast landing after a flip. The more advanced technology of her armor had no doubt helped. Liziana and TRK-99 came next, and the war robot had calibrated its fall to match Liziana exactly. No one's shooting at us, said Bishop. Why aren't they shooting at us, said Memnon. They really should be. If I were defending this place, I'd have shot at us as we fell down the lift shaft. Or rigged this place with improvised explosives. We're close to the reactor rooms, said Bishop. Those should be stuffed full of dark matter reactors, right? Maybe they don't want to risk cutting off their power supply. Or, thought March, both the machinists and the great elder ones controlling them were so confident of victory that they hadn't bothered with a proper defense. Well, if they had made that mistake, he would do his best to make them pay for it. We should hurry, said Liziana. Saga says we don't have much time left. That was true in every possible sense. Let's go, said March. Same grouping as before. He leveled his rifle at the door, and Liziana hit the control and darted to the side. The lift shaft doors hissed open, and March found himself looking at a cavernous metal room dimly lit by harsh white lights mounted on the ceiling. It was as large as several football fields put together, the ceiling far overhead. 4 rows of enormous metal cabinets stretched across the floor, each the size of a small house with a dome of black metal rising out of the center. No, not a dome, but the top half of a sphere. The reaction chamber for a dark matter reactor. If Sigrande's schematics were correct, the sphere had 12 rooms of this size. Each one of those dark matter reactors could put out enough dark energy radiation to power a hyperdrive, capable of moving a ship the size of a Kalaskaran destroyer. And there had to be at least 100 such reactors in this room. 1,200 dark matter reactors, each feeding the resultant radiation into the Firestone array at the pulse's heart, each Firestone multiplying the power tenfold and feeding it into the next one. Yes, this thing would indeed have the power to generate the surge of triple theta radiation that would destroy Kalaskar and the rest of the galaxy. Christ, it would be like a shooting gallery in here, muttered Memnon. The metal housings for the dark energy reactors stood 30 meters high, the top half of the black spheres rising another 30 meters above that. Those housings would make for lovely firing platforms. That didn't even include the metal catwalks that ran along the ceiling 100 meters overhead, mounted beneath vast mazes of power conduits. As March looked at the conduits, he realized that he could see torrents of blue light flowing along them, light that wasn't actually there. His implants were sensing the dark energy radiation, and his mind was interpreting it as a glow. This unit's sensors register no other lifeforms or robots within this chamber, said TRK-99. This unit suggests we proceed with maximum vigilance. Yeah, no shit, said Memnon. Jack. Lysiana's right, we're almost out of time, said March. TRK-99, you and I will take point. Constantine, Darius take the left and the right. Sophia, you bring up the back. Lysiana, you stay in the middle. Anyone see anything, call it out. They advanced down the wide aisle, between the row of dark matter reactors. At the far side of the chamber, March saw a huge pair of double doors, large enough for a vehicle. Beyond that would be the main reaction chamber, where the dark energy radiation surge that would destroy the universe was gaining strength. Nothing moved in the chamber, and he saw no sign of any defenses. The attack came without warning. Plasma bolts ripped from the reactor housing on the left, 3 quick shots that slammed into Lysiana. March heard her gasp, the impact knocking her over, and his HUD flashed that the 3 direct hits had drained off about 70% of her armor's shield strength. At once he raised his rifle, tracking for the source of the shots, and TRK-99 stepped in front of Lysiana, its plasma cannon coming up. A dark shape on the reactor housing darted forward. March shot at the dark form twice, missing both times. TRK-99's plasma cannon proved more accurate, the massive bolt slamming into the housing and throwing out a spray of molten metal. The dark figure did a backflip and tumbled towards the aisle between the reactors, firing a plasma rifle as it did. TRK-99 took several hits, and Sophia started shooting. Several of her shots landed, but a shadow rippled and folded around the figure, deflecting the plasma bolts into the deck. The man landed in the center of the aisle, 40 meters away, and March recognized him at once. He was big, almost March's size, with the same heavy musculature. He had collar-length black hair and skin several shades darker than March's, which made his blue eyes look all the starker. He took a step forward with the easy grace of an expert fighter, and unlike their previous encounter, the man wore no gloves, revealing his cybernetic left hand. And unlike their last encounter, March saw wings of shadow rising from the man's back like vast sails, or maybe rifts into the dark void between the stars. The wings weren't really there, of course. March was the only one who would be able to see them, though he suspected that Lysiana could sense them as well. Once again, his mind was interpreting something that his implants detected, and his mind chose to interpret it as vast wings of darkness, tears in the fabric of reality. Or sometimes the wings shifted to become 1,000 reaching tentacles, like some sort of incomprehensible creature from the lightless depths of an alien ocean. Like the Iron Hand Tarango and the Cognurch Zeus before him, the Iron Hand Nico had been possessed by a great Elder One. Nico straightened up, and March, Memnon, Constantine, Sophia, and TRK-99 all began shooting. The wings of shadow rippled and folded around the Iron Hand, and to March's sight, it seemed like tentacles reached out and forced the bolts aside, sending them to burn holes in the deck and the reactor housings. They stopped firing. Jack, March, called Nico, delight in his voice. You are a very hard man to kill. That ambush in Mothro should have settled you. That was you, said March, projecting his voice through his helmet speakers. That ambush used up nearly every single covert asset the final consciousness had left in the non-aligned worlds, said Nico, rifle held ready in his hands. Lysiana got back to her feet, TRK-99 still standing between her and the Iron Hand. I couldn't understand it at the time. All this effort just to kill one little girl. But then I came to Mulkyber, and he showed me the truth. The dark wings rippled behind him, becoming a vast maze of rippling tentacles. You can see it, can't you? You can see the great Elder Ones. TRK-99 fired its plasma cannon again. The shadow around Nico warped it away, blowing another crater in the deck. "Yeah," said March. "Let us pass. Or join us. You know the pulse isn't going to just kill everyone on Kalaskar. It will kill everyone in the system, and probably everyone in this galaxy, and a few neighboring ones. And it will let the great Elder Ones back into this universe," said Nico. "That's the whole point." He shook his head. "The Cognarchs? They would sacrifice every man and woman on their warships if they thought they would destroy Kalaskar. All that slaughter and waste, and for nothing. Nothing. This universe was a mistake. Existence itself was a mistake, and the great Elder Ones are going to tear that all down." "You're wrong." Saga's telepathic voice filled Mach's mind. To judge from the way Nico's eyes narrowed, he and the great Elder One controlling him heard it as well. "The younger races have the right to exist," said Saga. "To live and struggle to whatever end they reach. You would wipe them all out without mercy." "The right to exist," said Nico with disdain. "You remember, don't you, Jack? What it was like to become an Iron Hand. They keep you awake as they cut off your arm and replace it, as they slice open your skull and install the hive implant. You get to feel every little bit of pain. And the final consciousness. I murdered in the name of the hive mind for decades, believing that I was helping them to build the perfect civilization. But it isn't perfect. It's not even close. It isn't even flawed. It's a blight upon the galaxy. Murder and slaughter and ruin without a point. All reality is a torture chamber from which there is no escape. Until now. We're going to rip down existence, and there will be an end to death, to pain, to misery, to everything. Nothing but oblivion and silence, as there always should have been. The final piece." "You are mistaken," said Saga, "for you would destroy love and hope and charity alongside them." Nico scoffed. "Fools. You never understood. Don't you see? Pain is real. Sorrow and loss are real. Love and hope are merely delusions. Chemicals in the minds of the younger races to numb them from the horror that is existence. We're going to free them from that horror. Jack, I have to admit you've been a tenacious foe. The final consciousness created their own worst enemy. But it's over. I don't know what lies the ghost of that harmonious scholar told you, but you can't stop the reaction. The pulse is going to fire." "That's so," said March aloud through his helmet speakers. "Then what the hell are you doing here?" Over the comm channel to the others he said, "That great Elder One inside his head can warp the laws of physics, but it has limits. Hit him with both plasma and kinetic weapons at the same time. If we can overload his defenses, then we can get past him." "Distracting you, obviously," said Nico as March conveyed his plan. "It's a mercy, Jack. I know you." The tentacles of shadow slithered behind him. "We know you. You never, ever give up. You and your wife ought to have died on Kalaskar with the king, but you kept going and you survived. But your struggle is over now, and soon you and everyone else will be released from the suffering that is existence. This way, you get to die the way you really wanted, fighting to the very end. Isn't that mercy, in a way?" "Very merciful," said March. "We've got some mercy right here for you. Now." TRK-99 and Sophia began firing their plasma weapons, while March, Memnon, and Constantine unleashed a barrage of micro-missiles from their launchers. For the first few seconds, it did little. The shadow warped the plasma bolts around him, and the explosions from the missiles flowed away like water around a stone. But then a plasma bolt and a micro-missile struck Nico simultaneously, and as March had observed during his fights with Tarango and Zeus, the great Elder Ones had difficulty blocking two different kinds of energy at once. A plasma bolt hit Nico in the chest, and the Iron Hand staggered. Before he or the great Elder One controlling him could recover, one of Memnon's micro-missiles hit his face. That made a mess. The corpse of the Iron Hand fell with a thump to the deck. "Hell," said Memnon. "I've never seen anything like that. Plasma bolts bending around someone." TRK-99 strode forward to relieve the wreckage of Nico's skull of the hive implant. The Great Elder One inside his skull can bend physical laws, said March. The same thing happened when I fought Zeus in that asteroid mine, or when Sophia and I went up against Tarango in the wreck of the Malachite. Saga says that we have to hurry, said Lysiana, voice tight. Are you okay? Said March. He hit you hard. I'm fine, said Lysiana. The shielding stopped the plasma bolts before they even got to my armor. But please, we must hurry. She's right, said March, and he led the way across the generator room, leaving Nico's corpse behind. 13. Reaction. The double doors at the far end of the room slid open with a metallic hiss. The end of the universe burned beyond them. March found himself looking into a huge, spherical chamber, 1.5 kilometers across. The interior of the sphere had been made from dark metal, the same alloy usually employed in dark matter reactors to help contain and focus the reaction. A wide metal bridge reached from the doors to the center of the sphere, and March spotted 11 more bridges, all of them converging at a circular walkway at the center. At the bottom and the top of the sphere rose an enormous metal spike covered in power conduits and cables. All the dark energy radiation from the reactors flowed into the spikes, emitters forcing that radiation into the very center of the sphere. In the center of the sphere, above the circular walkway, floated the array of 72 firestones. The very first firestone that March had seen on the day when he had saved the life of the woman who would become his wife had looked like a faceted ruby the size of his fist. It had glowed with a sullen inner fire, which was why Adelaide and practically anyone else who saw one of the things called them firestones. But it wasn't a gemstone or a crystal, but a machine of unfathomable complexity beyond the ability of the human mind to grasp. The Great Elder Ones had built the firestones to magnify any energy directed into them tenfold. 72 of the things floated above the circular walkway, and they blazed with red light, looking almost like miniature stars captured by the machines the final consciousness had constructed. Once again, March had the sense of standing in front of a loaded gun. His implants detected the dark energy radiation surging through the firestone, but his mind didn't know what to make of it. One moment, it looked like the firestones were sheathed in the same blue light he had seen crackling through the rest of the pulse. The next, it was like he was looking through a gateway into utter darkness, a void that made the empty space between the stars seem like a verdant garden by comparison. One of the shadows on the circular walkway remained in place, seeming to ripple like great dark wings or thousands of grasping tentacles. They were not alone in the reaction chamber. March jogged along the bridge, the others following, and they covered the space from the wall of the sphere to the central walkway. 50 meters away, the dark figure standing beneath the firestones turned and strode toward them. He was tall, over 7 feet, and too thin for his height, making him seem gaunt and skeletal. The man wore a black crewer's uniform and carried no weapons, though given the shadows streaming behind him, that wouldn't matter. He had gray-streaked black hair, and a long beard of the same color that hung to his stomach, making him look like a mad prophet. He stopped and surveyed them, his eyes like dark caverns in his gaunt face. March had never seen this man before, but he knew him. Mulkyber, said March. All the cognarchs of the final consciousness had liked to name themselves after gods from the myths of primeval Earth. Some ancient people or another had worshipped a god named Mulkyber as their god of blacksmithing and metalworking. Given that the man standing before March oversaw the industrial base of the final consciousness, it was a dark joke that he had chosen to call himself Mulkyber. Mulkyber's shipyards and his factories had churned out weapons and warships. His overseers had enslaved entire worlds, driving their populations into forced labor camps, while his excavators strip-mined the crust for resources. Billions had been worked to death under his orders. March's father had been a guard in one of his labor camps, his mother one of the inmates. A very, very dark joke. One of Odin's iron hands, said Mulkyber. His voice was a deep, amused rumble, and there was something wrong with it. It took March a second to recognize it. Hundreds of other voices spoke beneath it in a droning chorus. Thousands of them. The voices of the great Elder Ones, waiting for the pulse to open the door so they could destroy the universe. Nico, Zeus, and Tarango had all been possessed, or at least dominated by a great Elder One. Something else was happening with Mulkyber. "Something wrong with your voice, mate," said Memnon. Apparently, March wasn't the only one who could hear it. "Might want to have that checked out." "It is unimportant," said Mulkyber. March shot him. He suspected it would do nothing, but he had been wrong before. He wasn't this time, though. The vast wings of shadow rising from Mulkyber rippled, and the shot warped around him to impact against the distant wall of the spherical reaction chamber. Mulkyber didn't even seem to notice. "What is important," said Mulkyber, "is that you have brought the final harmonious scholar to us. The saga of the interplay of water, wind, and earth in the natural world, the blended symphony of which creates the harmony of sublime natural beauty." The word sounded cold and leaden from his lips, the chorus of the great Elder Ones droning in the background. "We fought you. For so long, the humans don't even have mathematics capable of calculating it, in dimensions where the very concept of time becomes a limitation to understanding. We fought you and we lost." The golden light shone around Lysiana, a stark contrast to the shadows behind Mulkyber, but it seemed faint compared to the great darkness. "We fought you," said Saga, "and we won, and we sealed you away so you could not harm the younger races." "And in your victory you were defeated," said Mulkyber, the chorus hissing beneath his voice. "You harmonious scholars withered away and died, unable to cope with the memory of the war. We left our technology scattered around this galaxy, because we knew that one day the younger races would find our relics. They wouldn't be able to resist. Look at the humans. From their earliest days, all they have done is build weapons to slaughter one another, weapons of ever greater power and sophistication. Under our guidance, humans have built the greatest weapon of all. Is it not right and just that we shall put them out of their misery?" "No," said Saga. "It is not." "Naive, as you always were," said Mulkyber. He gestured at himself. "Even our vessel has come to understand our noble purpose. Uncounted billions died from Mulkyber's orders, and all in vain. Now we shall wipe away the horror of existence. We don't know why you've come here, but it is fitting. You shall witness your final defeat, the end of this flawed universe, and the return of silence and nothingness as all things should have been. You must get Lysiana to within 20 meters of the Firestones," said Saga. Something in the telepathic voice let March know that he was the only one who heard it. "The pulse is seconds away from firing. Mulkyber won't try to kill you. He will merely delay you until the weapon fires." "Get ready," said March over the comm channel. "Start shooting when I give the word." "Ah," said Mulkyber. "We perceive the radio waves moving between your suits of armor. You're planning some last desperate stand, aren't you? Very well. We suppose it is the nature of your cursed existence in this universe. You will fight to the bitter last to defend it, even though it means extending your torment." "Now," said March. Bishop, Memnon, Sophia, and TRK-99 all opened fire with a mixture of plasma weaponry and micro-missiles. None of it did any good. The shadows rippled around Mulkyber, and the plasma bolts veered off. The micro-missiles exploded, but the fragments bounced away, tumbling into the reaction chamber. If anything, Mulkyber looked bored. March took a long step back, seized Lysiana under the arms, and triggered his ion thrusters. At the same time, he sent a command to Lysiana's armor, activating her own thrusters. As they did, March leapt, and the thrusters boosted his jump, carrying him into the air to soar over Mulkyber's head. "Pointless and futile," said Mulkyber. "All your striving is in vain, and the reaction cannot be stopped." March landed on the circular walkway, less than a meter from the railing on its inner circumference. The firestones blazed overhead, shining brighter and brighter with every passing second, and March knew they were out of time. Lysiana staggered forward a step, leaning against the inner railing, and the golden glow blazed brighter around her. "What are you doing?" said Mulcaber, disdain in his voice. "Why do you think I waited so long?" said Saga. "I knew you would build this weapon and power it with your deadly technology." The glow around Lysiana shone even brighter. "Yes, obviously," said Mulcaber, taking a step closer, ignoring the plasma bolts warping around him. "You forgot," said Saga, "that technology can be hacked." There was a rushing sound, and the golden glow exploded from Lysiana, taking the form of a sphere that plunged into the array of firestones. Lysiana screamed in pain and jerked back, and would have fallen had March not caught her. Saga's golden glow disappeared into the crimson radiance of the firestones. "Fool," said Mulcaber. "Why did he?" The light changed from red to golden, blazing through the reaction chamber. Mulcaber froze, his dark eyes going wide. "What?" he said, and the buzzing chorus of the great Elder Ones grew discordant with rage. "No. No." He took a long step forward, but in the golden light shining from the firestones, the wings of shadow became tattered and worn. The great Elder One's attention was suddenly upon their weapon. Their ability to warp reality diffused. 3 plasma bolts burned through Mulcaber's chest, and a shot from TRK-99's cannon turned the top half of his head to smoking char. Mulcaber fell dead, and the pulse began to shudder around them. A high-pitched keening sound came from the firestone array, the floating crystals trembling. A violent shaking went through the walkway beneath Macha's boots, and Lysiana slumped to the floor. Arcs of golden lightning leapt from the firestones to rake at the walls of the reaction chamber. "Lysiana," said March. "Lysiana? Go?" The voice boomed through Macha's head as the others ran to join him. It was Saga's voice, and while it had always been sad and weary, now it was filled with strain. "Go now. Delay not," said the last of the harmonious scholars. A high-pitched keening noise came from the array of firestones, more golden lightning bursting from the crystals to lash at the curved walls. "The pulse will fire, it cannot be stopped, but I can alter the reaction, adjust the radiation so it will spare the innocent. But the weapon will be destroyed when it fires. Go? Get Lysiana off the pulse and escape. She has fulfilled her duty, for the purpose of the vessel was to carry me to this moment. Go now." "Back to the lift," said March. "The one we wrecked?" said Sophia. "Ion thrusters will be faster than the lift anyway," said March. Another tremor shook the pulse, and a vortex of golden energy whirled around the firestones, spinning faster and faster. "We don't want to be here when that thing goes off. Move." He picked up Lysiana, his armor's strength boost, letting him carry her and her armor without much trouble. The girl let out a faint moan but said nothing else. Her armor reported that her vital signs were good, but she was showing signs of extreme fatigue and sudden stress. March sprinted down the bridge back to the generator room, the others following him. They raced past the dark matter reactors. The high-pitched keening noise was getting louder and louder, and sometimes arcs of golden lightning leapt from dome to dome atop the reactor housings. Whatever Saga was doing was affecting the reactors. An exploding dark matter reactor wasn't quite as dangerous as an exploding fusion reactor, but at this range, the difference would hardly matter. They reached the lift shaft and fired their thrusters. The blast of the ion thrusters carried them to the upper corridor, and March and the others ran for the hangar bay. Lysiana moaned again in his arms, saying something he couldn't quite make out. His speakers crackled, and Adelaide's voice came to his ears. Jack, come in." "We're here," said March. "Saga sabotaged the pulse, but when it fires, it's going to blow up. We need to get the hell away from it right now." "Standing by," said Adelaide. "We're about 500 meters from the sphere, as close as we can get. A quick burn with your ion thrusters should get you back here. Sending vector information now." The information flashed over his HUD as they ran into the hangar bay, dodging around the corpses of the dead machinist soldiers. "Ready," said March, coming to a halt at the edge of the hangar. "Can you manage the burn while carrying her?" said Bishop. "Just barely, but yes," said March. Another tremor shook the deck beneath his feet. Go! He jumped and let Adelaide's pre-programmed course take control of his ion thrusters. They ignited with bursts of blue flame, carrying March through the hangar's atmosphere and into vacuum. As Adelaide had said, the helix waited half a kilometer away, as close as the ship could get without banging into one of the power conduits or struts connecting the sphere to the cylinder. Golden light shone from the resonator coils mounted along the interior of the cylinder, and arcs of golden lightning leapt from the sphere to rake at them. March didn't know what Saga was doing, but he was absolutely sure they didn't want to be inside the pulse when it fired. His ion thrusters ignited again, slowing his approach, and March flew into the pulse's starboard airlock. He hit the far bulkhead with enough force that he felt it even through his armor, and he took the impact on the side, shielding Louisiana from the landing. The others landed with considerably more grace around him, and the outer door slid shut. A few seconds later, he heard the hiss of the airlock repressurizing, and the inner door slid open. "TRK-99," said March, turning. "Take Louisiana and follow me to the bridge. Hurry!" The robot lifted the girl from March's arms with surprisingly gentle ease. "Shouldn't you take her to the infirmary?" said Sophia. "She's waking up, and we need to get out of here," said March. He didn't wait for an answer but sprinted across the cargo bay, up the ladders and to the bridge. The others followed a few steps behind. March dashed to the bridge, pulled off his helmet, and dropped into the pilot seat. "What the hell is happening out there?" said Axiom, staring at her displays in alarm and horror. "The pulse is about to fire," said March, bringing the helix around. Dimly he was aware that TRK-99 had set Louisiana down, that she had removed her helmet and stood behind him. Her eyes were wide in her pale face, her gaze fixed on the wall screen, which currently showed scanner information. But Saga sabotaged it. "The entire damn thing is going to blow up, so we need to get out of here now." "Those battleships are still out there," said Sigrande. "Yeah," said March, and he sent the helix flying towards the far end of the pulse. "We'll have to calculate an emergency hyperspace jump." He couldn't think of another way to escape. Maybe there wasn't a way to escape. Perhaps they had done what they needed to do. If Saga sabotaged the pulse and the weapon backfired and blew up, their mission would be accomplished. Kalaskar and the rest of the galaxy would have been saved. March would be damned if he made it easy for the machinists to shoot them down, though. The second they were clear from the pulse, he punched full power to the fusion drive, set the navigational computer working on an emergency hyperspace calculation, and sent the helix spiraling into the most intricate evasive maneuvers the big ship could manage. Alarms appeared on his console as dozens of different targeting systems acquired the helix as a target. At least half a dozen of the machinist battleships had locked onto them, and just one of the guns on one of those big ships had the firepower to turn the helix to dust. "Jack," said Adelaide. The navigational computer only needed a few more seconds to grind out a calculation for an emergency jump. They didn't have those seconds. "Oh," said Louisiana. Golden light and flame engulfed the massive metal cylinder. The pulse fired. 14. Decree. Only a very few people ever truly understood what happened when the pulse reached its destination and fired. Sigrande's calculations had been correct but incomplete, largely because the scientists of the final consciousness had not fully grasped the power of the weapon they had constructed. The galaxy was about 106,000 light-years across, which meant it would take over 100,000 years for a radio signal from Kalaskar to reach the other side of the galaxy. The triple theta band radiation the pulse weapon summoned, pulled into the universe by the Firestone array, would touch every corner of the galaxy in a single instant, also turning the Kalaskar system into a hyperspace singularity that would allow the Great Elder Ones to return to this reality and begin their work of destroying existence. But what neither the final consciousness nor the Great Elder Ones realized was that after uncounted millennia of meditation and study, Saga knew how to control the relics of the Great Elder Ones. including the firestones. In the second that the pulse fired, every man, woman, and child in the Kalaskar system heard the voice in their heads. Humans were not a naturally telepathic species, though on very rare occasions humans could develop a level of empathic telepathy that functioned at an entirely subconscious level. But every living human in the Kalaskar system heard the voice thundering in their heads when the pulse fired. Hundreds of papers and dozens of studies would be conducted on the phenomenon, with theories ranging from what had actually happened to the outlandishly bizarre. Most people concluded that the official explanation, which was largely correct, though it omitted several key details, was correct, though the human mind's limitless capacity for conspiracy theory generated numerous outlandish explanations. Yet all the theories gave the same name to the event: the decree. "Soldiers of the final consciousness," thundered Saga's voice. "For 700 years you have built an empire of tyranny and lies. You have enslaved the helpless and slaughtered the innocent. You have been a blight upon the cosmos, and you unknowingly walked the same path as your masters, the great elder ones. You built your empire and your hive mind upon their technology, upon weapons that you did not fully understand, and your hubris and folly have almost destroyed the younger races. For all your crimes, for all the innocent blood you have shed, I decree that your empire shall fall. Repent of the innocent blood that you have shed, or else you will fall with your empire." In the instant the pulse fired, and its dark energy radiation touched every corner of the galaxy, every single member of the final consciousness, every man and woman joined to the collective hive mind, faced a stark choice. Repent of what they have done. Or don't. And face the consequences. Some repented. It was possible to break free of the consensus of the hive mind and reject the final consciousness. Jack March and Axiom Discard had done so, as had thousands of others across the 7 centuries of the final consciousness, though the breaking away was usually fatal. Perhaps 10,000 men and women across the hundreds of millions of the hive mind, in that terrible moment, rejected the final consciousness. Nearly all the members of the hive mind did not. For that was the secret of the final consciousness, the dark reason that only about 20% of any given population could accept a hive implant, leaving the rest as slaves in the labor camps, was because you had to choose to accept it. You had to choose to kill in the name of the final consciousness as the price of your survival. March had done so, and in penance for what he had done, he had spent years as an alpha operative, indifferent to whether he lived or died so long as he could hurt the final consciousness for what they had done. When they heard the decree of the saga, nearly all the members of final consciousness rejected it. And they died. Saga had hacked the technology of the Great Elder Ones, reworking the triple theta radiation. The initial configuration would have unleashed a pulse of triple theta dark energy radiation that would kill all organic life in the Milky Way galaxy. Saga made minor adjustments to the firestones, just slightly altering the frequency of the radiation the pulse would summon. The mighty radiation pulse left most organic life unharmed, but it destroyed every single relic of the Great Elder Ones it touched. And it killed everyone linked to the hive mind who had not rejected the final consciousness at the moment of the decree. They died the deaths the Cognarchs had planned to inflict upon the Kalaskaran population, killed in a matter of a few seconds by triple theta band radiation. A quick death, but a painful one. In a single second, the entire empire of the final consciousness came crashing down in ruin. The hive mind destroyed, its armies annihilated, its fleet shattered. Saga had decreed it. 15. Wreckage. Saga's voice filled Macha's head, and to judge from the reactions of everyone else on the bridge except for TRK-99, they heard it as well. At the same time, a massive surge of dark energy radiation leapt from the pulse, expanding in all directions at infinite speed. To Macha's eyes, it looked like a massive expanding sphere of golden light, a glow the exact same shade as the light that had surrounded Lysiana when Saga had manifested. He actually saw the wall of golden light pass through the ship and sweep through the bridge. To judge from her startled reaction, Axiom saw it as well. Nothing happened. At least not to them. The pulse exploded, a massive chain of detonations ripping apart the central core of the cylindrical weapon, the superstructure breaking apart into a cloud of debris. March twisted the helix around and sent the ship flying back towards the wreckage cloud and radiation field that had been the pulse. Flying so close to the debris was dangerous, and if the helix collided with a large enough chunk, that would destroy the ship. But the wreckage field might disrupt the targeting locks of the battleships long enough for the helix's navigational computer to grind out the final few seconds of the emergency calculation. "Jack," said Adelaide. March risked a glance at the sensor displays, wondering what had caught her attention. The machinist ships had stopped firing. The battle was still underway, but it had become one-sided. The Royal Kalaskaran Navy ships were still shooting, but the ships of the final consciousness had gone silent. "What the hell?" said Axiom. Right about then, the machinist ships started exploding. The battleships and the carriers went up first, detonations blooming up and down their spines, the massive warships breaking apart. The explosions spread through the machinist fleet, the smaller ships exploding, the fighters engulfed in fireballs. In the space of 30 seconds, the battle was over. The massive fleet of the final consciousness had been wiped out, and nothing but wreckage and derelict hulls remained, already settling into orbit around Kalaskar. The Kalaskaran ships stopped firing as it became apparent that their foes had been destroyed. "What just happened?" said Bishop, sounding as stunned as March felt. "The pulse," whispered Lysiana. March looked back at the girl. Her helmet was off, tears streaming down her face from her green eyes. The pulse couldn't be stopped. The reaction had gone too far, said Lysiana. But Saga knew how to alter the pulse. The radiation surge should have killed every organic life form in the galaxy and collapsed our universe into hyperspace. But he changed the wavelength, said Sigrande, eyes widening with understanding. Even slightly altering the wavelength of the radiation would drastically change the effect of the weapon. He destroyed the final consciousness, said Lysiana. Everything created with the technology of the great Elder Ones was destroyed. Saga used up the last of himself to take control of the pulse. He died with the pulse, but he pulled down the final consciousness with him. The final consciousness, said Sophia. The entire thing. Not just this fleet. The entire final consciousness. He did, said Lysiana. March said nothing, stunned by the enormity of what Lysiana was telling him. The final consciousness had fallen. For 700 years they had expanded and conquered, the Cognarchs ruling an empire of terror and misery. His own homeworld of Calixtus had been ravaged and looted by the machinists. The destruction of Martel's world and the death of its billions in orbital bombardment had driven March away from the final consciousness, sending him to join Kalaskar and spend his life fighting the machinists. And after all that, had the final consciousness finally been destroyed? He looked at the sensors again. There were no machinist ships left near Kalaskar. Might not be any machinist ships left anywhere. "Are you okay?" said Adelaide. Lysiana was still crying. "He's gone," said Lysiana. "Saga's gone. He's always been inside my mind, as long as I can remember, and he's just gone." "He did what he had to do," said March, "and if he hadn't, everyone would have died. And he couldn't have done it without you." "I know," said Lysiana. "It's just, Saga's gone, and the Brotherhood's gone, everyone's gone. I don't know what I'm going to do or where I'm going to go." For once all the cool poise and vast intelligence had vanished, and she was just a frightened, crying child. "I don't know what I'm going to do." "Oh, honey," said Adelaide, and she knelt next to Lysiana and hugged her. Lysiana hugged her back. March was momentarily worried that the armor's strength assistance would hurt Adelaide, but its computer heuristics were good enough to keep that from happening. "Don't worry. We won't let anything happen to you. We'll look after you." She looked up at him. "Won't we, Jack?" "Yes," said March. He meant it too. Because whether Lysiana knew it or not, she had freed him from the thing that had driven him throughout his adult life: the need to take vengeance on the final consciousness. Saga and Lysiana had wrought a vengeance far greater than anything he could have done. The fact that without him, Lysiana would have perished long before Saga could take control of the pulse did not even occur to Jack March. 16. Generations. The destruction of the final consciousness was like many other epic-defining historical events. It changed many things, some for the better, some for the worse. And of course, some things stayed exactly the same. As the priests of the Royal Calaskaran Church liked to quote from the Bible, there was nothing new under the sun, and what has been done before will be done again. After things settled down on Kalaskar, once the initial shock of the battle had passed, Sophia Logos got a ride back to Monastery Station aboard a Kalaskaran destroyer. Meeting the king of Kalaskar himself and receiving his official thanks had been an interesting experience. But Sophia was ready to go home and resume her duties as an emissary of the custodian. Because the custodian's primary directive had not changed, even with meeting a surviving harmonious scholar and the destruction of the relics of the great elder ones. The homeworld of the harmonious scholars and its technological secrets still needed protection, and the custodian would fulfill his primary directive. And to protect the younger races when he could manage it. That was what his creators, Saga chief among them, would have wanted. Of the 60 ships Thunderbolt sent to Kalaskar for the battle, only 14 of them survived. Thunderbolt calculated that this was an acceptable loss-reward ratio. Her manufacturing and fabrication facilities inside the Thunderspike could replace those losses in 10 months. The non-aligned systems had been protected from the threat of the pulse, and the final consciousness had been repaid for all their many attempts to conquer Mothro and the non-aligned systems. The total annihilation of the final consciousness, Thunderbolt calculated, was an acceptable repayment. She would continue to execute her primary directive with maximum vigilance. Her calculations proved definitely, and without the possibility of error, that interstellar governments would lead to the destruction of humanity, and she would protect the non-aligned systems from that threat, whether they liked it or not. Axiom Discard and Helen Discard accepted the king's offer of citizenship and settled on Kalaskar. Axiom was ambivalent about the prospect of settling on Kalaskar, but after recent unpleasant experiences with a pirate gang, Helen was ready to give up the life of a high-end mercenary fixer and take up a quieter career. What she really wanted was to marry and have several children. Given that she and Axiom were wealthy and moderately famous after the Battle of Kalaskar, catching the eye of a potential suitor would not be difficult. For her part, Axiom thought that sounded beyond tedious, but she loved her sister. That had been what had driven her to leave the final consciousness all those years ago. For a few months, she found herself bored with life in Kalaskar, but then Jack March offered her a job running industrial counter-espionage for his new company. That turned out to be great fun. It also let her run comprehensive background checks on Helen's various suitors. There was no need to mention that part to Helen, of course. Fortunately, Helen's eventual fiancé, a mid-level Kalaskaran earl, had no psychological problems, no troublesome surprises waiting in his genetic profile, had distinguished himself in the Navy, and spent a lot of time supervising charitable endeavors. He had been arrested several times as a younger man for a combination of public brawling and drunkenness, but Axiom would have distrusted a man with no skeletons in his closet whatsoever. Also, he was a good sport when she brought him to the shooting range. Not that anyone could outshoot her, of course, not with her augmentations and implants, but he acquitted himself well. Axiom decided that he would make a suitable father for Helen's children. For her part, Helen knew quite a bit more about Axiom's activities than she let on, including the background checks, but it was all right. Ever since Axiom had escaped from the final consciousness, and they had found each other again, she had wanted her sister to be happy. And as it turned out, Axiom was very happy as an aunt, though she tried not to let on too much. Darius Memnon accepted the medals and the acclamations with good grace, though he soon found it tiresome. Kalaskar was boring. Too civilized, too well-ordered, and not enough opportunities to get into a fight without getting arrested. Fortunately, he was still an alpha operative of the Silent Order, and Censor had all kinds of work for him. The final consciousness had been destroyed on the day of the decree, but the fall of a mighty interstellar power was not without its consequences. Other interstellar powers were scrambling to find their place in the new balance of power, and a dozen successor states had risen out of the wreckage of the Machinists' empire. Some of them were attempting parliamentary democracy or constitutional republicanism. Others dreamed of rebuilding the empire of the final consciousness, though without the technology of the great Elder Ones, that wasn't likely. A few of them were flat-out pirate states, attacking and looting their neighbors. Many of the successor states tried to build spy networks within the kingdom of Kalaskar. When the spies got too ambitious, the Silent Order sent Memnon to teach them a harsh lesson in caution. Cassandra Yerzov returned to her job as a professor at the University of Kalaskar. She was pleased and relieved to see that the Silent Order had left her apartment intact during her journey aboard the Helix, including her extensive collection of stuffed animals. She preferred the term plush toys. Kalaskarans made, in her opinion, the best plush toys, even if she still couldn't understand their insistence on having courtesy androids in every household and business. She soon had new work. Jack Mach's company hired her as a consultant to advise on their designs. Because March insisted that she take a royalty, she soon had more money than she knew what to do with. As much as she disliked talking to people, Cassandra had some fame from the Battle of Kalaskar and the decree, so she used those connections to find a good financial advisor. At his advice, she invested some of her earnings in Kalaskar's largest manufacturer of plush toys, a company that had only been started 12 years prior by a returning Navy veteran. A man who, as it happened, was unmarried and immediately fascinated by Cassandra. On that day that she had met Jack March, if you had told Cassandra that one day she would be working for Mach's company and engaged to the man who owned the best manufacturer of plush toys on Kalaskar, she would have thought you were insane. But having lived it, Cassandra was pleased to conclude that sometimes it was for the best that the future was unknowable. After the Battle of Kalaskar, the Orodrian government offered Taras Sigrande a full pardon if he returned to Orodria. While Sigrande would be the first to admit that he had done many dangerous and idiotic things in his life, he wasn't even remotely that stupid. President Murden and the Orodrian government had been the loyal vassals of the final consciousness. The fall of the Machinists should have knocked the Murden dynasty off their death grip on power, but with their customary slipperiness, the Murdens adapted, becoming brokers and trading partners with the harsher successor states that rose from the ruins of the empire of the final consciousness. But if Sigrande returned to Orodria, he was reasonably sure that he would be dead 3 steps from the airlock. The Murdens were not forgiving people, especially since the hyperdrives manufactured by Captain Mach's company had challenged Orodria's status as the builders of the best hyperdrives in human space. Sigrande didn't have anything to do with that, despite what the Murdens and the Orodrian government thought. Instead, he accepted the king's offer of Kalaskaran citizenship and a job at the University of Kalaskar, and soon discovered that Kalaskaran culture embraced public intellectuals in a way that the Orodrians did not, so long as they did not challenge the king or the Royal Kalaskaran Church in a way the Kalaskaran public found unacceptable. Despite his reputation for outspokenness, Sigrande had long practiced moderating his opinion in public, which was the only way to survive living under the watchful eye of the Orodrian secret police. Compared to that, maintaining a good reputation with the far less brutal Kalaskaran authorities was easy. With some advice from Adelaide March, who had trodden something of a similar career path, Sigrande found himself becoming a public intellectual. His books speculating on the nature of the harmonious scholars and the great elder ones sold well, and Sigrande found himself frequently invited to give lectures and present documentaries. This was much more enjoyable than working to build the machinist's secret superweapon. Constantine Bishop had given his bar on Rustbelt Station to Anne, but he was still a Sigma operative of the Silent Order, and he had enjoyed owning a bar. With some of his funds and some quiet assistance from Censor, Bishop opened a new bar on Kalaskar Station itself, which he named the Bishop's Angle. It was a chess joke. Not many people got it. March rolled his eyes the first time he heard it. But named for a chess move or not, business at the Bishop's Angle boomed. Kalaskar Station had already been a major port for interstellar travel and shipping. The presence of several hundred wrecked machinist warships in orbit around Kalaskar, to say nothing of the considerable debris from the Pulse, created many jobs in salvage and repair. Soon, the Bishop's Angle became one of the most popular bars on Kalaskar Station. And of course the staff were all members of the Silent Order, keeping note of what they saw and passing anything of potential interest to Censor. Adelaide March had been the director of the Museum of the Ark before she had been mind-controlled into an assassination attempt on the king, and while she had been offered her old job back, she declined. It was time for something new. She had an adoptive daughter to think about now, to prepare for her future. Had the Pulse been fired without Saga's intervention, it would have killed everyone in the Kalaskar system, but thousands of Kalaskaran servicemen had still died in the fighting. She wanted to make a suitable memorial to them. When not assisting with her husband's new company, she worked on a new documentary series with the backing of the Ministry of Defense. It finally evolved into a 16-hour epic, becoming the definitive account of the Battle of Kalaskar and the decree. It was as truthful as possible, though Adelaide made sure to keep Lysiana out of it entirely. After everything she had been through, the girl deserved a quiet life. Or as much as a quiet life as could be managed, given her remarkable intellectual gifts. TRK-99 regarded the destruction of the final consciousness as a favorable variable in its ongoing tactical calculations. Its overriding primary directive, superseding all others, remained the protection of Lysiana March. All possible variables were calculated and assessed in pursuit of this overriding primary directive. The final consciousness had been destroyed, but TRK-99 did not view this as a reason to relax vigilance, merely the removal of a single group of variables. Unfortunately, Kalaskaran law prevented TRK-99 from accompanying Lysiana to school, but it could patrol the March residence and the Saga Engines facility with maximum vigilance. It helped a great deal that Captain March, now Director March, was a security-conscious individual who seemed to run a continual tactical assessment of his own. Overall, TRK-99's tactical profiles concluded that it had a greater chance of protecting Lysiana on Kalaskar. This was satisfactory. The day before the second anniversary of the decree and the destruction of the final consciousness, Jack March drove his car to the front gate of Lysiana's school. It was a day in early fall, not too hot, not too cool. Clouds dotted the sky, letting the light of Kalaskar's reddish sun fall through. Good day for a barbecue, which seemed to have become the tradition for Decree Day. March wasn't sure if that was a good way to celebrate or not. He supposed the day had to be commemorated somehow, and there were worse ways to do it. The guard emerged from the gate's security booth. Throughout human history, schools had often been the target of mass violence, whether from disgruntled students or various terrorist groups seeking a soft target. The final consciousness and its collaborators, during the decades of its conflict with Kalaskar, had often targeted schools for terrorist attacks. March had foiled a few of them when he had been an Alpha operative. Every school on Kalaskar had its protection officers and security robots. By now, he knew the chief protection officer at Lysiana's school pretty well. "Max," said March as a hovering robot drone ran a scanner of his car. Max nodded. Like so many school protection officers, he had been in the Kalaskaran army before he joined the Ministry of Security. He wore a blue uniform and had the mustache that school protection officers all seem to grow. Sir Jack. Sir Jack. For God's sake. Every single time he heard that, even 2 years later, March had to suppress a wince. He hadn't wanted to accept a knighthood after the decree, but Censor had pointed out that it wasn't optional, and Adelaide would have been aghast if he had declined. Refusing an honor from the king was simply not done in Kalaskaran society. The king had said that if not for March's efforts, the pulse would not have been stopped. March wasn't so sure about that. He had done the best he could, and they had gotten lucky. "You're going to continue to serve the silent order, Captain March," Censor had said in his dry, scholarly voice. "But I'm afraid your fame means that your days of shooting spies in dark alleys are over. You're going to defend and aid the kingdom of Kalaskar on a somewhat larger scale. Hence saga engines." "Any plans for Decree Day?" said March. "Barbecue," grunted Max. "Wife wanted to take the kids to the Museum of the Ark, but thank God, we didn't get tickets." He glanced into the back seat. "Dog will stay in the car." March glanced into the back seat of the car. Adelaide had insisted that Liziana should have a dog. Liziana had been somewhat hesitant, but had embraced the idea, and the dog itself, when she had met the puppy Adelaide had found. Apparently, the animal was a Kalaskaran Sundrex bulldog, a breed that could trace its ancestry back 900 years to one of the kings of Kalaskar who had an enthusiasm for dog breeding. All March knew was that the dog didn't bark much, thankfully, and would stare at him with mournful brown eyes whenever he held anything edible. "Yes," said March. Max grunted. "You're clear to go through." March nodded and drove through the parking lot to the pickup area. Keldrex Regional High School had about 24 different buildings, though they had been joined by glass and walkways to create one giant building. Several thousand students attended the school, which meant several acres of parking lots surrounded it. Students who were picked up and didn't walk home. Keldrex wasn't that large of a suburb of Kalaskar City, had their own designated pickup areas. March spotted Liziana a long way off, since she was the shortest one in a group of talking girls. She varied between bursts of intense shyness and extreme sociability, which was just as well given their next destination. He knew that attempting to extract her from the conversation immediately would be futile, so he pulled over to the curb a short distance away, drew out his phone, and began scrolling through various encrypted messages. The dog got to his feet and pressed his face against the window, his tail twitching back and forth as he stared at Liziana. None of the messages were urgent, though he saw the usual problems he had come to associate with owning and running a major hyperdrive manufacturer that also served as a defense contractor. Some problems with the foundry that cast the reaction chambers for the dark matter reactors. A shortage of power relays for the main hyperdrive circuits. He would have to address some of those tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow, since Decree Day was an official holiday. He looked up as Liziana jogged to the car. Kalaskaran students all wore uniforms: black jacket, white shirt, black tie, trousers. Female students had the option to choose between skirts and trousers, and Liziana almost always chose trousers, since that would give her greater mobility in the event of a crisis. She had absorbed that from him. Liziana opened the passenger door and dropped into the front seat, putting her backpack between her legs. She wore exactly the amount of makeup allowed by school, her hair perfectly arranged, earrings glittering in her ears. She had absorbed that from her adoptive mother. "Hey Dad," she said. "Are we still going to Vanderen?" "Yeah." He put the car back into gear. She sighed. "Do we have to?" "Also yes." The dog huffed, squirmed between the seats, and dropped into her lap. Liziana laughed and hugged him. "Hey Riggins." "He's getting too big to ride in the front seat with you," said March. He had no idea why she had picked that name for the good-natured dog. Adelaide had been reviewing a collection of videos from the Ark, popular entertainment from primeval Earth, and a name mentioned in one of them had caught Liziana's fancy. "So then I had better enjoy it while I can," said Liziana. "You know, If you would rather go to work first before the barbecue, I would be okay with that. We could, said March. Even with Saga gone, Liziana still possessed an elevated intellect and a superhuman capacity for solving hyperspace equations. The company had been Sensor's idea, but March had started it with his share of the salvage money from finding the Ark. He and Adelaide owned the company, fully planning to pass it on to Liziana when the time came. Saga engines designed and manufactured hyperdrives faster and more reliable than any ever developed or built on Kalaskar. And when the designers came to an insoluble design problem, March presented the relevant equations to Liziana, which she solved. This led to several scientific breakthroughs and a revolution in hyperdrive design. Building hyperspace vortex rings was still beyond the manufacturing capabilities of Kalaskar, and the Silent Order had learned that simply building the 3 vortex rings necessary for the pulse attack had devastated the economy of the final consciousness due to the sheer quantity of rare metals required. Building hyperdrives was much cheaper and more cost-effective. So cost-effective that the company was making a staggering amount of money, and Sir Jack March had become a significant figure in the Ministry of Defense and part of the Royal Defense Advisory Council. He wasn't entirely comfortable with that, but as Sensor had said, he was an Omega operative of the Silent Order, which meant he would serve and defend Kalaskar in different ways. March was glad that Adelaide had insisted on as normal of a Kalaskaran childhood and adolescence for Liziana as possible, in hopes of keeping her grounded and from becoming the sort of vapid rich fool that March had detested in his days as an Alpha operative. Though given Saga's lasting influence upon Liziana's formative years, March suspected there wasn't much risk of that. But if we did, said March, we'd have to explain it to your mom. Liziana sighed. Why is this so important to her? It's one of those Kalaskaran things, said March. She always wanted to be a mother, and the final consciousness took that from her. They took a lot of things from a lot of people, said Liziana, voice distant as she rubbed the dog's flank. Yeah, said March. But now when we go to these big family things, she's not the only one without a kid. He shrugged. It matters to her. Kalaskaran. Like courtesy androids. I still don't get why every single place has to have a courtesy android, said Liziana. Even every single classroom at school. Like, I know I'm short, but I can still get my own tea. She paused. He knew that look. She was about to haggle. If I stay at the barbecue for at least an hour and a half, can we go to the shooting range tomorrow? 3 hours, said March. 2.5, said Liziana. We're not negotiating, said March. I'll start talking about hyperspace mechanics to my cousins if we stay for 3 hours, said Liziana. It will be good for them, might broaden their horizons, said March. Liziana blinked and laughed. Okay, 3 hours. Or till Mom wants to go home. I'll just talk to Uncle William. He always has the best gossip. That's true, said March. William Renton was Adelaide's oldest brother and the owner of Renton Repair, the family's engine repair business. He was also an incorrigible gossip. I still remember the time that he told me how he ran into you and Mom in the grocery store at Keldrex, and Mom hadn't told anyone in the family that she was seeing you yet, said Liziana. March sighed. That is the sort of story he enjoys. Just as well he doesn't know about the Silent Order, said Liziana, scratching behind the dog's ears. Not the sort of thing you should mention, said March. Hey, don't worry, said Liziana. If anyone knows how to keep a secret, it's me. She smiled at him, and he was struck by how radiant. It made her look radiant. He remembered the terrified little girl he had rescued on the Malachite 2 years ago, and he was glad that she had become acclimated to Kalaskar, courtesy androids and all, that she was thriving here. What? Said Liziana. Nothing, said March. I was thinking that I am more fortunate than I have any right to be. I think we both are, said Liziana, scratching behind the dog's ears again. A drive of about 20 minutes brought them to the small town of Vanderen, where Renton Repair sat on the outskirts of the town. Renton Repair was the largest tractor and autocab repair facility in the region, and so well regarded that they had opened a branch office in Kalaskar City. The company's Vanderen facility was a large metal warehouse with corrugated walls and roof, with a small parking lot in front and a dozen garage doors lining the walls. Outback was a much larger lot that held both finished vehicles or ones in various states of repair. Much of the lot was currently occupied with a large tent hosting William's Decree Day barbecue, which most of Adelaide's brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, and various cousins had come to attend. March pulled into one of the unoccupied parking spots. Liziana clipped a leash to the dog's collar, and they got out of the car. March spotted Adelaide at the edge of the gathering, talking to her sister and her mother. As ever, Adelaide's family remained completely unimpressed by her fame, or by the fact that she could technically be addressed as Lady Adelaide now. It was refreshing, really. "I'm gonna go say hi to Mom, and then get a burger," said Liziana. "You want anything?" "I'll catch up to you," said March, and Liziana jogged across the grass, the dog running happily at her side. She ran up to Adelaide and hugged her, and in a moment was in deep conversation with her adoptive mother and grandmother. There was a time, March remembered, that he couldn't have accepted a life like this. The knowledge that the final consciousness was still there would have gnawed at him, and eventually he would have left Kalaskar to pursue his war against them. But the final consciousness was gone. As Censor had said, there were other ways to serve and defend. And Jack March knew he was luckier than he had any right to be. He locked the car and went to join the rest of his family.